Warcraft Invasion of Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Alliance with the Rising Star Corps, Part 1. New Order of the Universe. The head of Nova and several executives looked at each other and were secretly surprised by Lao Wang's words. The Order of the Universe has lasted for many years, really many years. The Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, the Shire Empire, the Nova Corps, the Supremes. Some of these advanced civilizations have existed for thousands of years, and some have existed for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. The development of a civilization is very long. From primitive society to the development of nuclear energy, it may take tens of thousands of years, and from nuclear fission to controlled nuclear fusion, it is another big threshold. Going up there are energy technology, space technology, and dimensional technology, and each threshold may become the end of civilization. Once the Order of the Universe is formed, it is difficult to break. As strong as Thanos is, in fact, if he didn't have the power gem, there is no way to change this order. It's not that the advanced civilization of the universe has no means to kill Thanos, it's just that it's difficult. Once you become an advanced civilization in the universe, it's difficult to be destroyed. For so many years, only the Skrull Empire has been destroyed among the three major empires, but it is said that it has been rebuilt, and with the foundation of the Skrull Empire, it won't take long for it to return to the ranks of advanced civilizations. Director Wang actually wants to rebuild a new order of the universe. This is too difficult, and one move will affect the entire universe. What do you think? The leader of the New Star planned to listen to Lao Wang's ideas before making a decision. I don't have any idea. Lao Wang smiled. The Kree Empire and the Chitauri are the mortal enemies of the Earth and must be destroyed. What happens next is your business. I don't care. After all, you are the big guys who hold the highest power in the entire universe, and I'm just an ordinary citizen of the universe. No matter what you say, what's ordinary about you? The Nova head said. The Kree Empire is not so easy to destroy. You can't even find its capital planet. The planet is hidden in an artificial dimension and uses very powerful space technology. The universe is too big, and you can't find its coordinates at all. I may not be able to find it, but there is one person who can. She has been against the Kree Empire for so long, and there is another cosmic empire behind her. Lao Wang smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. I will find a way to destroy the Supreme Wisdom and the Kree Empire's most powerful interstellar fleet, but the Kree Empire is too big, and all other aspects will depend on you." The Nova head was silent for half a minute. "If you can really do it, I will persuade the Supreme Council to unite with other advanced civilizations to fight against the Kree Empire. I will take the lead in establishing a galactic council, and the Earth will be a member of it. This is a good opportunity that will not be found again in tens of thousands of years. The Kree Empire is half a level stronger than the Nova Corps and has mastered a lot of very powerful technologies. It is stronger than the Nova Corps in all aspects such as supergiant spacecraft, light traction technology, warping technology, artificial wormhole technology, hyperspace technology, and dimensional technology. In addition, its research in life sciences far exceeds that of the Nova Corps. Although both have life computers, the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire is the most powerful one. If the Kree Empire can be destroyed, a large amount of science and technology can be obtained to make up for the shortcomings of the Nova Corps. In this way, it won't take long for the Nova Corps to replace the Kree Empire and become the new cosmic empire. Of course, Director Wang will also get those technologies, and the development of the Earth will also enter an unimaginable speed, realizing the leap from surface civilization to galactic civilization. Compared with a mere second fleet, this is probably what Director Wang wants most. This is a win-win situation, and there is no reason not to cooperate. Then it's settled. Lao Wang took down the space gem and activated it. The same cosmic cube appeared. It will protect you from harm. Of course, once you have done some research on the space gem, you will be able to open it. You have to hurry. This gem cannot stay with you for too long. I will come and take it away after a while. After handing the cosmic cube to the Nova leader, Lao Wang teleported away. Did you really promise him? A senior official whispered. This is not a trivial matter. So a supreme meeting must be held to discuss it. The head of the Nova said, but in the meantime, spread the news of the death of Thanos and Ronan first. Tell the entire universe that they died on Xandar. What? Thanos is dead. Who is Thanos? I haven't heard of him. Which brother can help to popularize him? You are ignorant, right? You are from a small place, right? Thanos is one of the most dangerous men in the entire universe, the Mad Titan. He is very powerful and terrifying. Powerfuler than me. Brother, I really can't answer this question. You should search on the quantum network yourself, and don't embarrass yourself. Ronan is dead. The most radical senior official of the Kree Empire, the supreme commander of the Accusation Corps. Ronan actually died on Xandar? Hasn't he always been against the Nova Corps, and always had the upper hand? How could he suddenly die? Hey, watch your words. How do you have the advantage? Most of the Nova Corps forces are used to maintain law and order, and the Accusation Corps is just a mad dog, biting people everywhere. Let's let it fight the Nova Corps head on. Hey, so and so, I'm from the Nova Corps, you're from the Kree Empire, right? Let's fight. There's something wrong with your eyesight. Can't you see from my skin color and hair color? I'm from the Supreme Race. The Nova Corps is indeed powerful. Even Thanos and Ronan were destroyed by it. The second uncle of the boss of the distant relative of my cousin's classmate is the doorman in the hometown of the distant cousin of the lover of a high-ranking official of the Nova Corps. He said that it was not the Nova Corps that killed Thanos and Ronan, but a fat man. Fat man? Yes, a fat man with 3 heads and 8 arms, with a laser-type wheel-shaped individual flying device on his feet, an adaptive polymer material ribbon around his waist, a round bioelectromagnetic controlled nanosicle around his neck, and a super powerful flamethrower in his hand. Then, is that still a person? Rumors may not be reliable, just listen to them. The news of the death of Thanos and Ronan quickly spread throughout the universe. These two big names who are well known in the universe actually died just like that, and died on the capital planet of the Nova Corps. Although it sounds a bit shocking, it is not incredible. An advanced civilization must have reached a very high level of research on energy, space, and cosmic rays. Although the power of an individual is strong, it may not be impossible to kill him if the plan is well planned. Thanos is not invincible, at least not in this universe. No matter how powerful Thanos is, he is just one person. Even with the Black Order, he is actually nothing in the eyes of the entire universe. His popularity is far less than that of the Nova Corps. In the cognition of most people, he is not at the same level at all. It is probably the difference between the most powerful terrorist organization and the most powerful country. Ronan's death caused the Kree Empire to be furious, but no matter how furious it was, there was nothing it could do. Ronan led the fleet of the Accusation Corps to attack Xandar. No one could change this fact, and the Kree Empire could only admit defeat. At the same time, the Kree Empire was already a bit overwhelmed by the war with more than a dozen advanced civilizations in the universe, and there was also a hateful Captain Marvel who was always against it. Now that Ronan had been lost, both its strength and authority had been weakened to a certain extent, and it had to continue to maintain the peace treaty with the Nova Corps. At the same time, under the leadership of the Nova Corps, a joint organization of advanced civilizations in the galaxy, called the Galactic Council, had begun to be established. This would of course be very difficult, but the Nova leader was indeed very remarkable, and the Nova Corps was the #1 civilization in the galaxy. With it in the lead, things would naturally be much easier. On the other hand, the Nova Corps specially sent officials of high status to be responsible for cooperation with the Earth side, and sent many scientists to the Schengen Bureau. At the same time, at the request of Lao Wang, an embassy was built in the capital of China. The cooperation meeting was held soon. The Earth side attached great importance to this meeting. The top leaders had some understanding of the advanced civilizations in the universe, and were very clear about the status of the Nova Corps in the universe. To be frank, the gap between the Earth and the Nova Corps was probably equivalent to the gap between the poorest village in Africa and the United States, or even much larger. But even so, the Nova Corps was not arrogant, and started a relatively fair cooperation with the Earth. Everyone knew who had done the credit, and they couldn't help but feel emotional. But Lao Wang was not present. Chapter 502 New Master, Part 2. After leaving Xander, Lao Wang first went to the void and got some of the remaining organic matter. Then, according to the information provided by the collector, he visited the living elders of the universe one by one. Most of them were easy to talk to. When they heard Lao Wang's intention, they expressed their support and cooperated as much as possible. As for those who were not easy to talk to, Lao Wang had to change his way to make them talk properly. More and more ancient knowledge was mastered by Lao Wang. After countless tens of thousands of years, someone was finally going to collect 6 infinite gems. This was also something worth looking forward to for those elders of the universe. The only pity was that they were not the ones who collected the gems. There was another problem. Of the 6 infinite gems, Lao Wang actually only got 4. The time gem was in the hands of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. If she just borrowed it for use, she shouldn't have made things difficult for herself. The key was the soul gem. Lao Wang knew the exact location of the gem, but it was just the name of a planet, and he didn't know the real coordinates. Even if he knew, he couldn't get it. Only by using the soul of a loved one can you exchange for the soul gem. Not everyone can be cruel, at least Lao Wang can't do it. But that doesn't mean there's no way. He originally wanted to spread the news of the soul gem throughout the universe, believing that someone would definitely be able to get the soul gem, and then he would snatch it away. But there is a big problem. In this way, the existence of the infinity gems will be widely known throughout the universe, and more people will compete for the infinity gems, and I'm afraid the entire universe will fall into chaos. So he chose to wait. It won't take too long. The news that the power gem and the space gem appeared on Xander will soon be known to certain people. They will definitely go looking for the remaining infinity gems, and they will definitely find them. In this regard, Lao Wang is more confident than they are. There's not much organic matter in the void. Looking at the organic matter gradually disappearing in the Heart of Azeroth, Lao Wang sighed softly. Compared with the huge body of Azeroth, just a little bit of organic matter is nothing at all, and the blood of Azeroth obtained in exchange is not much, which doesn't mean much to Lao Wang now. I don't know where that guy is hiding in the universe. Lao Wang is not interested in looking for it for the time being, and there are still many things to do. Someone will help him find it. It's time to go back to Earth and take a look. It's been so long. I wonder what Earth is like now. A trace of nostalgia appeared on Lao Wang's face. Novacore, Airport. Quill, thank you for coming to help. Captain Thrall of the Novacore said, your criminal record has been erased, the spacecraft has been repaired as much as possible, and some small gifts have been prepared for you. But I don't want you to commit crimes again, otherwise I will arrest you personally. What if there is something that doesn't belong to me, but I like it? Rocket Raccoon asked. It doesn't belong to you. Thrall replied. But what if I need it more than its owner? It still doesn't belong to you. Thrall was helpless. What if there is a person who is so bad that I want to pull out his spine? The Destroyer Drax asked. That's murder, a terrible crime. Thrall was even more helpless. But he is a bad guy. Am I guilty of killing a bad guy? Is he a wanted criminal? Thrall asked. What if it's not? Then you can't do that. Well, if you insist that he is a bad guy, then you can notify me, and I will arrest him for interrogation. Of course, you can also arrest him and notify me, but you can't kill him. Sal was extremely helpless. What kind of people are these? They don't have a good life, but they think about committing crimes every day. Don't worry Sal, I'll watch them. Star-Lord comforted. You? Sal and the others said in unison. You seem to be the most unreliable among us, right? Goodbye, Quill. Sal waved his hand. No, I don't want to see you again. Star-Lord waved his hand. Several people quickly boarded the spaceship and left the Novacore. Quill, where are we going? Rocket Raccoon asked. Do some good things? Gamora said. Do some bad things, said the Destroyer. Then do them all. Star-Lord shrugged. Hey, there is a business. The reward is 100,000. Rocket Raccoon shouted with the quantum terminal 100,000. Star-Lord's heart was pounding. It was actually higher than my bounty, twice. What business? The High Priest of the Supremes hired us to help guard the energy batteries and related equipment. They said that there were creatures from other dimensions robbing them. The location is Sovereign, the capital of the Supremes. Rocket Raccoon read. Star-Lord clapped his hands suddenly. Let's go. Wait a minute. There is another business. The reward. Wait, let me count first. That's right, 10 million. Rocket Raccoon's voice suddenly became sharp. 10 million. You can buy 10 million us. Star-Lord asked hurriedly. What business? It's strange. They said they want us to find a planet. What kind of planet? Rocket Raccoon looked strange. A living planet. Somewhere in the universe. Temple Second. Command Room. General Corvus Glaive. Proxima Midnight. Ebony Moore. Black Dwarf. The 4 surviving Black 5 gathered together, each with an uglier look. Now that Thanos is dead, what are your plans? General Corvus Glaive asked. Revenge for him. The largest Black Dwarf said in a muffled voice. Revenge? Proxima Midnight was a dark-skinned woman. Her voice was sharp. Who are you looking for revenge? The Nova Corps? The Director Wang? Humph, don't drag me into this. If you want to die. Black Dwarf said nothing. I'm just shouting slogans for show. Why are you so excited? He turned his head and looked at Ebony Moore. Thanos is dead, and my brain is not working well. From now on, I will support Brother Ebony Moore. I will do whatever he asks me to do. You guys discuss your own things. I just come here to make up the numbers and follow Brother Ebony Moore to raise my hands and vote so that I won't be sold out by you two dogs and help count the money. Of course we have to take revenge, but we alone are definitely not enough. Ebony Moore looked at General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. You want to leave? How many civilizations in the universe are wanted for us? You know better than me. Do you want to live a life of escape for the rest of your life? Can you escape? Proxima Midnight snorted. Unless you hide on some desolate planet and don't come out, you really can't escape. The means of advanced civilizations are indeed powerful. If they really want to capture someone, they have plenty of ways to do it at any cost. Besides, it's not easy for them to get to this position now, and no one wants to give up. Thanos is dead, but they may become the second Thanos. The question is what to do. The Black Order is not just us, and Thanos' children are not just Gamora and Nebula. Ebony Moore said, we only have Sanctuary Second and Vanguard now, and we are the strongest among all of Thanos' men. Taking this opportunity, we should take the initiative to attack, defeat all the others, and gather Thanos' forces. In this way, even if we face the pursuit of the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps, we will have the ability to protect ourselves. Proxima Midnight looked at General Corvus Glaive. They are husband and wife. General Corvus Glaive is the leader of the Black Order, and he has always been the one giving orders. Of course, Ebony Moore is the strongest among the 5, and he is also the one with the best brains. Sometimes we really have to listen to his suggestions, but we can't blindly follow him, otherwise we will be sold and have to help count the money. Okay, General Corvus Glaive said, but it's not enough. Yes, it's not enough, so we need a new master. Ebony Moore said, a master stronger than Thanos. I know you have just regained your freedom and don't want anyone to stand over you, but the Nova Corps and Director Wang are too strong. We can only seek shelter. General Corvus Glaive was silent. Being a dog is nothing. They are used to it. The point is that there are not many people in the universe who are qualified to be dogs, not even Ronan. Where can they find people who are strong enough and willing to be enemies of Director Wang in the Nova Corps? There are indeed not many such people, but there is more than one. Ebony Moore said, the Lord of the Dark Dimension Dormammu, the Lord of the Hell Dimension Mephisto, the Goddess of Death Hela of Asgard. Which one do you choose? Chapter 503 Quantum Brain, Part 1. Dormammu, Mephisto, Hela? General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected that Ebony Moore would choose these 3 people as their new masters. That's right. Ebony Moore was the smartest one among them. He had always been Thanos' think tank and had mastered many of Thanos' secrets. He also had a deep understanding of the numerous powerful people in the universe. But Proxima Midnight was confused. Who are they? Ebony Moore. He just remembered that the 3 people next to him were generals who were good at fighting, not think tanks, and they didn't know a lot of things. What's more, Dormammu, Mephisto and Hela were originally known by few people. The first two were dimensional lords who did not exist in this universe, and the latter had disappeared for thousands of years. Not many people knew her name. There was no other way, so Ebony Maw had to briefly introduce the three people. General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were stunned. Dimensional lords? Goddess of death. It turns out that there is a multiverse, an extra dimension, and so many strange things. It turns out that there are such wonderful places as 9 realms and World Tree in the universe. That's how it is. It seems that joining them is also a good choice. Dark Knight Proxima muttered to himself. The question now is, which one to choose? Dormammu is undoubtedly the strongest among the three. The ruler of the dark dimension, an existence that even the infinite gems cannot destroy, is much more powerful than Thanos. Dormammu has always been looking at the entire multiverse, and at the same time, he has been fighting against countless powerful enemies, and he has never lost the upper hand. Every universe has a Thanos, a Nodin, and an Ancient One, but there is only one Dormammu in the entire multiverse. The Ancient One of each universe is against Dormammu, but he has always been in the upper hand, which is terrible. With the support of the Dark Dimension, he can even compete with the ancient cosmic gods, or be stronger than the cosmic gods, reaching the level of the 5 great gods of the universe, that only exist in legends. But the problem is, that Dormammu is too dangerous. That guy has always wanted to make the entire universe fall into darkness. This kind of darkness is even more thorough than the dark world that Malekith wants, because it is not just darkness in the material sense, but it wants to swallow up the entire universe, and become part of the dark dimension. His ambition is too big. If you surrender to Dormammu, the final result will definitely be swallowed by Dormammu. Mephisto is of medium strength, and he is also the one with the best brain among the three, better than Ebony Maw. The appearance of Ghost Rider is inseparable from him. The destruction of many civilizations in the universe has his shadow behind it. He is simply an expert in making trouble. If you cooperate with that guy, you don't even know that you have been sold out, and you may have to count money for others. You can't choose. Relatively speaking, Hela is a good choice. Hela's strength is roughly the same level as Thanos. Because it is only recorded in the data, and has never been seen, there is no way to accurately judge, but the legend of Asgard is circulated throughout the universe. For the goddess of death, many famous big figures in the universe have some understanding. Hela is an ambitious person. If she succeeds in escaping and returning to Asgard, she will become more and more powerful, and eventually become the second Odin. She has always wanted to lead Asgard to fight everywhere, to go out of the 9 realms, and to expand outward. This is indeed a better choice for the 5 Obsidian generals who are also unwilling to be lonely. In addition, Hela is different from Dormammu and Mephisto. The 2-dimensional lords have no way to come to this universe, and can only descend part of their power. Hela is already in this universe, and the strength she can exert is likely to be stronger than those two. Maybe she can deal with the Nova Corps and the hateful and powerful Director Wang? Will Hela accept us? Asked Proxima Midnight. Of course. She is not out of trouble yet, and even if she is, she will need help. Give her the entire Dark Order, and she will definitely accept this gift. If she wants to dominate the universe, she can't rely on herself alone. Ebony Maw said, Dormammu and Mephisto are both dimensional lords. Their eyes are on the entire multiverse. Our universe is just one of the options for them. It doesn't matter if they give up, so they don't really need us. But Hela is different. Her goal is to become the master of the 9 realms and to dominate the universe. She needs us. More importantly, I plan to give her a better gift that will definitely impress her. What gift? Ebony Maw showed a weird smile on her face. Soul Gem. Soul Gem. Proxima Midnight, who didn't know much about the Infinity Gems, frowned and said, isn't it said that the Soul Gem is the most mysterious and no one knows where it is? As long as you find a way, you will definitely find it. Ebony Maw said, as far as I know, Thanos gave the task of finding the Soul Gem to Gamora, his most beloved daughter. The word love was emphasized. What exactly does it mean? Perhaps only Ebony Maw knows. Gamora. A green female figure appeared in his mind, and Dark Knight Proxima nodded. She is the most outstanding of all Thanos' children. If it's her, maybe she can really find the Soul Stone. The most outstanding? That's not necessarily true. Ebony more instantly remembered a few names. Thanos has risen in the universe for so many years. Not only has he left his offspring everywhere, but he has also adopted a lot of adopted sons and daughters. None of the ones he likes are simple. Those children have received the most rigorous training, and the mortality rate is extremely high. Those who survived are generally at the same level as Gamora, and even stronger than Gamora in some aspects. And those true children who inherited Thanos genes may have greater potential. Of course, this is something to consider later. I will send someone to keep an eye on Gamora. As long as she gets the news of the Soul Stone, I will know it first. Ebony Moore said, what we have to do now is to gather Thanos' forces. Everyone, you can start. Cooperation with the Nova Corps has completely changed the entire Earth. But this change is gradual and will take a long time to be carried out step by step, but it is also comprehensive. Energy, materials, engineering machinery, theoretical research, and even knowledge related to the form of civilization, all of which are continuously input to the Earth. Of course, they are only slightly higher than the current level of civilization on Earth, and are mainly based on the technology tree required by planetary civilization. Better technology requires a better foundation. The conditions on Earth are not met in all aspects, so we can only take it slowly. You can't eat a fat man in one bite, otherwise it's easy to choke to death. The scientific research level of the Schengen Bureau is the world's leading, and in some aspects it has even reached the level of stellar civilization and galaxy civilization. After the scientists sent by the Nova Corps arrived, they immediately launched theoretical research on the Second Fleet, and conducted design discussions at the drawing level. They brought a lot of high-tech science and technology, some of which are related to quantum mechanics. After research and discussion with relevant scientists, Dr. Pym finally made the most important theoretical breakthrough. Lao Wang just returned to Earth and heard good news. The first quantum brain is here. Chapter 504. Lao Wang wants to do something big. Part 2. Azeroth Laboratory. A beauty in ancient costume stood in front of Lao Wang and bowed. Dun Huang greets you, sir. She was very beautiful, very much in line with the aesthetics of Oriental people. Fat wear fat, thin wear thin, with curves in all shapes and sizes, and a suitable height. Her skin was delicate, better than the pear blossoms and winter snow in the 12th month of the lunar calendar. Wearing the right hanfu, she was as beautiful as she could be, the kind that would be the center of attention wherever she went. Don't be so formal, I'm really not used to this. Lao Wang was helpless. Who gave you this behavior habit? Was it some Chinese scientist? The beauty in ancient costume in front of him was the owner of the first quantum brain in humankind, a simulated robot, Dun Huang. 2 years ago, a female doctor named Zhao Halen joined the Azeroth laboratory and brought a new technology, the Cradle of Life. This high-tech based on nanotechnology, biogeneticism, and gene technology was originally intended to accelerate the speed of human evolution and cultivate organs for humans without any side effects. In essence, it is also an extension of the Super Soldier project. Unlike other similar plans, the Cradle of Life starts from another angle, which is more stable and more magical. It can program the human body at the nanometer level, and can completely reshape the body for anyone. Of course, it can also create a more perfect body. If it can be combined with more advanced consciousness transfer technology, it can achieve a certain degree of human immortality. And now, this technology is used to combine with the quantum brain, to create the first simulation robot in human history that is infinitely close to humans. Perhaps it can be called a quantum robot, or something simpler and more direct, Quantum Man. This is an epoch-making breakthrough. Even the scientists of the Nova Corps were a little amazed, thinking that this should not be something that human civilization can do. The technological content of the quantum brain is second only to the life computer of the Nova Corps. It has reached the level of advanced civilization in the universe, and it is easier to popularize. It is simply a miracle in the scientific community. The sharing of this technology alone is of great value. It can be exchanged from the Nova Corps for all the technology that is enough for humans to enter planetary civilization, which has accelerated the progress of human civilization by hundreds of years. No, sir. Dun Huang's voice was as ethereal and elegant as ever. I have a strong ability to learn independently. I searched all the information related to Dun Huang in the world, and then conducted a comprehensive analysis, and finally determined my personality. I named myself Dun Huang, and I must live up to this name. Lao Wang nodded, a little surprised. Dun Huang's language is no different from that of humans. She is already a very good artificial intelligence that can help humans do many things. Well, our research on quantum brains has reached the leading level in the universe. It is almost impossible to go further, at least not in a few hundred years. Fitz said, Dun Huang is not only the best computer now, but also the best computer in the next few hundred years. She can improve herself, can continue to improve, and can independently write programs that are useful to her. In addition, we have obtained new technology, provided by the Nova Core to ensure that the quantum brain will not betray humans. There will definitely be no problem. Director Wang, the quantum scientist of the Nova Core next to him said, we are very experienced in this regard. There have been hundreds of thousands of recorded intelligent machine crises. We have analyzed each intelligent machine crisis, continuously improved it, and finally formed a complete set of solutions. I believe you. Lao Wang didn't believe it. The Nova Core was not absolutely reliable. Their technology may not be truly impeccable, and their character may not stand the test. Who knows if there are any backdoors left behind? It would be strange if there are none. Just like the relevant technologies of the quantum brain, Dr. Pyme and others must have concealed the most important core technology. How could they tell others casually? Lao Wang can't help in this regard, and can only place his hopes on top scientists such as Dr. Pyme, Dr. Banner, and Tony. They are not only the top scientists of mankind, but also absolutely first class in the entire universe, at most slightly worse than Thanos and his ilk. I believe that, as long as they are given enough time, they should be able to solve all problems. What can the quantum brain do? Lao Wang asked. Too many, boss. Fitz counted on his fingers and said, scientific research, virtual support, big data analysis, intelligent control, autonomous driving. Everything will change because of the emergence of quantum brains. With Dun Huang, our scientific research progress can be accelerated by at least 5 times. Is the effect so great? It may be even greater. Fitz was excited and danced with joy. A quantum brain is 100 times faster than all the computers in the world combined. And we can build many such quantum brains. Then build them. Lao Wang said, Adam, Eve, Wukong, Neza, all the existing quantum computers have been upgraded to quantum brains. In addition, build 3 more to prepare for the second fleet, and call them. He thought about it carefully, and thought of the names. Shooting the sun, running to the moon, chasing the stars. A common name. Fitz complained in his heart, but praised. What a good name, boss. The second fleet currently plans 3 space motherships, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will be these 3 names. Sun, moon, and star, guarding the earth. It's not bad. How is the first fleet now? Lao Wang asked. Kyankan is still under repair, and it is expected to take another 3 months. We have made some improvements, and added some functions, and the overall performance has increased 3 times. Fitz quickly replied, the current second fleet has a total of 2 space motherships, 72 large spaceships, and more than 1,000 troop transports. What about the crew? This is what Lao Wang is most concerned about. There are only so many people on Earth, 7 billion. And for such a fleet to be fully operational, it requires a crew of more than 100,000, at least. Although the previous first fleet was barely operational, it actually did not play its due strength because of insufficient crew and limited capabilities. Otherwise, the battle would not have been so tragic and the losses would not have been so severe. In addition, the scale of the second fleet is much larger than that of the first fleet, and more crew members are needed. To operate a spacecraft of this level, the quality of the crew must meet the standards, which is too difficult. Even in the Nova Core, it is difficult to train a few out of 10,000 soldiers, let alone Earth. We plan to have Azerothian soldiers as crew members. Fitz also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. so he could only think of another way. Produce iron soldiers with special functions, that is, different types of soldiers, give them certain artificial intelligence, write programs, and let them replace the crew to operate the spacecraft. Lao Wang nodded. There was no other way, so he could only do this for now, and at the same time speed up the training speed, hoping to train qualified crew members as soon as possible. Okay, you guys go and get busy. Lao Wang waved his hand and left the Azeroth laboratory. He was going to do something big. Something that would make the Earth invincible. Chapter 505 Creating a Miracle, Part 1. The advanced civilizations that stand firm in the universe will have their own characteristics. The Skrull's ability to transform is even stronger than Mystique's. Whether they are lurking or hiding, they are the best in the entire universe. The establishment of the Skrull Empire is inseparable from this ability. Every Skrull is a super soldier, which even the Kree Empire cannot compare to. The Kree Empire's technology is very powerful. It has the most advanced spacecraft manufacturing technology and jump technology in the entire universe. The strike capability of the entire universe allows the Kree Empire to carry out a devastating strike on any planet or any civilization in the universe in a very short time, and then leave after the task is completed. The starfighters and energy technology of the Nova Corps are at the forefront of the entire universe. With a vast territory and countless members of different races, they also have the capital to dominate the universe. Compared with these advanced civilizations that occupy galaxies at any time, Asgard is simply pitifully small. Asgard is said to be a world or a planet, but in fact it is not at all. It is a very special floating continent floating in the vast universe. It is isolated from the outside universe through some special magic means, but this isolation is not absolute, and there are many ways to enter it. Asgard has an extraordinary status in the entire universe. This status is not only based on powerful divine power and individuals, but also because Asgard is part of the World Tree and has a unique miracle building in the universe, the Rainbow Bridge. It is said that the Rainbow Bridge can not only instantly teleport anyone to any place in the 9 realms, but also teleport out of the 9 realms. This strategic transmission ability is far more powerful than any jump technology or artificial wormhole technology. Relying on the Rainbow Bridge, Asgard has achieved a more terrifying mobile combat capability than hyperspace technology and jump technology, and can even directly teleport more important figures and the enemy to Asgard and then besiege. No one in the universe can resist the power of the entire Asgard, which is the source of Asgard's strength. The Rainbow Bridge is the embodiment of the unique ability of the World Tree. Only the 9 realms relying on the World Tree can have the ability to build the Rainbow Bridge, and the Space Gem is the key. Only the Space Gem can mobilize the power of the entire World Tree and create such an incredible miracle. Asgard can build a Rainbow Bridge, and the Earth, which is also within the scope of the World Tree system, can certainly do so. This is a miracle that Lao Wang wants to create for the Earth. Kunlun Mountain. This is the legendary hometown of all gods, the origin of the Chinese dragon vein in mythology, and a secluded place with few people. The continuous mountains are towering into the clouds, the snow-capped mountains are howling, the mountains are dancing with silver snakes, and the plains are galloping with wax elephants, trying to compete with the sky. This is originally one of the most special places on Earth. A miniature dimensional space was born because of the crash of a spacecraft and merged with a certain place in Kunlun Mountain. Building a rainbow bridge here seems to be more appropriate than other places. First, we need to build a wonderful place above Kunlun, in the white clouds higher than the top of the mountains. Recalling all the myths related to China in his mind, Lao Wang raised his hand. The Heart of Azeroth flashed with brilliant light, with blue and red interlaced. The power of space and reality raged over Kunlun, and then was sorted out by Lao Wang to create all kinds of incredible things. Groups of auspicious clouds condensed, and were imprisoned by special spatial forces. Although they kept changing with the passage of time, they would never dissipate. They looked frivolous, but they could carry an entire palace, and withstand the Hulk's critical strike. Countless auspicious clouds gathered, and a palace slowly appeared. Pavilions, towering and magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings, towering and majestic. The jade pillars were engraved with creatures that only existed in myths and legends. Shenlong, Phoenix, Qilin, White Tiger, Kyanki, Luwu, Zuanwu. The palace was so huge that even real Shenlong could shuttle freely. It was taller and more magnificent than any building on Earth, full of mythological flavor. A huge plaque hung above the gate, with several gilded characters flying and dancing. Linxiao Palace. More buildings appeared one by one. Tushita Palace, Yaochi, Chianyang City, Kyanghur Island, Zanlangte, Nanshanmen. Transforming illusion into reality is the means of creation, and many people can do it. Supreme Sorcerer, Scarlet Witch, Dormammu. But in this universe, the best effect is obviously the reality gem. Every use has to pay a high price, and the feat that Lao Wang is doing requires a price that ordinary people can't imagine. But it doesn't matter. The organic matter obtained from the void has exchanged 4 tons of Azeroth's blood, which gives Lao Wang enough capital to pay any price. What's more, the space gem itself can absorb the energy of the universe itself, which is also a good supplement, reducing Lao Wang's loss. This is a huge project. In theory, the reality gem can change the entire universe, but in reality it is impossible. How powerful the reality gem can be depends on how much ancient knowledge the user has mastered, and also on the user's own ability. Knowledge is power. The more knowledge you master, and the stronger your own strength, the more powerful the reality gem will be. The essence of the Titans continuously flows into the reality gem, enhancing its capabilities. Buildings appear one after another, with countless illusions brilliantly presented in them. Even if time passes, they will not disappear, but will remain forever. Day after day, week after week. Lao Wang is like the most outstanding craftsman, using the reality gem as a knife to carve the world he wants, which is also the world that the entire Chinese people want and have been building in their minds. It took a full 3 months to finally complete it. Finally finished. The next thing to do is to create a strong enough space barrier for this small world, isolate it from the real world, and turn it into a special dimension similar to Asgard and Kunlun. As long as you are still in the real world, in this universe, you can be easily attacked, just like Xanta. But if you are isolated in another dimension, unless you master extremely high level space spells, or the universe's top hyperspace and dimensional technology, there is no way to attack. Only in this way can this newly emerged world be invincible. This is not a difficult task, and it will be completed quickly. The project is finished. You can invite friends to visit. Take a break, and ask them for suggestions. Lao Wang waved his hand, and opened the portal. Then, several special tourists came to this new world. Chapter 506 Heaven, Part 2. What is this place? Looking at everything in front of him, Lei Gong looked around, shocked and speechless. He has been practicing on the top of his mountain. Breaking through to the Grand Master Realm is just a new beginning. There is still a long way to go. The road is long and arduous, and Lei Gong dare not relax at all. Grand Masters have a long life, even more than 1,000 years, but even so, there will be a day of death. People who practice follow the will of heaven, and go against fate, aiming to be free and easy, immortal and long-lived. 1,000 years is still too short. 10,000 years is about right. And if you want to live longer, you must continue to improve your cultivation. As long as you go one step further and become a real immortal, you can achieve such a small goal and continue to protect Kunlun for a longer time. Unexpectedly, a portal suddenly appeared from under his butt, and then he fell here. Looking around, the clouds and mist are misty, like a fairyland. Pavilions and towers are towering, and countless mythical beasts that only exist in imagination are running and wandering everywhere, including dragons, phoenixes, and groups of Pegasus and dragons. The closest thing was a door. This was a huge door that was at least 100 meters high, with dragons and phoenixes carved on the doorposts, and a line of ancient characters on the door. Nanshanman, I can't have reached Mount Te, one of the 4 gates of the Heavenly Palace. Is there really a fairyland in this world? Is this the legendary Heavenly Palace? He thought to himself that this was impossible. The so-called Heavenly Palace was just a myth and legend, and it was said that it was spread from Kunlun. In fact, it was the imagination of outsiders about Kunlun. How could it be true? Am I possessed? Or am I trapped in some kind of karma, and I can't see the mountain because of a leaf? Lao Wang hurriedly circulated his true energy and concentrated his mind to break the delusion. With his cultivation and spiritual will, ordinary illusions could not deceive him at all. Kunlun also had a way to practice illusions, but in his opinion, it was just a small path that was not worth the effort, and it was not as real as improving his cultivation itself. However, nothing happened. Everything was still the same as before. All true. He couldn't believe his eyes, but he had to believe it. The gate was unattended, and there was no real door, only a door frame, so the Thunder God walked in directly. He stamped his feet and found that the stone under his feet was made of some unknown material, and he couldn't chop it into pieces. How is this possible? With his cultivation, his physical strength alone exceeded 10 tons. If the key bonus is taken into account, 100 tons is no problem. Even a small mountain can be smashed and flattened. He couldn't chop the stone slab under his feet, and even the lines on it were not damaged at all. This thing is probably harder than vibranium, right? Walking forward, the Thunder God was destroying all the way. But he couldn't destroy anything. Everything here was harder than his fist. No, not hard. He soon discovered that these buildings themselves were not actually hard enough to be indestructible, but there was a strange energy on them that stabilized the space where the buildings were located. If you want to break the buildings, you must first break the space. He is a grandmaster. In Kunlun, he even has the ability to break the void. With one punch, even the space will break. But the space protection solidified on the building is many times stronger than the space of Kunlun. It probably takes at least the realm of immortals to barely shake it. What kind of place is this? Continuing to walk forward, I suddenly saw a green figure. Jade Emperor. He called out hurriedly, a little excited, as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Thunder God. The Jade Emperor did not turn around and waited until Thunder God came to his side before saying, "Do you think all this is true?" "I don't know." Thunder God's answer was a bit conservative. In fact, he thought that this place was 99% true, but in order not to be slapped in the face, it was better to be careful. Half true, half false. The Jade Emperor's cultivation was stronger than Thunder God. The realm of the Grand Master was already stable, and his attainments in harmony between man and nature were far above Thunder God. He sensed a little bit of disharmony. These buildings are real, but those mythical beasts are illusions, created by someone using some magical means. Created. Thunder God was surprised, and thunder and lightning flashed above his head. Who has such great ability? I'm also a Grand Master, a land immortal. Even I could be fooled. How could anyone create such a large-scale illusion? Even the Supreme Mage Ancient One couldn't do it. You have to ask the owner of this place. The Jade Emperor was calm and experienced, not nervous at all. Since he brought us here, he will definitely meet us. Let's go. The two continued to move forward and suddenly saw a dragon. An immortal dragon with wings on its ribs was soaring in the sky, playing with other dragons. The Jade Emperor and Thunder God looked at each other and shouted helplessly, "Xiao Lao." Xiao Lao then flew down from midair and landed in front of the two. He transformed into a naked strong man with 9 dragon patterns all over his body. "Xiao Lao, your taste." The Jade Emperor shook his head. It was really embarrassing. "Don't say we know each other in the future. Xiao Lao, those are illusions." Thunder God reminded. "Do I need you to tell me? Of course I know." Xiao Lao didn't care. For a dragon of my level, it doesn't matter whether it is an illusion or not. If it is false, it is real, and if it is real, it is false. What is real and false is not important at all. What is important is how you think. There is nothing outside the mind. If you think she is real, she is real. If you think she is fake, she is fake. If you can't comprehend this, don't even think about becoming an immortal in this life. Lao Wang was confused. What do you mean? The Jade Emperor explained in a lower voice. Now there is only one immortal dragon on the entire earth. Xiao Lao is very lonely, and has been lonely for thousands of years. Didn't you see that the dragons he found just now were all female? He ignored the males. Lao Wang was even more confused. Isn't cultivation about fighting? Shouldn't you find males for fighting? Males are stronger. Jade Emperor. Xiao Lao's fighting is not the kind of fighting you think, but another kind of fighting. Lao Wang was completely confused. Aren't all battles the same? Jade Emperor. I finally understand why you have been single for hundreds of years. Lao Gong said in a muffled voice. You talk as if you are not single. The Jade Emperor chuckled. I'm really not. Thunder God. Actually, I'm not either, but you don't know. The two looked at each other, and sparks flew. In this beautiful fairyland, how about doing something enjoyable? Then who? Let's fight. Can you two stop making trouble? Xiao Leo didn't bother to pay attention to these two guys, who were getting younger and younger. His spirit covered the entire world, and found that this so-called heaven was much smaller than the earth, but it had more than one layer. There were 36 layers in total. The area of each layer was almost exactly the same. Each layer was an independent world, an independent dimension. The 36 dimensions connected together reminded Xiao Leo of a term that also existed only in legends. The 36 Heavens of Taoism, Chapter 507 36 Heavens, Part 1. Taoism has 36 heavens. 6 heavens in the desire realm, 18 heavens in the form realm, 4 heavens in the formless realm, 4 Brahma heavens, and 4 heavens in the holy realm. The 3 realms of Taoism are not the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, but the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. The Jade Emperor commands the 3 realms, which actually refers to these 3 realms, and the so-called human realm and earth realm are actually nothing at all. The 4 Brahma heavens are where people who practice Taoism live. They are not controlled by the heavenly court at all, and only obey the orders of the 3 pure ones of Taoism. Among the 4 heavens in the holy realm, the great red heaven of the great purity realm, the Yu heaven of the upper purity realm, and the Qingwei heaven of the jade purity realm are where the Taoist 3 pure ones Dao Xianzhen, Ling Bao Xianzhen, Yuan Shi Xianzhen and their disciples live. As for the Dalo heaven at the top, it represents the way of heaven and is supreme. Of course, this is just a legend, and does not exist at all. Even if it really exists, according to the descriptions in myths and legends, I'm afraid that each heaven is larger and more transcendent than a single universe, and the 3 pure ones are even more unimaginable supreme existences. But now it really appears. The heaven in myths and legends is where the immortals live, but real immortals do not exist in this world at all, and it is impossible for gods and earthly immortals to enter. Therefore, it can be concluded that everything in front of us is not real. Instead, it was created deliberately. Who is it? Xiao Leo didn't know. But one thing is clear, even if the creator here is not a celestial being, he probably has a cultivation level close to that of a celestial being, and even in some methods, he is no different from a celestial being, otherwise it would be impossible to create such 36 closely connected dimensions. Any one of them is larger and more solid than Kunlun. It's incredible. The Jade Emperor and the Thunder God are not really going to have a big fight. After a few rounds of bickering, the Jade Emperor stopped and looked at Xiao Leo. Xiao Leo, where do you think the master here is? Of course it's the supreme place. Xiao Leo looked up and said, Dalo heaven. Among the 36 heavens, Dalo heaven is the most respected. The location of the heaven is actually a unique space, floating above the 3 realms at the bottom, and below the 4 heavens of the holy realm. It is roughly parallel to the 4 Brahma heavens, but not in the same place. Although it cannot control the 4 Brahma heavens and the 4 heavens of the holy realm, it is the core of the 36 heavens, and one can go to any heaven from here. Of course, it is easier to go to the 3 realms, but it is more difficult to go to the 4 heavens of the holy realm, and there are certain requirements for cultivation and realm. Xiao Leo is a dragon with a high level of cultivation, and he quickly came to the conclusion. In the 3 realms below, the desire realm only needs to cultivate true ki to enter, the color realm requires a master level to enter, and the formless realm requires a grandmaster to enter. The 4 Brahma heavens are more difficult, and only a grandmaster, that is, a land immortal, can enter, and the 3 pure realms require an immortal realm to enter. As for the great Luo heaven, it seems that even he cannot enter. Is there really still a celestial being in this world who has not ascended to the upper realm and left this universe? He was a little excited and told the Jade Emperor and Xiao Leo to stay where he was, and then transformed into a dragon, passed through the barrier between the heavens, came to the 3 pure realms, and then came to the outside of the great Luo heaven. A door suddenly appeared. Xiao Leo rubbed his eyes and saw a person walking out of it. Grandmaster Wang? Seeing who was coming, Xiao Leo was surprised. Why are you here? Did you create everything here? But you only have the cultivation of a land immortal. Wait, your cultivation has improved. In his perception, Lao Wang is an extremely huge energy collection. Whether it is life energy or soul energy, it is far superior to himself, even superior to his former peak state. That is close to the realm of celestial immortals. How is this possible? It has been a short time since we last saw each other, and Grandmaster Wang has not only become a king immortal, but is also about to become a king celestial immortal. Is it really so scary? Xiao Leo, long time no see. Lao Wang laughed and said, as you can see, everything here was created by me. It is still in its initial stage, and is far from perfect. It will take a long time to make it better. This is not perfect enough. Young man, do you want to go to heaven? Xiao Leo's eyes quickly fixed on the necklace on Lao Wang's chest. Your cultivation has finally matched your soul. But even so, you can't do all this. Is it because of the necklace? As expected of Xiao Leo, your eyes are sharp. Lao Wang said, I created the heaven in this world, but there is no one yet. I want to make the heaven the highest ruling body on earth. What do you think? Xiao Leo was slightly stunned. Replace Asgard and Kamataj. Boy, have you discussed it with Odin and Ancient One? Aren't you afraid that they will come to your door? Don't worry about them. Lao Wang said, wait until everything is done, and then notify them. Xiao Leo, you are awesome. You are playing with fire, young man. But now you should be no worse than those two, so it's nothing. It seems that they really want to change the dynasty and make the heaven in Eastern mythology the highest ruling body on earth. I like it. Not just the earth. Lao Wang said, I want to make the heaven the highest ruling body of the entire 9 realms, and a unique holy place in the universe. The entire 9 realms? Xiao Leo opened his mouth, and his heart became more and more excited. This is interesting. Just thinking about it makes me excited. What are you going to do? He asked hurriedly. The heaven is still very empty now, and it needs people. Lao Wang said, only practitioners are qualified for the 36 heavens, and there are the most such people in Kunlun. Xiao Leo understood. Do you plan to let people from Kunlun enter the 36 heavens to fill the vacancies? Lao Wang nodded. Yes. Xiao Leo was a little worried. They may not be willing to leave Kunlun. There are benefits. Lao Wang smiled and said, I changed the rules here. The 36 heavens will continue to absorb energy from the universe itself. This energy is transformed into heaven and earth aura that is helpful to practitioners through special methods. If you practice here, you will progress faster. Is that so? Xiao Leo carefully sensed it. It was indeed the case. The air was really filled with a strange energy that he had never seen before. Before, he was in the heavenly palace, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not strong enough, so he didn't feel it. But now that he is outside the Dalo heaven, it is much stronger. But it is still not enough. This level of energy is helpful for ordinary practitioners, but not much for masters, and at the Grandmaster level, such a little energy is meaningless. It is not enough, because it has just begun. Lao Wang smiled and said, as time goes by, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the 36 heavens will become more and more dense. Of course, you can also call this energy immortal energy, just like Asgard's divine power. In this way, the 36 heavens is the second Asgard. No, this is much stronger than Asgard. Xiao Leo sighed. Asgard is just one world, and there are 36 worlds here. Lao Wang smiled. I'm just being modest, and you don't cooperate. The 36 heavens are naturally not comparable to Asgard, so the efforts for so long will not be in vain. But this place seems to be isolated from Kunlun. How can the people of Kunlun get in? Xiao Leo asked another question. Of course, they have to climb the ladder. We can't let them come in casually. They must work hard to get the benefits. Only in this way can Kunlun and the 36 heavens prosper forever. Lao Wang said. Ladder? Xiao Leo was puzzled. Where can we get the ladder? Lao Wang smiled and said, there is no ladder, so let's build one. Chapter 508, 9 Palaces and 8 Diagrams, Part 2. The legendary Kunlun is the home of all gods and a place where people and gods communicated in ancient times. Lao Wang wants to continue, or materialize, the myth. Creating a ladder to heaven is not difficult. It is enough to create a space channel with space gems and reality gems, but this is not concrete enough and cannot make climbers feel awe. They must be made aware from the beginning that climbing the ladder to heaven is a difficult thing. Only when people have paid hard work and sweat will they cherish their harvest more. Bringing Xiaolao to Kunlun, Lao Wang flipped his hand and took out a seed. The seed of the mother tree Garnia. The red light fell on the seed, and the power of the reality gem further transformed it, giving it incredible abilities. Then came the azure light, and the space gem gave it the ability to break through the space barrier. Lao Wang raised his hand and threw it. The seed fell on the holy mountain of Kunlun. Then, the water from the eternal well turned into a waterfall, falling from Lao Wang's palm onto the seed, which made Xiaolao envious. So much high level energy, if all of it was given to himself. Lao Wang took a look at it. A stream of clear water from the eternal well waterfall fell on it. Xiaolao grew with the wind, turning clouds and rain, and his body became larger and larger, soon exceeding 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, and finally reaching 500 meters. He stopped. It had grown to its limit. Although it could continue to grow, it would exceed the upper limit of his soul, and it would be easy to lose control. Not only would his strength not increase, but it would decrease. I'm stronger than my peak moment. Xiaolao was flying in the clouds, and his mood had never been so good as it was now. For thousands of years, although its cultivation had always been weak, its soul was getting stronger and stronger, and it had long surpassed the past. And now, it has obtained a cultivation that matches its soul. Although it is still a little short of the great immortal Wang, it is undoubtedly already one of the strongest in the entire universe, enough to compete with most of the heavenly fathers. I promised you, and I did it. Lao Wang smiled slightly. Xiaolao, the heavenly palace, the 36 heavens, and even the entire earth and the 9 worlds, all need you to take care of them. Only you can take the position of the guardian dragon. No problem. Xiaolao was in a very good mood and agreed. Now even if it was asked to challenge Odin, it would not be able to beat him. Can't I hide in the 36 heavens and not come out? If you have the guts, come on. Lao Wang shook his head gently and looked at the seed. It quickly took root and sprouted, growing taller and taller, and soon exceeded 1,000 meters and 10,000 meters, reaching above the clouds, disappearing in the sky, and coming to another world. It passed through Kunlun and came to the first heaven of the 36 heavens. This is the ladder to heaven. Mortals can climb up along the ladder to heaven. As long as they persist, and their will is strong enough, even a weak and sick mortal can be baptized by the energy of the ladder to heaven during the climbing process, become a practitioner, and become a resident of the 36 heavens. Of course, this is difficult. 10,000 meters high is not something that ordinary people can endure. It is a test for the body and an even greater test for the spirit. Xiaolao left the clouds and came to Lao Wang. Looking at the ladder to heaven in front of him, he seemed to see the future of Kunlun. The immortal energy will come to Kunlun from the 36 heavens along the ladder to heaven, and the speed of cultivation of the people here will also be accelerated. In this way, at most 100 years, Kunlun and the 36 heavens will have a large number of masters, grandmasters, great grandmasters, and even immortals. Yes. Lao Wang smiled. The strength of one person is not strong. The strength of a group is the real strength. Kunlun will become a holy place for the entire earth. Lao Wang said, get ready to open it, and welcome visitors from all directions. Anyone can climb the ladder to heaven. The 36 heavens can accommodate too many residents, and need to be filled up, as soon as possible. Kunlun is backed by China and the entire earth. In addition, the heavenly court needs a ruler. I definitely won't sit in that position. Xiaolao was very aware of being a salted fish, and his eyes turned. What do you think of the Jade Emperor? We think the same thing. Lao Wang smiled and said, he has ruled Kunlun for hundreds of years, and is very experienced. The more capable, the more work. In addition, Lei Gong can also help him. The elders of the Elders Council are all qualified to enter the Heavenly Court, and serve as important immortal officials in the Heavenly Court. Of course, this is temporary. In the future, the immortal officials of the Heavenly Court must at least be masters and land immortals, and then step by step become immortals. Maybe one day, the 36 heavens will become a real residence for immortals. That's it. Xiao Leo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is not allowed to take charge, anything is fine. Feel sorry for the Jade Emperor for 3 seconds. Now it's time to do something else. Lao Wang said. What's the matter? Xiao Leo was very curious. The earth is the center of the 9 realms, so it should have the ability to communicate with the 9 realms. Lao Wang said, I want to build bridges for the 9 realms. What is being pulled is the space line, and what is being built is the rainbow bridge. Since it is the center of the 9 realms, of course there must be a thoroughfare to the 9 realms. The purpose is to achieve free travel between the 9 realms. With the rainbow bridge, Asgard has become the true center of the 9 realms, and what Lao Wang has to do now is to take back this center, and then further strengthen it. This is certainly not an easy task, but for Lao Wang, the only thing he needs is time. In addition, he does not plan to create a second rainbow bridge. That thing has been branded with the mark of Asgard, and everyone will think of Asgard, as long as they think of the rainbow bridge, which is not acceptable. He plans to create another bridge, a completely different world bridge. No, more than that. Lao Wang plans to completely change the appearance of the 9 realms, and change the world tree. The world tree is the embodiment of the time and space of the 9 realms. The Asgardians portray it as a tree, which is vivid and appropriate. But just like the rainbow bridge, the world tree is also branded with the Asgard mark, which is not good. The world tree should be replaced by something else. Another ancient thing with oriental characteristics. Xiao Leo, what do you think best represents China? Lao Wang asked with his head tilted. Representing China? Xiao Leo was stunned for a moment and said, Foodie, okay, let's talk seriously. Take I, Liang Yi, Sun Ke, Xizang, Wu Crossing. I know, it's Bagua, it's Yijing. Lao Wang smiled and nodded. Yijing, the ancestor of all classics, the source of the Great Way. According to legend, there are 3 parts of Yijing, Lianshan, Jiuizang, and Zhaoyi. The first 2 have basically been lost, and only Zhaoyi is still there. The 3 parts of Yijing exist in the form of Gua, and the most basic one is Bagua. The world tree has a total of 9 realms. In addition to the center of the earth, there are 8 worlds left. This is the Jiagang Bagua. What Lao Wang wants to do is to transform the world tree into Jiagang Bagua and brand it with the eternal and indestructible oriental mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 509, The Old King with 5 Gems, Part 1, Kamatage. As early as a few months ago, when Lao Wang began to use the reality gem and the space gem to create the 36 heavens, she noticed something unusual and realized that it was Lao Wang who was doing bad things. This was not a bad thing for her. The earth was her place, and the stronger the earth was, the more at ease she would be. If there really was a new force that could replace the mages to protect the earth, then the mortality rate of the mages would be greatly reduced, and there would be more time to study magic itself, and naturally more secret masters would be born to carry forward the lineage of the supreme mage. For several months, she had been watching all this silently. She watched Lao Wang create one world after another, becoming more and more perfect, and the space barrier became stronger and stronger, and finally it was so strong that even she could not spy on it, and she became more and more satisfied with Director Wang. But she never thought that Lao Wang's ambition was greater than she thought. But when the ladder and through Kunlun and the 36 heavens, she once again noticed the changes, and was still very happy. In recent years, both clean energy and super soldier serum have brought great changes to the human world, and promoted the development of human civilization, but that's it. In a short period of time, it can't make humans as strong as Asgard in the Kree. But the emergence of the 36 heavens and the ladder has given humans unlimited possibilities. The 36 heavens constantly draw energy from the universe itself, turning it into heaven and earth aura, which infiltrates into Kunlun along the ladder, and then flows into the entire earth along Kunlun, opening the era of aura revival. Perhaps it won't be long before we enter the era of global high martial arts. Everyone can practice, everyone is a practitioner, and everyone is a master. After decades or hundreds of years, the number of masters on Earth may no longer be hundreds of people now, but millions. For humans, this is more meaningful than clean energy and super soldier serum. But when she sensed that the entire 9 realms began to change, and even the world tree itself began to change, Ancient One was finally moved. Director Wang is actually shaking the foundation of the 9 realms. What does this mean? It means that the pattern of the entire world tree has begun to change, and everything will be reshaped, even all seals and barriers. The magic barrier of the 3 holy temples has begun to loosen. The enemies of the multiverse will definitely not miss this opportunity. Even Dormammu may appear on Earth. All the dimension lords who covet the Earth will come here at the same time. The Earth will face the biggest crisis in thousands of years. The seal of the underworld of Helm will also loosen, and the goddess of death Hela will escape in advance. Neither himself nor Odin can stop her. Ragnarok has begun. The entire Asgard will also change. Its ruling status is challenged. Odin will never sit idly by. He will also make trouble, and even join Hela to make trouble. What exactly does Director Wang want to do? Does he want to destroy the Earth? No, he must be stopped. Just as Gu Yi was about to leave, a gentle voice sounded in his mind. Supreme Sorcerer, do you know the 3 holy temples? It was Lao Wang. Gu Yi was stunned. Understand, this must be understood. I have been the Supreme Sorcerer for hundreds of years. No one on the entire Earth knows the 3 holy temples better than me, and even the entire universe. Why are you asking this? It's like this. Lao Wang said, I'm transforming the world tree in the 9 realms, and turning the Earth into the actual center of the 9 realms. In this way, the time and space around the Earth must be changed, and the magical defense barriers of the 3 major temples will also be destroyed. So I would like to ask for your help to reorganize the magical power of the entire Earth and reshape the barrier. Reshape the barrier? Gu Yi sighed. I'm afraid I can't do it. The 3 major temples were built by the first generation Supreme Sorcerer Agamotto. Over thousands of years, they have been strengthened by successive wizards. It is not something I can change alone. If it were 200 years earlier, my body could still hold on. Give me 10 years, I can indeed reshape the barrier, but not now. If I did that, I would die on the spot. You don't need to do anything. What I need is your guidance. Lao Wang said, if you allow me, I want to establish a spiritual connection with you. In this way, you can tell me what to do, and I will reshape the barrier. Gu Yi hesitated. You have obtained the reality stone, the space stone and the mind stone, but it is not enough. The barriers of the 3 major temples involve dimensions in time and space, and you still need. Yes, I also need the time stone. Lao Wang made it clear. Don't worry, I will return the time stone to you once the reshaping is completed. Gu Yi did not doubt this. Doubt is useless. Director Wang's strength has further increased. If he fights now, he may not be able to beat him. If he doesn't give it to him, he won't be able to snatch it. He can't take the time stone and flee to the universe, or just wander in other parallel universes. It's too embarrassing. Gu Yi probably understood Lao Wang's idea. After careful calculation, it seems that there is a high success rate. And once it succeeds, it will be more difficult for Dormammu to invade the Earth again, and it can even be said that it is basically impossible. Once and for all, it is worth a try. Okay. Anyway, he was going to die soon, and no wizard on Earth could match Dormammu. He would have to rely on Director Wang at that time, so it would be a good idea to make a good relationship with him. Ancient One made a hand gesture, and the time stone floated out of the eye of Agamotto, and disappeared in less than a second. How anxious. Ancient One released his spirit, and connected with Lao Wang's spirit. Another gem flew out from Wanda's scepter in the New York temple, flew in front of Lao Wang, and then was embedded in the Heart of Azeroth together with the time stone. The 5 gems emitted 5 different lights, and Lao Wang felt that his strength was further enhanced. There should be no one in this universe who can match me. The universe is so big that no one knows if there will be a monk like the sweeping monk. Lao Wang suspected that in some corners, there might be a powerful person at the level of a single universe hidden. Who knows? He has always been a humble person, and didn't say anything definite. Of course, it's different outside the universe. The Infinity Stones are the product of this single universe. They can only be effective in this universe and parallel universes similar to this universe. Once they leave the parallel universe and go to other places, such as the Dark Dimension or Hell, they will have no effect at all. Doctor Strange was able to trap Dormammu with the Time Stone because Dormammu had already invaded the Earth at that time, and a forced invasion had occurred between the Dark Dimension and this universe. Only at the intersection of the two worlds could the Time Stone exert its power. If it really reaches the Dark Dimension, the Time Stone would probably be meaningless. Of course, as long as Lao Wang does not leave this universe, he is basically invincible with 5 stones. No matter whether it is Dormammu or anyone else, whoever comes to destroy who. This is the confidence that he dares to take action against the entire 9 realms. Chapter 510. Fighting Dormammu again. Part 2. Ancient One is still very considerate. Not only did the Time Stone fall into Lao Wang's hands, but Ancient One also gave him all the knowledge related to the Time Stone. Although Lao Wang already had this knowledge, he still had to appreciate his kindness. "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer," Lao Wang said. "Let's get started, Director Wang." Through the mental connection, Ancient One told Lao Wang about the relevant knowledge of the 3 major temples, and then began to instruct him to transform. The power of the 3 major temples comes from the Trinity of Vishanti. It is an existence that transcends the single universe, a magical entity outside the multiverse, and an existence that is more powerful than Dormammu. Of course, because of the distance and the weakening of the universe itself, this power is not particularly strong. Even weaker are the 3 major temples themselves. Although there are various magical protections, they can still be destroyed, and once destroyed, the magic defense barrier will collapse, and Dormammu will descend. So the first thing Lao Wang has to do is to strengthen the 3 major temples themselves. This is a huge project, very complicated, and if it weren't for the help of Ancient One, Lao Wang really couldn't do it. As time went on, one magic after another appeared. The power of time and space flows through the temple, ensuring that even if Odin takes action himself, he cannot easily destroy it. However, reshaping itself is destruction. When time is completely completed, the 3 major temples cannot protect the Earth. For those multiverse powerhouses who covet the Earth, this is the only chance. It must not be missed. A force of time and space appeared on the Earth, and Lao Wang saw a huge space-time rift. On the other side of the space-time rift, he saw energy planets being swallowed up, time and space in chaos, magical entities one after another, and extra dimensions one after another. That is the Dark Dimension. The Dark Dimension may have been a single dimension at first, but after swallowing so many planets, and so many extra dimensions, it is actually a multidimensional aggregate, and the creatures living in it are definitely not just Dormammu. He is the king of the Dark Dimension and the ruler of all dark creatures. Dormammu is coming. Ancient One looked up at the sky with a solemn face. Yes, he is really coming. Lao Wang's face also became solemn. It is different from the last time. The destruction of the magic barrier of the 3 holy temples has exposed the Earth. Dormammu will never come to this universe in person. That means he has lost his biggest trump card. After leaving the Dark Dimension, his strength will drop to the level of a father. He is very likely to be besieged by many powerful people and then fall. He came here as just an incarnation. But even if it is just an incarnation, it is more terrifying than Thanos without the gauntlet, because the Dark Dimension is also invading the Earth at this moment, and he has the energy support of an entire dimension. Director Wang, it's up to you. Ancient One said. Of course. This was originally planned by Lao Wang. Take this opportunity to attract Dormammu. As long as Dormammu in this state is defeated, it will be enough to shock the strong in the multiverse. If you don't have the strength to surpass Dormammu, don't bother me. A fire giant drilled out of the Dark Dimension and walked towards Lao Wang step by step. This is Dormammu. He was originally a wizard of a special race. He accidentally discovered the Dark Dimension and successfully defeated the ruler of the Dark Dimension and replaced it. He abandoned his physical body and created a new energy body with magic flames, becoming a famous magic entity in the multiverse. In his dimension, even the 5 gods of the multiverse would find it difficult to defeat him. If he left the dark dimension, his strength would drop sharply. At this moment, without the restrictions of the three major temples, Dormammu's incarnation has reached its peak in history. This is a force that even the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One finds difficult to resist. Even if she died on the spot and used all her strength, it would be difficult to expel it. Moreover, as time goes by and the dark dimension continues to invade the earth, Dormammu's strength will continue to increase. Perhaps it won't take long before he can reach the peak of the Father God level. Now is the best opportunity. Dormammu, since you are here, stay. Azeroth flashed with dazzling light, and 5 gems emitted 5-color light, covering Dormammu. The power of time and space continued to surge, fighting against the chaotic time and space invaded by the dark dimension. Resistance is useless. The earth, it's mine. You are here to die. A sharp sword transformed from dark energy suddenly appeared, and was about to pierce Lao Wang's heart. This sword pierced through time and space, and came to Lao Wang in an absolutely incredible way. Almost no one could predict such an attack. It was too sudden. There was no sign, so naturally there was no way to defend against it, but that was for ordinary people. Lao Wang was not an ordinary person. He didn't even move, just quietly looked at Dormammu, but there was a red light flashing, and the real world around him was already changing. The dark magic sword that could pierce the Hulk suddenly turned into a group of butterflies dancing, and flew towards Dormammu, and then turned into a cannonball in midair, a space-time cannonball that was enough to annihilate any matter. The shell was about to hit Dormammu, but it suddenly dissipated, and turned into mosquitoes flying all over the sky. Dormammu slapped Lao Wang. The huge energy palm could directly smash a small mountain, but a huge hole suddenly appeared in the middle. Lao Wang jumped up, and ripples of time and space spread in all directions. The whole palm turned into a more concentrated dark energy, which was imprisoned in an independent space, and then disappeared completely as the space collapsed. A roar sounded. The furious mental scream tried to defeat Lao Wang's spiritual world. The yellow light illuminated the area of 100 miles, and Lao Wang remained motionless. The more terrifying mental scream hit Dormammu, but did not cause any damage to him. Lao Wang clenched his fist with one hand, and waved it vigorously. At this moment, time and space were distorted, and turned into a 100-meter-long space-time dragon. Hundreds of void spikes shot out of Dormammu's eyes, piercing the dragon of time and space, cutting it into countless small pieces, each of which was irregular and different. If a mathematician saw this scene, he would definitely think of something, thinking that he saw the ultimate of mathematics and the truth of the universe. Dormammu opened his mouth, and sprayed out an energy ray, which was even 10 times more terrifying than the cosmic energy beams of Thanos and Captain Marvel. Lao Wang raised his left hand, changed his fist into a palm, and pushed forward. A space barrier blocked the energy ray, and after 12 space shifts, it finally turned around, and shot towards Dormammu himself. Dormammu roared again, and an energy planet flew over from the dark dimension. Wherever it went, the space was distorted. If it hit the earth, it might cause an ancient disaster no less than the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lao Wang drew a circle with one hand. The azurite circle with a radius of less than 1 meter became as huge as a city in less than 3 seconds, swallowed the energy planet in one gulp, and then collapsed in the gravitational convergence, disappeared with the energy planet, and appeared in Svartheim, who knows how many light years away. The two have been fighting. You go back and forth, and neither side wins. Seeing all this, Ancient One is very relieved. The war in the multiverse is not something that ordinary people can understand. Unless it reaches a certain level, the power of technology cannot solve the threat of the multiverse at all. An existence like Dormammu still needs to rely on supernatural power to fight. In the past, she could only fight Dormammu with the help of the 3 major temples. In this regard, she is indeed far inferior to herself in some parallel universes. But now there is Director Wang. Relying on the 4 infinite gems, the great immortal Wang really has the power to fight Dormammu in this universe, and it seems that he can do it with ease. While fighting, he can also communicate with himself mentally to constantly reshape the defense barrier of the 3 major temples. He lures part of Dormammu's power to this world, and then uses the defense barrier of the 3 major temples to keep this part of the power. The method of the great immortal Wang is the same as the last time, but this time the intensity of the fight is more terrifying than the last time. It's finally over. After changing the reality again and again, the barrier of the 3 major temples finally stabilized again, and it was even 10 or 100 times stronger than before. It isolated the dark dimension and the earth, and intercepted part of Dormammu's power in this universe, just like a fish caught in a net. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape the fate of becoming a dish. You have been delaying me. Dormammu finally realized that he was fooled. The opponent had the ability to defeat him, but he had always maintained an undefeated record. The purpose was to attract his attention and trap him here. His intentions were very sinister, despicable, shameless, dirty, and no amount of words could describe it. Don't struggle, Dormammu. Lao Wang completely released the power of the 4 gems, shattered Dormammu's soul, and then used great power to erase the spiritual imprint in it, turning it into the purest energy form, transforming it into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suitable for practitioners, and stuffing it into the 36th heaven. In just a moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire 36th heaven increased by 10 times. Dormammu is such a good person. Lao Wang sighed softly, and suddenly his face changed slightly. A divine spear pierced the void, and whistled towards him. Chapter 511 Odin takes action. Part 1. There are many famous guns in the Marvel world, but there is only one gun that has such power that it can even pierce time and space, the Spear of Eternity. It is a veritable high-level artifact, and even among the high-level artifacts, it is probably the most valuable one. With such a gun in hand, even a weak person like Loki still has the ability to confront Thor head-on, but that is because Odin did not give him full authority and could not exert the full power of the Spear of Eternity. So, what if this gun is in Odin's hands? When he was young, Odin was already the most powerful person in the 9 realms, the king of the gods of Asgard, and the famous father of the universe. As the father of the gods, he absorbs the power of Asgard every moment. As long as he is alive, he will be stronger every day. So now Odin is the strongest Odin. He has reached the peak of the Father of Heaven level, and is only a hair's breadth away from the next level. Although this hair's breadth is like a chasm. Lao Wang looked up at the Spear of Eternity. The golden light was shining, the thunder was raging, and even the defensive barriers of the 3 major temples were pierced, with no reduction in power, carrying the anger of the entire Asgard. Such an attack has never been seen before. It is even more terrible than Dormammu's attack before. Is the old man crazy? Interesting. Sensing the extreme energy condensed on the magic gun, the old king's face became solemn for the first time. Few people can clearly explain what kind of existence the Father of Heaven is. Because even in the entire universe, such existence is rare, and it can even be said to be very rare. The 9 realms is a very special existence, because it can continuously draw energy from the entire universe itself through the world tree system. The creatures of the 9 realms are often more powerful than other places in the universe, and more incredible strong people are born. The 9 realms are actually equivalent to 9 planets, not big at all. In the vast universe, they are not even as good as stellar civilizations, but they have never lacked father-level strong people, and there are more than one. In other places in the universe, let alone a planet, even a galaxy, it is difficult to give birth to a Father of Heaven, let alone several. Such existence does not exist in the Skrull Empire, the Nova Corps, or even the former Kree Empire. A powerful enough Skyfather can fight against the advanced civilization of the universe on his own, or even destroy it. The mobility of the Skyfather is too strong, and it is more difficult to deal with than the advanced civilization. Therefore, even in the vast universe, no one is willing to provoke the Skyfather. This is why Thanos has been doing bad things for so many years, and those advanced civilizations in the universe just put up a bounty for show, and dare not go all out to hunt him down. If you don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles. Among all the Skyfathers, Odin is also the most powerful one. This is the first time that Lao Wang has fought against the real Skyfather. Although Odin only threw the eternal spear that shuttles through time and space from Asgard, which is countless light years away, and did not come in person, this kind of Odin is the most terrifying, with the endless divine power of Asgard. Lao Wang is not fighting Odin. He is fighting the entire Asgard. Cheating, right? Then don't blame me. Lao Wang snorted, but did not use the infinity stones. Isn't that bullying? The most important thing is that Lao Wang really wants to test the quality of the father level. He really wants to know how strong his real strength is. Relying on external forces is of no benefit to oneself. If Lao Wang wants to go further, he must rely on his own strength to fight against the strong people of the same level. There is motivation only when there is pressure. There is no other way. High level artifact? Do you think I don't have it? Lao Wang clenched his hands, and a glove and a shield appeared in his hands. Clothes make the man, and strength depends on orange equipment. With the opponent's artifact in hand, Lao Wang will not be arrogant. Although he is stronger now than at the peak of his previous life, he still has to be careful when facing a strong man of Odin's level. The opponent's personal strength is no less than Archimand and Kil'jaeden. With the blessing of Asgard's divine power, I'm afraid that, even if he faces the old god, he will have the strength to fight, and it is not impossible to destroy the opponent. It can be said that except for Sargeras and Agrama, Odin is the strongest enemy that Lao Wang has encountered in his 3 lifetimes. The Spear of Eternity was coming in a flash, and the Ancient One, who was far away in Kamataj, was actually a little nervous. Her strength had been decreasing, because she was constantly eroded by the energy of the dark dimension, while Odin's strength was constantly getting stronger, because he was constantly absorbing the power of Asgard. As one was growing stronger, the other was growing stronger. Now she was no match for Odin. Since the battle with the Frost Giants, Odin had never really taken action again in 1,000 years, after being attacked by Laufey with the icebox and blinded one of his eyes. No one knew how powerful he was. There was a big gap between the Fathers of Heaven and the Fathers of Heaven. Although Director Wang was also at the level of the Father of Heaven, it was hard to say whether he could fight against the angry Odin. I was really worried about him. Lao Wang raised his right arm. The power of the storm flowed on the shield, barely blocking the Spear of Eternity. 2 high-level artifacts collided. On one side was the sharpest spear in the entire universe, and on the other side was the second strongest shield in the next door world of Warcraft. In the thunderous masterpiece, no one could do anything to the other. Lao Wang blocked it. Ha! A light exclamation came from Asgard, and Odin's voice rang out. The Spear of Eternity flew back, and a trace of doubt appeared on Odin's face. There is such a powerful shield in the universe, that even the Spear of Eternity cannot pierce it? Odin. Frigga standing next to him was very worried. Odin is old. Although he is stronger than before, his lifespan is coming to an end. He will soon leave this body, and exist in another form. Unexpectedly, in the last few years of his life, he would encounter such a thing. It was originally good to retire in Norway, but he had to return to Asgard and use his last life to fight for a future for Asgard. It was sad to see. What exactly does Director Wang want to do? Odin, is he really Director Wang's opponent? All parties are paying attention. Even Helheim is paying attention. The World Tree system is still being reshaped, and the seal of Helheim is about to be completely broken. This is the best opportunity. No matter who wins or loses, she will not return to Asgard, because the power displayed by those two is much stronger than hers. The universe is so big, there are plenty of places to survive. Asgardians have a lifespan of 5,000 years, so she still has time, at least more than 1,000 years. It's enough. Immortal Iron Fist, stop your foolish behavior. Odin caught the Spear of Eternity and locked his eyes with Lao Wang. You are making an enemy of Asgard in the 9 realms. Chapter 512. 9 Realms as Sons, Universe Arranged, Part 2. I just want to make the 9 realms stronger. The old king and Odin looked at each other passionately. Odin, are you going to stop me? Odin had a blank expression. Asgard has been the center of the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years. It will not change and cannot change. You have attracted Dormammu. If you continue, you will attract others. You are destroying the 9 realms and I will never allow it. After all, Odin is an immortal who has lived for thousands of years. He is old and wise. As soon as he opened his mouth, he stood on the moral high ground. I represent the official. I represent the 9 realms. Young man, if you are my enemy, you are the enemy of the 9 realms. You'd better take it easy. The emperor takes turns. It will be my turn next year. Who said that the center of the 9 realms must be Asgard? If I'm not mistaken, the Earth is the center of the 9 realms. Lao Wang smiled. The world tree system is loose and unreliable. Such a huge power has not been fully mobilized. Your utilization rate is less than 1/10,000th of it. This power far exceeds any advanced civilization in the universe. The energy consumed by the Kree Empire in 100 years is not as much as the world tree. However, until now, your use of the world tree is limited to a mere rainbow bridge. It's too bad. Odin thought to himself that, if you gave me the 4 gems, I wouldn't use them so little. He snorted and asked, what do you want to do? He sensed the looseness of the world tree system, and even the location of the 9 realms was changing greatly. Only the Earth did not change. The space-time anomaly caused by this change was even 10 times and 100 times more terrible than the last time Malekith made trouble. It shook the foundation of Asgard. The energy of the world tree began to flow from Asgard to the Earth, which made him alert and even afraid. In the long run, the energy density of Asgard will become lower and lower, the divine power will continue to be lost, and the Earth will usher in an era of spiritual recovery. In a few hundred years, the human body will surpass the Asgardians and become the master of the 9 realms. Asgard's dominance has been maintained for several generations. If it is replaced by the Earth in his generation, then he will be the eternal sinner of Asgard, the kind that can never be forgiven. But now he realized that what Director Wang is going to do may be more terrible than he imagined. He doesn't seem to simply want to make the Earth the center of the 9 realms, but to reshape the world tree system. This is too terrible. He didn't even think about it. Director Wang, you are simply a lunatic. What do I want to do? Lao Wang stretched out his hand and pointed. I heard that your eyes can see every corner of the 9 realms. Can't you see it yourself? See? What to see? Following Lao Wang's finger, Odin's eyes cast towards the 36th heaven. He saw a platform constructed of energy below the 36th heaven and above Kunlun. 8 sides and 8 corners. Strange and familiar. It seems to have been seen somewhere. Yes, the eastern China of Midgard. That land gave birth to an immortal civilization. The ancient wisdom thousands of years ago gave birth to a very special philosophical theory, which is also a scientific theory, called Bagua. It deconstructs the universe in an extremely concise way, deriving Taiji from Wuji, separating yin and yang from Taiji, replacing yin and yang with long and short horizontal lines, and 3 yin and yang lines represent the 3 talents. The 3 talents construct the Bagua, and the Bagua contains the 5 element, 6 combinations and 9 palaces. It's just a philosophical theory, and Odin only paid a little attention to it, and didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect to see it here. This is not an ordinary Bagua. It is constructed by cosmic energy, pulling the power of time and space, analyzing reality in another way, and connecting with the world tree. Every corner corresponds to one of the 9 realms. It is the 9 palaces Bagua formation. The endless energy of the world tree is constantly being used in the formation diagram. Perhaps it won't take long for this formation diagram to be more powerful than the rainbow bridge. Odin was shocked. The immortal Iron Fist actually wanted to imitate the rainbow bridge and use the 8 diagrams to shape 8 space channels, connecting with the 8 realms, thus turning the Earth into the actual center of the 9 realms. You can't succeed. Odin's eyes left the 8 diagrams and looked into the depths of the universe. His eyes were filled with the vast stars, and he saw the full picture of the world tree. The original world tree was indeed like a big tree. Every branch of the tree was a time-space channel, curling the 3-dimensional space in an incredible way. The branches looked just like that, and the size might not exceed that of the solar system, but in fact it spanned an unknown number of light years, which was simply a miracle of the universe. No one knew how this miracle came about. Maybe it was formed naturally, or maybe it was the masterpiece of a big guy in ancient times. And if it was really the latter, that person's ability was incredible, at least at the level of the cosmic gods or even the 5 gods. But now, everything is changing. All the branches of the world tree are converging, being gathered and reshaped by the great power, and changing towards a certain predetermined shape. It seems to be the 8 diagrams. No, you are not going to create the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams to connect the 9 realms and make the Earth the center of the 9 realms. Odin suddenly realized his face had never been as gloomy as it was now. You are going to turn the entire 9 realms into the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams. You finally guessed it. The Heart of Azeroth continued to manipulate the 4 gems to change the pattern of the world tree, and at the same time looked at Odin and said, "This is not a bad thing. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams are much more solid than the world tree system. It is no longer a loose connection, but a real unity. The power of the 9 realms will circulate in the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams, and all will prosper and suffer together. Only in this way can the 9 realms be integrated and become the most powerful force in the entire universe. I'm not destroying the 9 realms, I'm reshaping the 9 realms." Odin looked at the Heart of Azeroth on Lao Wang's chest and remained silent. To be honest, Director Wang's approach was right. If he had been replaced by so many infinity stones, he would probably do the same. Of course, he would not create the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams, but further strengthen the world tree. The difference is that, if it were me, I would completely change the 9 realms and make Asgard the real center of the 9 realms. But now it's Director Wang. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, it's only about the camp. It's not that you don't want to use the infinity stones, but you can't use them. Odin finally understood. While Lao Wang didn't go all out, the entire world tree system is changing, and the infinity stones must be used to maintain this change. Once you use them against me, the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation, which has not yet taken shape, will collapse, and the entire 9 realms will be destroyed. You won't watch the 9 realms destroyed, right? Lao Wang smiled. "I will." Odin finally showed the coldness and majesty of the king of the gods. "If Asgard is not the center of the 9 realms, then I would rather destroy it. Asgard has never been a place, but a people. My people are already gathering, and can evacuate through the Rainbow Bridge at any time." "Really?" Lao Wang smiled, not interested in arguing with this stubborn guy. "Then come on. It's simple light not to return the favor. It's my turn." The azure light emanated from the Heart of Azeroth and enveloped Lao Wang's body. He transformed into the Storm Guardian, holding the fist of Radon and the shield of the Supreme Guardian. He punched out. A portal opened. The fist formed by the storm passed through the portal and came to Asgard and came to Odin. Odin blocked with his gun. Then he raised his gun and stabbed. Chapter 513. Hela's Escape, Part 1. Kamataj. The Ancient One, who had been paying attention to the war, suddenly turned his attention to other places in the 9 realms. The world tree system was still slowly changing. The converging dimensions moved the 9 realms toward the predetermined position. Although they were thousands of light years apart, they gradually formed a circle centered on the Earth at the gravitational level. The impact of this change was so great that even the most powerful seals and barriers were destroyed. "She's coming out," the Ancient One whispered. Who's coming out?" Fatty Wang, who was standing next to him, was puzzled. The Ancient One said, "The goddess of death, Hela." "Hela?" Fatty Wang's face changed drastically, and he felt bad all over. "She's coming out. It's bad. It's bad. The 9 realms are going to be in chaos. Ragnarok is about to begin. Asgard is going to be destroyed, and the situation in the universe is going to change. It's not that serious." The Ancient One had a faint smile on his face. "I believe that the great immortal Wang can solve everything." Helheim Underworld. Electric snakes were flying all over the sky, destroying thousands of undead souls. The lightning dissipated, and the spirit of the storm appeared. In his hand, he held a broad giant sword that was accompanied by wind and thunder. In the sky next to him, there was a wind elemental demigod, Prince Sunderland. At this moment, the 2 elemental creatures looked at the sky at the same time. That was the direction of Hela's palace. There, 2/3 of the death energy of the entire Helheim Underworld was condensed. It had always been imprisoned by the Golden Seal of Asgard, but now it became manic, and attacked the Golden Seal again and again. The seal, which was originally extremely solid, became looser and looser under this kind of father level impact. The golden light disappeared one after another, and the color became dimmer and dimmer. Perhaps it would disappear completely in a short time. Hela is about to escape. Prince Sunderland stared at the illusion of Hela that appeared in the sky above the Palace of Hades, and a touch of nostalgia appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that there is also Hela in this world, and she is also the goddess of death." Compared with Hela in Azeroth, She is not inferior at all. Have you seen Hela? The spirit of the storm was very curious. I once fought her during the Dark Empire. Prince Sunderland said, she is a very remarkable witch. Her attainments in magic are even stronger than all the Titan Guardians. I'm not her opponent, not before and not now. I'm still here. Storm Spirit comforted, do you think we can defeat her together? Prince Sunderland looked at Storm Spirit carefully. Then he looked at him a few more times, trying to roll his eyes. He is the second ranked wind elemental demigod in Azeroth, second only to the wind elemental Lord Dalakia. According to the standards of this world, he has actually reached the level of a sub-father. But that was in the past. In the wars with the fire elemental plane, he was defeated by the fire elemental Lord Ragnaros himself, and then his elemental body was destroyed, and his soul was sealed, becoming extremely weak. During this period of battle, although his soul has passed the weak period, and is no worse than at its peak, his overall strength is still slightly worse than before without an elemental body. As for Storm Spirit, it is the elemental clone of the great immortal Wang. Whether in terms of strength or elm, it is one level lower than the great immortal Wang, that is, the Grandmaster level. In fact, it is not as good as myself at my peak, and it is not much different from myself now. The two of them joining forces is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but no matter how strong they are, they can never reach the level of the Heavenly Father, so how can they be the opponent of Hela? I think we should retreat strategically, Prince Sunderland suggested. You are right. Storm Spirit nodded. The two were about to leave. Suddenly, a violent roar was heard. The sky was full of golden light, and then it was completely dim. A terrifying momentum came over, and the threat of death fell on them. It seems that we can't run away. Prince Sunderland smiled bitterly. Neither of us teleported, so we are doomed. Then don't run away, Storm Spirit said. I don't know why, he suddenly became confident, as if Hela was nothing to be afraid of. It was just the Heavenly Father, nothing more. This surprised Prince Sunderland, who didn't understand who gave him the confidence. Of course, the great god Wang is much more powerful than Hela, but he is so far away, and is fighting with Odin. How can he have the energy to take care of you? You have been making trouble in my house for so long, and your death time has come. The fog of death quickly parted, and Hela walked over. Prince Sunderland sighed. It was impossible to say that he was nervous. He was also a demigod who had seen the world. He had even experienced such a tragic war during the Dark Empire period. A mere Hela was naturally nothing. It was a pity that he had been in this world for less than 2 years, and was about to leave. He was really unwilling. Death time. Storm Spirit showed a playful smile on his face. Are you sure it's my death time, not your own? Mine. Hela was about to say something, but suddenly looked up in a certain direction. She saw a flash of lightning. The lightning came whistling, piercing the barrier of space, and bringing the threat of death. For some reason, Hela always felt that the lightning was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. She thought about it and suddenly realized, yes, the Spear of Eternity. Of course, it was not the Spear of Eternity. There was not a single bit of Asgard power on it, but it looked no worse than the Spear of Eternity. How could there be a second artifact of the same kind in the entire universe? Without time to think, Hela went all out. She raised her hands, and black spikes appeared one by one, flying towards the lightning. The first spike shattered, turned into pure death energy again, and was completely annihilated by the lightning. Then the second, the third, and the 100th. Finally, the lightning completely disappeared, revealing the true face of the artifact. It turned out to be a gun, a spear that was almost identical to the Spear of Eternity. The spear was frustrated, drew a beautiful trajectory in the air, and fell into the hands of the Storm Spirit. The wind and thunder poured from his body into the spear, and an indescribable resonance was generated between the man and the spear, as if the spear was prepared for him. Even the momentum continued to rise, and soon it was elevated to the level of a demigod. Just like Prince Sunderland in the past, he is now a veritable demigod of the wind element. The Spirit of Storm raised his hand, and threw the wind sword into Prince Sunderland's hands. Holding the wind sword, Prince Sunderland's face showed a human expression. It was nostalgia, hesitation, then determination, and joy. This sword is his body, and it is also his imprisonment. And now, the imprisonment of the sword has completely disappeared, and he has regained his freedom. This is just the beginning. A portal opened. Then a fat hand stretched out and stuffed a ball of storm into Prince Sunderland's body. This is the power of Alakia, the original power of the wind elemental clean, a mixture of the original air of Azeroth and the eternal air, and part of the authority of the wind element. The storm entered his body, and Prince Sunderland's body suddenly became larger, almost 100 meters tall, and more condensed than before. After only a dozen seconds, his momentum became stronger and stronger, and finally reached its peak. I became the Lord of the Wind Element. Although he was far away from Azeroth, and could not get the support of the endless wind of Azeroth, his strength was not as strong as Alaka of the original Azeroth, but he was still stronger than himself at his peak. This was the realm of the Sub-Father. Even the level of the Father was not far away. Is it enough now? Storm Spirit asked. Enough. Prince Sunderland was eager to try, and wanted to rush up and fight Hela. Don't worry, our enemy is not Hela. Storm Spirit stopped Prince Sunderland. If it's not Hela, then who is it? Prince Sunderland was a little puzzled. It's a more interesting guy. Suddenly, there was a space fluctuation, and the two disappeared. Seeing the two disappear, Hela frowned slightly. She wanted to stop them, but she couldn't stop them at all, and could only watch them leave. Is Odin fighting with Director Wang? No matter who wins, I'm no match. I must leave. This idea had just appeared, and she had to extinguish it. She sensed the second space fluctuation. An old king, made of ice appears. Chapter 514 Thor Awakens, Part 2. Asgard. Mother. I just came back from Vanaheim, and put down a rebellion. Thor flew from afar, and landed next to Frigga, beaming with joy. It won't be long, before I can pacify the 9 realms. Asgard's ruling status will not change. You are the new mother of the gods. Your ability is much stronger than that of the father god. Hey, father god, you are back. He talked a lot before noticing Odin. Father god, who are you fighting? Who else in the universe makes you fight with all your strength? In such a big universe, there are not many people who can defeat themselves, let alone the powerful father of the gods. Could it be that the legendary Ragnarok has finally begun? Thor was not worried at all, and was even a little excited. There was nothing in this universe that he could not solve. If there was, isn't there the father god? It's your good brother, Director Wang of the Bureau of Divine Sticks. Frigga said. King. Brother Wang? Thor was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Odin. Father god, why do you want to make things difficult for Brother Wang? How has he done you wrong? I see. You see that he is too strong, so you want to suppress him to ensure that your ruling position will not change? You disappoint me so much, Father God. The King of Asgard, the father of the gods of the 9 realms. Can't you even accommodate an immortal Iron Fist? Or, Thor thought of his previous speculations, and felt that he had guessed the truth. Brother Wang is really your biological son? But you still love me. In order to ensure that I can become the King of Asgard, you taught Brother Wang a lesson and even sealed him? You don't have to do this. I have no interest in being the king. If Brother Wang can become the king, I will be very happy. Frigga. Odin. You are not happy at all. Do you know that we are not happy? Are you still our son? Are the sons of Mother Earth so stupid? Odin was so angry that his whole body was shaking. His hand was unstable, and he was almost knocked over by the old king with a punch, and he fell to the earth in disgrace. Thor, this time it's really not your father's fault. Frigga was worried that Odin would exile Thor again, so she quickly stood in front of him and said earnestly, it is your brother the king who wants to change the world tree system, and move the center of the 9 realms from Asgard to the earth. Thor exclaimed, isn't the center of the 9 realms the earth? This is what my teacher taught me when I was in school as a child. Not in the physical sense, but in the sense of domination. Frigga explained helplessly, Director Wang wants to completely change the structure of the 9 realms, using a special method to change the structure of the 9 realms. She explained the details, and Thor finally understood. So in this case, the connection between the 9 realms will be closer? That's great. I don't actually want to be king, but if I really become king, I also want to build a few more rainbow bridges to promote exchanges between the 9 realms. Brother Wang is much better than me. Is there any problem with that? It's a big problem, my child. Frigga was almost mad to death. She managed to resist the urge to ask Odin to exile Thor. Asgard's dominance is absolutely unchangeable. Alas, when can you grow up? Your father is going to die. Is going to die. What does that mean? Thor looked at Odin, who was still fighting, and suddenly understood. Father God is old. Every time he fights, he is overdrawing his remaining life. He will not live for many years. If he continues to fight like this, he will probably be finished in a few minutes. Father God, stop fighting. Thor hurriedly dissuaded him. Please stop. Brother Wang will not embarrass you. Odin, why the hell did I give birth to a son like you? Child, listen to me. Frigga felt that Thor must be sent away, otherwise if Odin was really angry and stabbed Thor to death with a gun, wouldn't that be tragic? She immediately cast a spell. A magic chain tied Thor up, and then winked at Heimdall not far away. Heimdall understood. Then a colorful light flashed, and Thor disappeared. I hope he can wake up. Frigga sighed. Otherwise, the glory of Asgard will really end, and Ragnarok will really come. A colorful light flashed. Thor came to a strange place. He looked around. A burning neutron star was motionless, surrounded by circles of steel star rings, and he was in the outermost ring. Is this Nidavellir? Why did my mother throw me here? Thor, why are you here? The dwarf king Etri came over and looked down at him. Are you here to get the Stormbreaker? But you haven't awakened yet, so you don't deserve it. I don't deserve it? What is a Stormbreaker? Thor didn't understand what the dwarf in front of him was talking about. Is there anything in this universe that I, the thunder god Thor, can't deserve? This is impossible. I think he can try. A simple and honest voice sounded. Thor turned his head and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Brother Wang? Thor was stunned. Why did you become shorter and turned into a stone man? This is my earth elemental clone, the earth spirit. The earth spirit explained. No, Director Wang. The dwarf king AICUI shook his head. The energy of the Stormbreaker is too strong. Thor has not awakened yet. He can't bear it and will die. Only when he is in danger can he be reborn. The earth spirit said. Without experiencing the threat of death, he will never be able to awaken. I think this is an opportunity, and Thor must want to try it, right? Of course. Thor never knew what fear was. What on earth can stump me? AICUI thought about it and felt that there was still hope. Why not give it a try? He did it. As soon as he said it, the preparations had been completed long ago, and the furnace was opened directly for the last step. In less than 10 minutes, a large iron block was poured out of the mold. Where is the axe handle? Director Wang, didn't you say you would prepare an axe handle for me? AICUI asked. Of course. The earth spirit raised his hand, and a branch appeared. Is a branch of the world tree enough? Yes, of course it's enough. Etri quickly connected the branch. Under the effect of magic, the branch quickly turned into the shape of an axe handle, and the Stormbreaker was born. There is only one last step. Etri looked at Thor. Pick it up. Thor hurriedly did as he was told. The power of thunder comparable to Odin's thunder penetrated into Thor's body from the Stormbreaker, and the super high temperature almost carbonized his arm. The intense pain stimulated every cell in his body, and Thor had a feeling for the first time. I seem to be dying. Why should I show off? I shouldn't have picked up this broken axe. Regret is meaningless. The threat of death made Thor's heart surge with a strong desire to survive, stimulating his spirit and his body. I don't know how long it took. Thor suddenly opened his eyes, and endless thunder flashed in his pupils. Chapter 515, The Future of Kamataj, Part 1. Congratulations. Sensing the momentum coming from Thor, and seeing the lightning power emanating from him, which was 10 times stronger than before, the Earth Spirit knew very well that this useless prince had finally begun to awaken, almost 4 years ahead of his original life trajectory. You have to thank me for this. The Earth Spirit sighed in his heart. Of course, there is no need to say this. People just remember it in their hearts. He is not arrogant, and does not need verbal thanks, nor does he need material thanks. After all, there is nothing in Asgard that he likes now. There is not even a cosmic treasure. It is said that Odin's treasure house was looted by Loki, and it is very poor. So this is the power of Thor. Now I'm the real Thor. Thor glanced at the Thor's hammer throne beside him. thinking that the old me was not Thor at all, but the god of hammer. Without the hammer, I couldn't even beat the destroyer. It was miserable. Now it is different. Even without a hammer or an axe, I can still mobilize the power of Thor. Moreover, this is his own power of Thor, which no one can take away. Even if Asgard is destroyed, he is still Thor. To be precise, he is no longer the Thor of Asgard, nor the Thor of the Nine Realms. He is the Thor of the entire universe. Yes, now you can barely be considered a sub-father level existence, from a chess piece to a more important chess piece. The Earth Spirit nodded. How about it? Do you want to see how strong you are now? Let's have a fight. Just you? Thor glanced at the Earth Spirit. You can't. Let your original body come. Don't fight with my father god. He doesn't have much time left. I will fight you. Do you think I want to fight Odin? It's Odin who insists on fighting me. What can I do? You talk as if you can stop him. Besides, you are not my opponent now. I'm afraid I will kill you by accident. You'd better get familiar with the power of Thor first. The Earth Spirit shook his head. Besides, I'm very busy. I have to create more artifacts with the Dwarf King. How can I care about you? Also create artifacts? ECU, I said in a lost voice. I just got you a magic spear and an axe for Thor. Why do you have so many requirements? No, I'm tired. I won't create artifacts. Director Wang, why don't you fight him? HMPH. I won't fight anyway. I'm not good at fighting. The Earth Spirit firmly disagreed. But my hands are itching. Thor looked at the Dwarf King Etri. Etri waved his hands quickly. No, don't. I only know how to forge iron, not fight. That Director Wang, I'm not tired at all now. Let's make artifacts. Thor looked disappointed. He had no place to use his energy. He was feeling uncomfortable and wanted to find a man to vent. Don't worry, if you really want to fight, I'll help you find someone. The Earth Spirit asked. How about it? Thor's eyes were bright. Really? Of course it's true. The Earth Spirit clapped his hands. After a space fluctuation, the Storm Spirit appeared with Prince Sunderland. 2 against 1. It's not bullying you, right? The Storm Spirit said with a smile. No. Thor held an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other. I have 2 artifacts. I'm not afraid of you. Come on, let's fight. Muspelheim. The Spirit of Ashes walked on the land. Unlike other elemental spirits, he doesn't like killing, nor does he need to use killing to make himself stronger, because he only needs to completely integrate the eternal flame and become familiar with the embers to become stronger than Surtur. This is certainly not an easy task and takes a long time. During this period of time, he has been traveling in Muspelheim and communicating with the planet itself. The eternal flame was born in Muspelheim, and the eternal flame represents part of Muspelheim's authority. As long as the eternal flame is integrated, it is equivalent to mastering Muspelheim. The reverse is also true. As long as a stable and close connection is established with Muspelheim, the integration of the eternal flame can naturally be accelerated. The Ember Spirit took a 2-pronged approach, and the effect was very good. In less than 2 years, he completed 80% of the integration, and his strength was constantly improving, reaching a level that was no less than that of the fire elemental Lord Ragnaros. And now, he heard the call of the main body. Fight. No one in Muspelheim is my opponent. Odin is not bad. A blue portal appeared in front of him. The Ember Spirit walked in and came to Odin. Asgard. Odin suddenly stopped and turned to look at the guy with fire all over his body. He felt something was wrong. This was the Director Wang condensed by magic flames. It looked much worse than the real Director Wang, and it gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. Yes, it was the breath of the eternal fire. This guy merged with the eternal fire, just like Surtur many years ago. Odin, I don't have time to fight with you now. I'll find you a familiar opponent to play with you. The voice of the old king came from the earth. It is the Ember Spirit, and wherever it goes, there is ashes. I think you can stop if you don't want Asgard to turn into ashes. Never. Odin clenched the eternal spear. I, Odin, the king of the gods, will not be threatened by anyone. Then let's go to another place, to the depths of the starry sky. A huge portal appeared, opposite which was a barren planet. Odin hesitated. In Asgard, he has an endless supply of divine power and is the strongest, but it may not be so easy. to take down this guy in front of him. Besides, he still has his original body. Once the Ember Spirit is in danger, he will definitely take action. Outside Asgard, his strength will decrease a little, and he may not be able to take down this guy. How to choose? After more than 10 seconds, Odin finally made a decision. Forget it, let it be. The result is deemed. The situation in the 9 realms cannot be changed, and what he insists on now is nothing more than the majesty of the king of the gods. Forget about retirement. I have enjoyed 2 years of old age. Enough. Before leaving this world and existing in another form, let yourself shine in the universe for the last time. Let Thor see. Let the entire universe see what the real power of Odin is. Let's fight in the starry sky. Odin walked into the portal. The Ember Spirit followed. Kamataj. His eyes wandered between several worlds, and Guyli finally felt relieved. Wang-Engson is indeed more amazing than us. This is impossible. Fatty Wang shouted hurriedly, in my heart, you are the most amazing. Of course, my family is indeed amazing. After all, it is my family. He muttered in his heart. Guyli smiled slightly. The spirit of ashes fights against Odin. The spirit of water fights against Hela. The spirit of storms fights against Thor. And the spirit of earth forges artifacts. Director Wang can fight against the entire Asgard with just the power of element. Such power is almost useless to the gods. Almost nothing. Fatty Wang was nitpicking, and you will soon become a real god. No, it's still a little short. Guyli shook his head. Even if I get rid of the shackles of the flesh and sublimate with the help of the eternal god, only my soul has reached the level of a god, and my overall strength is much worse. And Director Wang seems to be about to take that step. Ah, really? My family is going to become a celestial being? Fatty Wang exclaimed. Ancient One said leisurely, one step away is like a chasm. Whether he can take that step depends on whether his elemental clone can reach the limit of this world, whether his soul can go one step further, and also depends on chance. Fatty Wang was very confident. He has always had good luck. Yes, he has good luck, and so do I. Ancient One turned around and looked at Kathmandu outside through the many barriers. He saw a middle-aged man with trembling hands. You are the strongest among us. Ancient One said softly. You can definitely surpass the single universe and reach a higher level. You are just like Director Wang, with endless fog covering you. I can't see your future clearly, because the future you has surpassed the time of this universe, which is a realm I have always longed for. You are the future of Kamataj. You must be the future of Kamataj. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 516 God of Heaven and Earth, Part 2. Finally, it's quiet. On Kunlun Mountain, Lao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Odin was still very powerful, which brought him a lot of pressure. He had to devote some of his energy to deal with it. It was like working with all 10 fingers. Suddenly, the middle finger of his left hand could not be used, and he had to use it to do other things. How awkward it was. Fortunately, the elemental clones were still very powerful, and blocked the family of 3, so that he could free up his hands to continue his hard work. It was a time-consuming and laborious project to turn the world tree into the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation. However, the previous preparations were almost done, and now it was finally the most critical moment. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation, which was a concrete energy formation, appeared between the 36 heavens and Kunlun. Time and space were distorted here, and pulled towards the 9 realms. Suddenly, a red planet came into view, appeared in the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation, and slowly returned to its position. It was at this time that Muspelheim, thousands of light years away, underwent indescribable changes. It was originally a planet of fire, and it has existed for who knows how many billions of years. The magic fire has forged it into a divine weapon that is even higher than the eternal fire, just like Asgard. And now, it is forged again. A more special flame was born from the core of Muspelheim. A spark can start a prairie fire. This flame was born from time and space, and was formed by the 8 diagrams. It was constantly transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, eroding Muspelheim. More and more, bigger and bigger. It will eventually burn the entire planet. This change also follows the connection between Muspelheim and the eternal fire and affects the Ember Spirit. Odin suddenly found that the enemy in front of him seemed to have become stronger. Although this kind of strength can only be sensed by the most sensitive opponents, and will not have much impact on the battle situation, but it is still getting stronger. This is terrifying. Immortal Iron Fist. What did he do again? Odin was puzzled. Unfortunately, the attack of the Ember Spirit was too fierce, and he didn't even have time to look at Muspelheim. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Odin thought that he was going to die, so it didn't matter, so he just left it to Thor. Continue to attack. I got one. Seeing that Muspelheim finally entered the lead position in the Bagua, Lao Wang couldn't help laughing. This is a good start. From now on, Muspelheim is the lead position of the Nine Palaces Bagua formation. Lao Wang continued to work hard, and soon the second planet returned to its position. Then the third, and the fourth. The speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, the final moment came. All the stars returned to their positions, and the world tree system was finally reshaped. The power of time and space was all condensed in the Nine Palaces Bagua formation, and each world occupied a position in the formation. Connected to each other, cyclical, helping each other. Asgard, Kan, the heaven, return. Vanaheim, Kan, the earth, return. Helm, the underworld. Zen, the thunder, return. Muspelheim, Li, the fire, return. Jotunheim, Kan, the water, return. Nidavellir, Jen, the mountain, return. Svartheim, Zun, the wind, return. Alfheim, Dui, the marsh, return. The old king's voice resounded throughout the 9 realms, and every living being heard his voice. Odin sighed. Finally, he failed. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still a little unwilling. I didn't expect that, after being strong and invincible all his life, he would end up like this. It's really a phoenix head, a pig belly, and a leopard tail. He suddenly appeared, fought against powerful enemies, and became the king of Asgard, the father of the gods. Then he ruled for more than 3,000 years, so long, like a fat pig's belly. The last moment of his life was short and powerful, which was still a comfort. Are you leaving, All-Father? Ember Spirit stopped, and stood not far away, looking at Odin. You don't want to fight anymore? It's over. Odin looked towards Asgard. My life has reached its end, and I will start another wonderful journey. Director Wang, you said that the 9 realms are one, so Asgard will be in your care. Thor will take good care of it. Ember Spirit said, listen. As soon as the voice fell, the voice of Old Wang was heard. Asgard, the king of the heavens. Thor the thunder god. Vanaheim, the queen of the earth. Frigga. The 2 voices came one after the other, and their words were followed by the law. The huge cosmic energy surged towards Asgard and Vanaheim. The energy density of the 2 worlds not only did not decrease, but was even greater than before. This means that the physical fitness and lifespan of the creatures in the 2 worlds will gradually improve, and more strong people will be born. Thor will be stronger than you can imagine. Ember Spirit said, Odin, I told you that you don't have to stop me. The future of the 9 realms I created will definitely be better than before, and even Asgard will be better than before. But it is no longer the center of the 9 realms. Odin's body turned into a rainbow of light and disappeared, leaving only a sigh. Maybe you are right. The spear of eternity hung alone in the air, and suddenly collapsed on its own. All the power returned to Asgard, just like Odin. The artifact chooses its master. Only Odin is worthy of the spear of eternity. Since there is already Stormbreaker, who is no worse than the spear of eternity, and can call on the power of the rainbow bridge at any time, it is unnecessary for it to continue to exist. The 2 golden lights merged into one, and returned to Asgard in an incredible way. They passed through Frigga's body and completely dissipated. Frigga burst into tears. The Queen of Gods? This is not what I want. Frigga said softly, Director Wang, let's change someone. A few seconds later, Lao Wang's voice sounded again. Vanaheim, the Queen of the Earth. Sif. Me. Sif. who was standing behind Frigga, was stunned. How can I be qualified to be the queen of gods? Although you are not from Vanaheim, you are the goddess of harvest, and you are the most suitable for this position. Frigga turned around, looked at Sif and said, I can sense the changes in the 9 realms. In Director Wang's 9 palaces and 8 diagrams system, the heavens and the earth are the most important, and have the highest status. This should be a compensation for us. He deserves Odin and me, and also Thor and you. The Lord of the world will only be handed over to the most trusted person. He trusts Thor and you. Wang, trust me? In this case, what reason do I have to refuse? Sif looked at Frigga. What about you? You are the real queen of the gods. Thor is not mature enough. I will stay in Asgard to help him. Frigga smiled. I'm no longer the queen of the gods. I will restart Valhalla. I'm the goddess of magic and the goddess of war of Asgard. Chapter 517. Star of Ego. Part 1. At the same time, Nidavellir. Thor stopped, tears flashing in his eyes. Father God, dead. This is his own choice. He left this world as the father of the gods, not as an old man in his twilight years. The storm spirit said, he watched you become the true god of thunder and the god king of Asgard, and he passed away peacefully and contentedly. Death is not the end, Thor. He has started another journey. You should bless him. Go back. Frigga is waiting for you. A portal appeared and Thor disappeared. At this time, the old king's voice sounded. Nidavellir, king of the mountain realm, Eitri. The power of the earth surged and merged into Eitri's body. He felt that he had become stronger, and even had a wonderful connection with Nidavellir. Countless knowledge poured into his mind, and his forging skills were also improving. In an instant, he thought of many wonderful ideas. Congratulations, Dwarf King. The earth spirit smiled and said, dwarves belong to the mountains, and you are the most suitable for this position. I thought it would be you. Eitri's face was complicated. The 4 of us will not become the lords of any world, because we will eventually leave this world. The earth spirit said, becoming the lord of the world has its benefits. It can better understand the laws of the universe. Maybe you still have the hope of transcending this universe. Of course, there is no need for us. We have already seen the way forward. Surpass the universe. I don't care. Eitri said indifferently. I only like to forge iron. My best works are the Eternal Spear and the Stormbreaker, but it's not enough. I will continue to study and forge. Maybe one day I can forge a better quality cosmic treasure, just like the Infinity Stones. That's good too. I wish you good luck. The Earth Spirit looked at Prince Sunderland floating in the air. Are you willing to stay in this world? This universe is as huge and incredible as the one you are in. Prince Sunderland understood what the Earth Spirit meant. He thought about it and nodded. I like this world very much. That's good. As soon as the Earth Spirit finished speaking, the old king's voice rang out. Svartheim, Lord of the Wind Realm, Sunderland. Svartheim? Prince Sunderland was unfamiliar with the name. What is that place? An uninhabited place. The Earth Spirit said, there is no wind world in the 9 realms, so let's create one. Svartheim has no life now, so it is just right for transformation. The wind element there will continue to increase. You will feel a little lonely at first, but it won't be long before it becomes lively. Lonely? I'm used to it. Prince Sunderland smiled, creating a new wind element world from scratch. I like it. Kunlun Mountain. Lao Wang's eyes swept across the other 4 worlds. Helm Underworld, Muspelheim, Jotunheim, Alfheim. The 4 worlds are different, corresponding to Zenlai, Lihuo, Kanshu and Duais respectively. Unfortunately, there is no suitable candidate for the time being, so the 4 elemental spirits can only replace them, which is also good for the elemental spirits. After all, so far, the 4 elemental spirits still have room for improvement. They are part of themselves. Only when they reach the peak and integrate into themselves can they create the world and open up their own small universe, so as to transcend this universe and reach another realm. The realm of a celestial being. Lao Wang looked towards Helheim. Interesting. Hela actually escaped. Helheim. A tractor beam was projected from a distance and landed on Hela, while hundreds of missiles landed. Each missile was of nuclear bomb level, even more powerful than ordinary nuclear bombs. If it was hit head on, even the Earth God would not be able to withstand it, and the Heavenly Father would also feel pain, which would definitely not be very comfortable. What's more, there were not just one, but hundreds of missiles in front of him. The Heavenly Father did not dare to resist. The spirit of flowing water had to create ice defense. The ice layer hundreds of meters thick resisted the missile explosion, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The spirit of flowing water looked up and saw a black spaceship warp and disappear, and it was unknown where it went in the depths of the universe. Temple second. The spirit of flowing water thought, the Obsidian 5 generals surrendered to Hela? Interesting. Temple second. A flash of light, Hela appeared. Great goddess of death. Ebony Maw saluted respectfully, your servant greets you. Black Dwarf said nothing. He was like this in front of Thanos before, and he is still the same now, just so arrogant, and will not change, because of the change of his master. Midnight Proxima quietly pulled General Corvus Glaive, and General Corvus Glaive quickly followed suit and saluted. The Black Order? Never heard of them. Hela glanced at them, not bad, barely worthy of being my servants. You are more powerful than Thanos, you are the master of death and the ruler of life. Ebony Maw praised, it is our honor to be your servants. No need for flattery. Hela said, comparing me with some Thanos, I don't even know who that is. Ebony Maw, I'm wrong. Thanos is not qualified to be compared with you. Your choice is correct. I will lead you to conquer the 9 realms and the entire universe. Hela said, now tell me what you have brought me. A force, my master. Ebony Maw said quickly, we have gathered 1/3 of Thanos' forces. Next we plan to recapture the Chitauri and then destroy Thanos' children. In this way, all of Thanos' forces will be yours, my master. Although this force is nothing to you, it can at least work for you. Ebony Maw was very respectful, and Hela was very satisfied. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, people nowadays are very obedient and speak nicely, not bad. She nodded and said, very good, I'll do as you think. Great master, I have one more thing to report. Ebony Maw said. Go ahead. Ebony Maw coughed lightly and said, I got the news about the Soul Stone. Hela raised her eyebrows and said, you actually know about the Soul Stone? Thanos has been collecting Soul Stones, but he failed. Ebony Maw said, collecting 6 Soul Stones will make you the most powerful being in the universe, omniscient and omnipotent. Now Director Wang has obtained 4. Time, space, reality, mind, and soul and power are outside. Where are they? The Power Stone is on Xandar. It is heavily guarded, and it is not recommended to attack for the time being. Ebony Maw said, among the 6 gems, the Soul Stone is the most mysterious, but someone seems to have found out its specific whereabouts. Who? Gamora, the daughter of Thanos. Without waiting for Hela to ask, Ebony Maw said, according to the news we have received, Gamora and his companions went to a mysterious planet, a living planet called Ego. Living planet? Ancient memories emerged in her mind. Hela remembered something and nodded. Very good. Let's go find Ego. Chapter 589 For the Earth, Part 2. Hela and the Obsidian 5 are not a big problem. Lao Wang is too lazy to care about them for the time being. The key is that they can't be found. It is still very difficult to find a spaceship in the vast universe, which is 10,000 times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. It is better to wait for the other party to show up. Lao Wang has a lot of things to do now. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation has taken shape, but there are still many follow-up tasks to be completed. For example, the transformation of the 9 realms itself. The 9 realms itself is already very good, but it can be further transformed. The transformation according to the shape of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams will make the 9 realms more powerful. Each world will correspond to the corresponding hexagram position. The energy of the planet itself will be transformed into the energy of the 8 diagrams, and the Earth, as the center of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation, will have 8 kinds of energy at the same time. This is of course a long process, but with 4 infinite gems, everything will be accelerated. Compared with other planets, Lao Wang is more concerned about the Earth itself. This ancient planet hides many secrets, otherwise it would not be possible to give birth to so many powerful people who are counted in the entire universe, and it would not be possible to be concerned by so many bigwigs in the multiverse. Now that the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams have been initially stabilized, Lao Wang plans to transform the Earth and explore its secrets. The first thing to do is to improve the Earth's environment. Any change to the Earth's environment may have unpredictable consequences. Many seemingly good practices may lead to species extinction and environmental degradation, but for Lao Wang, everything is not a problem. Because he has the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones represent the laws of the universe. As long as they are programmed and set at the law level, there will be no problems. There are many wonders in the vast universe, most of which cannot be explained by modern science. There are always some environments that are completely unreasonable, and real miracles are often unreasonable. Lao Wang wants to create a miracle on the Earth and write a myth for everyone. The greening rate of the Earth is seriously insufficient and the air pollution is serious. Although it has improved during this period, it is not enough. More importantly, Lao Wang wants to further gain the recognition of the Earth itself, so he must heal the wounds on the surface of the Earth and let it recover as soon as possible, returning to the era before humans appeared, when everything was beautiful. What he has to do is very simple: plant trees. Just plant enough world trees, and you can absorb cosmic energy through the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams array and grow at a very fast speed, even faster than the world tree of Azeroth in World of Warcraft. Absorbing cosmic energy and releasing life energy, large-scale planting of world trees will greatly increase the concentration of life energy on the entire Earth. All creatures living in it, especially humans, will become stronger and stronger, and even become immortals like the Night Elves in World of Warcraft, with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, which is longer than the Asgardians. A longer lifespan means more time to learn and grow. For some geniuses, a few decades of life is enough to create incredible brilliance. What if it is extended 100 times? It is simply unimaginable. The Earth is a unique and special planet in the universe, and humans are a unique race in the universe with unlimited potential. A lifespan of thousands of years has not made the Asgardians the most amazing technological race in the universe, but if it is humans, everything is possible. It won't be long before everyone on Earth is a superhero. The Night Elves in World of Warcraft not only have a long life and a strong spirit, but also a strong physique. A well-trained Night Elf Sentinel is simply not comparable to a human. Every Night Elf Sentinel is a master archer, at the level of Hawkeye, and if physical fitness is considered, it is probably even higher than Hawkeye. Night Elves are the future humans. Even stronger. Earth, humans, a better future. In less than a day, Lao Wang planted 1,000 world trees in succession, distributed in various places on the Earth. Ordinary planets simply cannot support so many world trees. But with the supply of cosmic energy, the Earth can. These trees not only grow on the Earth, but also in Lao Wang's spiritual world, providing nutrients for his spiritual world. Lao Wang's spiritual world has penetrated every place on the Earth. Many people will come to a dream world with birds singing and flowers blooming in their dreams. That is Lao Wang's spiritual world, the common dream of all people, even all living things. This is a cultivation of the spirit, carrying so many souls, so many dreams, and so many people's complicated thoughts. This is also a great pressure for Lao Wang. If he didn't have the mind gem, he really couldn't bear it. As he gradually adapted, the benefits became obvious. Lao Wang's soul was further tempered and strengthened again. His mental power could even cross a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and extend to the distant moon to communicate directly with Medusa. Even the ancient gods could not reach the mental power beyond the planet. At least at this level, Lao Wang has surpassed the ancient gods and reached a state close to the immortals. It's difficult to go further. Lao Wang shook his head. It's not enough to have the mind gem, you must get the soul gem. Although there are countless inexplicable connections between the mind and the soul, they are not the same thing after all. It is probably equivalent to the difference between the spirit and the soul. The former is the embodiment of the latter, and the latter is the root of the former. The soul is more important than the mind. The soul gem is even more important than the reality gem. It is the most important and the most critical one among the infinite gems. I seem to have been recognized by the entire Earth. Lao Wang carefully sensed it, as if he felt the pulse of the Earth, and heard its heartbeat. There is a saying that the Earth is a living body, a very special living body. Whether this statement is right or not, Lao Wang has no way to judge, but if he starts from the spiritual level, he really sensed a life, a pan-conscious collective. It is Panguan. It really exists, created by all the creatures on the earth, and now Lao Wang has been recognized by it. So Lao Wang has been recognized by the entire earth. He can mobilize the power of the entire earth at any time, just like Malfurion mobilized the power of ancient Kalimdor, obviously even stronger. More feedback came from the earth, further tempering Lao Wang's body. From now on, I'm the earth. Both the body and the soul have reached their limits. The true key in the body has also reached its limit, and there is no way to break through the spirit, energy, and spirit. There is only one last step. Lao Wang was thoughtful. One step away, like a chasm across the sky. If you go in, you will transcend the universe, and if you stay outside the door, you will stay in the world forever, and you will not age with the passage of time, and you can live as long as the universe. Not 10,000 years, but infinity. This is not what I want. Lao Wang looked up at the sky. No one knows the whereabouts of the Soul Stone yet, but maybe Gamora has already found it, so it's time to go check it out. After all, the Guardians of the Galaxy have already found Ego. Chapter 519 Seeding the Universe, Part 1. The existence of Ego is a secret to most creatures in the universe. No one knows that there is such a magical creature in the universe, and it is actually a living planet. It has lived for millions of years, or even longer. At first, it was a ball of light, a ball of energy light, the most incredible energy body in the universe, without consciousness. Then slowly awakened consciousness. It learned to manipulate the particles around it, and then gathered them together. First it was discrete particles, then cosmic dust. This was a very long process, and it took me thousands of years to finally turn into a small stone. It doesn't matter. It knows nothing, and naturally doesn't know what anxiety and loneliness are. It has plenty of time and patience. Then it condenses everything it encounters, and eventually forms a planet. It becomes smarter and stronger, changing its body the way it wants, layer by layer, and every part is so incredible. In the process, it finally encountered intelligent life. It tried to communicate with those lives and tell them about its situation, but it didn't expect that those people actually wanted to possess it. It knew what anger was for the first time. It killed them and gained knowledge from them. It turns out that there are so many incredible lives in the universe. It turns out that life is not necessarily lonely. There are many lives with similar species, even many, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, trillions. Only itself is lonely. It has been constantly awakening and evolving, and in an even more incredible way, it has created a unique spaceship in the universe, and created a tiny, easy to move clone for itself, searching throughout the universe. It wants to find a second self, to find a similar species, but it never found it. Maybe there is no such thing at all. It is unique. Of course, the greater possibility is that the universe is too big. Even as powerful as it is impossible to search the entire universe. Even a mere solar system is so huge that it is incredible. Let alone millions of years, even tens of billions of years. It is impossible to find it all. Loneliness, despair, all of this fermented in its heart, changing its mind and its character. No one taught it, no one raised it, everything depended on itself. From the beginning, it was an orphan. The character of an orphan would be more or less different, and it was different from most orphans. Although orphans have no parents to accompany them, they at least have their tribe to accompany them. No matter where they go, they can feel familiar and warm. No matter how big the difficulties are, no matter how unhappy life is, at least they have their own kind. It is different. It has no kind. Humans are social animals, and so are other creatures. It is the same. It longs for its own kind, and longs to have its own kind to accompany it when it needs it. Since there are no people of its own kind, then create one. After a long time, it came up with a solution: reproduction. It is a planetary life, extremely advanced, far more advanced than almost all life in the universe. In its eyes, the Kree and Skrulls are like ants in the eyes of the Kree. How can they combine and reproduce? It believes that it is the greatest existence in the universe, so it named itself God. It is the only God. At the beginning, it had great enthusiasm for this universe and the complex life in the universe. Even if those lives were inferior and full of defects, it still accepted everything with an inclusive attitude. It transformed into a man. In fact, it has no gender, but since it wants to reproduce, and since most intelligent species in the universe have genders, in order to combine with those species, it must of course choose a gender. He chose male. Females give birth to life, and it takes time to give birth to life. Most intelligent life can only give birth to one or a few lives at a time. It is unwilling to waste too much time to give birth to life, which is too inefficient. As a male, it can sow seeds throughout the universe, which is more efficient. The first life was born. It waited for him to grow up slowly with hope, hoping to see the shadow of its kind from him. But it failed. Its genes were not inherited by the child. Weak and humble life was not qualified to transplant its genes at all, but was only changed by its genes. Such a child is not even a demigod, but only slightly stronger than a mortal. This is not okay. Then come another one. Come countless more. He had to run around the entire universe and combine with those creatures that he didn't even look down on. Each creature can only be combined once. Even if it happens once more, he will feel extremely disgusted. It has incarnated into millions of people, sowed countless seeds, and created more than 1,000,000 offspring. However, none of its offspring inherited its genes. It could only continue. Disappointed and numb, its heart began to become increasingly cold, leaving only its original purpose, reproduction. The first children were lucky enough to live to a natural death, but the children after them, since they did not inherit my genes, they were not my children. Such inferior creatures were actually related to me. They must die. Not only must they die, but their mothers must die too. It kept repeating this. There were millions of races in the universe, and they all had their children. It really did not have time to pick them up one by one, so it entrusted others, one of whom was called Yondu, a plunderer. Yondu picked up many children for him, until one day Yondu found that all his children were dead. The bored conscience made that guy no longer fulfill the contract. It didn't care. There were many people like Yondu who served it. It would mate with females of many races every day, give birth to many of its own children every day, and also kill many children. The bodies of these children were buried under the Star of Ego. Since you are related to me, then even if you die, you must return to my body again. Finally, on this day he heard a piece of news. A man named Star-Lord helped the Nova Corps defeat Ronan and Thanos. The credit certainly didn't belong to Star-Lord, but Star-Lord still played a role. Star-Lord? Yes. For convenience, I told every female creature that our children should have a title of Star-Lord, the children of the planet. There are countless Star-Lords in the universe, but such a dazzling one seems to be the first one. Maybe, he is the one I'm looking for. Ego's heart, which had long been desperate, regenerated hope. It found Star-Lord in person, and brought him back. He really succeeded in mobilizing my power. He is a child of me and the Earthlings. He is a demigod and a future god. My plan can finally begin. He thought so. He no longer had any feelings for his own children. He was just a tool to achieve his goals. This tool should also play a role. But, isn't it good to be a god? Why do you prefer to be a mortal? This way you will die, and you will die soon. It couldn't understand why its son actually joined those mortals to deal with it, and also went to its star core, its heart. That is its only weakness. You won't succeed. My millions of years of hard work will not be in vain. Because they are all gods, they share the same blood, and can mobilize the power of the planet itself. But it has confidence, because it is more familiar with this power. It is confident that as long as there is enough time, it can completely control Star-Lord and use his power to achieve its own goals and reproduce endlessly. Let the ego flower bloom all over the universe. However, no, stop, you stop. Ego felt something was wrong. A bomb was placed in his heart, a bomb that could take his life. You are a god, a god. Ego's hands were shaking. If you kill me, you will lose my power and you will be immortal. That's good, isn't it? Star-Lord murmured. Boom. The bomb finally exploded. The chain reaction destroyed its nervous system. Ego's will disappeared, and the entire planet would be destroyed. I'm going to die. Ego felt extremely calm. It seems that there is nothing to be afraid of. It turns out that death is so peaceful that everything seems to be still, and only the figure of the mother emerges in my mind. This is also good. What's the point of being a god? Being immortal is not bad. No, you will not die. A hand hugged his body, took him through the explosion zone, and then rushed into outer space. Chapter 520 Not a Titan, Part 2. Yondu. Star-Lord felt a deep warmth in his heart as he looked at the man who held him in his arms. It was he who snatched him away from his lost relatives when he was still very young, and it was he who saved him by not giving him to Ego, and it was he who had been taking care of him and teaching him. Maybe at the beginning he really just wanted to train himself to be a thief and a space pirate, but as time went by, feelings slowly developed. Although Yondu never said it, and although Yondu was still very fierce to him, all his men knew that the person Yondu cared about the most was always him. This is family affection. This is love. Ego may be your biological father, child, but he is not your dad. Yondu said. Star-Lord opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He understood what Yondu meant. It is better to raise than to give birth. Ego was the one who gave me genes and life, but besides my mother, it was Yondu who raised me up over the years. This is a father. I'm so sorry that I haven't done anything right in my life, except saving you. Yondu looked down at Star-Lord and smiled. You are my child. I'm so lucky. This life is worth it. He attached a small disc to Star-Lord. It was a nano spacesuit. Countless nanoparticles emerged and turned into tiny generators, which were attached to Star-Lord's body, forming a very thin spacesuit, but it has the ability to provide oxygen, regulate temperature, resist cosmic rays, and sustain life. Such a spacesuit is very precious, and even the looters may not be able to get it. Rocket Raccoon has always liked this thing. Could it be that he gave it to Yondu? The two continued to fly upwards and soon flew out of the planet. Left the atmosphere, came to space. Star-Lord realized that something was wrong. There was only one spacesuit, and he was wearing it. Yondu didn't have it. He would die. Yondu. He was about to take off the spacesuit, but was held down by Yondu, who looked at him with a smile and love. He saw with his own eyes that Yondu's body was rapidly cooling down. Before he suffocated due to lack of oxygen, Yondu would die due to extreme cold. But he could do nothing. My father, my real father, is going to die. Unprecedented despair surged into his heart. At this moment, he saw a slightly fat figure. So he saw hope. A flash of azure light, Star-Lord and Yondu disappeared. He blinked and saw that everything in front of him was very familiar. It was his own spaceship. A ball of green light came out of Lao Wang's hand and fell on Yondu, nourishing his body. Yondu, who almost died due to extreme cold, finally recovered and slowly woke up. Yondu. Star-Lord didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly squatted down to check on Yondu. At the side, Rocket Raccoon looked up at Lao Wang. Is it you? The one who defeated Ronan and Thanos? It's me, little raccoon. Lao Wang squatted down and touched Rocket Raccoon's head. Rocket Raccoon was about to explode. He hated it most when others mistakenly recognized his race and touched his head. But for some reason, he calmed down and even enjoyed it. The breath exuded by this person was so beautiful, just like the canyon grass and pools in the half-world. He couldn't help but rub his head against Lao Wang's palm. It was really comfortable. Lao Wang turned his head to look at Gamora, and a voice sounded in her mind. Do you know the location of the Soul Stone? Gamora's heart skipped a beat, and her whole body became tense, and a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. Don't be nervous. Lao Wang exuded a natural breath, which made Gamora feel very comfortable. She was no longer anxious, but became calm. You don't want to tell me? Then forget it. I don't have the habit of forcing others. Gamora breathed a sigh of relief. This man is too scary, even scarier than Thanos. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Who knows what he will do if he gets all 6 gems? It's better not to let him get it. Without him noticing, Lao Wang left a space mark on her body. No matter where she goes, he can find it. I won't chat with you anymore. Come to Earth to find me when you have time. Lao Wang smiled and said, I still have some things to do. You should leave here quickly. The explosion of the planet is not small. Ego is a living planet. Space collapse and gravitational vortex will occur here. If you get trapped, I may not be able to save you. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared. When he appeared again, he came to the core of the explosion of Ego Star. You run so fast. Lao Wang shook his head. Just now, he sensed a strong energy fluctuation full of death. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Hela. I didn't expect Hela's perception to be so sharp that she actually sensed the danger and fled at the first time. Temple number 2 obviously has hyperspace jump technology. It disappeared in an instant, and it is difficult to catch up. The key is that Lao Wang has more important things to do now. He has no time to do such a small thing. A Hela can't make a big wave. Maybe she can help him. Is he? Lao Wang asked. No. The voice of the Azeroth lady sounded with regret. Lao Wang shrugged. What a pity. When the young lady came to this universe, she actually wanted to find a similar person to add a new member to the pantheon, just like Ego. When she first crossed over, she saw two guys who looked a bit similar. One was the head of the ancient god in the void, and the other was Ego. The ancient god was not, and Ego was not either. They may be similar to the Titans in some places, but at most they are different evolutionary directions after the same origin, and even the origins may not be the same. Ego's appearance obviously has traces of human intervention. Maybe it was the work of a certain big boss. This universe may really not find a real Titan. After all, it is not the same universe, and the life it breeds may not be the same. Is it useful? Lao Wang asked. It is useful. The young lady replied. That's good. Lao Wang raised his hand. The space gem flashed a blue light. The destroyed Ego Star condensed, and countless fragments drilled into the heart of Azeroth. The space-time channel opened. The entire Ego Star disappeared, replaced by a large amount of Azeroth blood. Like a lake or a sea, it is an ocean. Will you not lose too much blood? Lao Wang was a little worried. No. The young lady replied. That's good. Lao Wang smiled. The heart of Azeroth now finally has enough blood. Although it is not as much as before the time travel, it is still not a small amount. It is time to activate more functions. Titan functions. Chapter 521 Deconstructing the Space Gem. Part 1. The Heart of Azeroth is a supreme artifact created by all the Titans of the Pantheon. It possesses some of the power of all the Titans. It is the power of the laws of the universe. Although many of them have been activated before, they are all abilities named Titan Guardians. The effect is of course good, but compared with the real Titans, it is far worse. The dream of the new Titan Azeroth can even extend to the depths of the universe, and be sensed by another Titanogramma who is countless light years away. What kind of power is this? If nothing unexpected happens, it is a power close to the level of celestial gods. Just thinking about it is shocking. At least the current Lao Wang is far from it. When the power of all the Titans is integrated, this artifact may have surpassed the individual Titans in some aspects, and reached another level, transcending the universe. That is the real celestial level. The real Titan ability requires a large amount of Azeroth blood to activate, and now it is enough. Lao Wang clicked. All Titan abilities were activated one by one. Storm, fire, water, earth, holy light, life, magic, time and space. 8 different powers appeared at the same time and poured into Lao Wang's body. Infinite knowledge poured into his mind at the same time, and Lao Wang finally saw a glimpse of scenery beyond the universe. It was indeed extraordinary. Time, space, power, reality. The 4 infinity gems shone brightly, and they were the embodiment of the same power. They seemed not convinced and wanted to fight against the energy of the Titans. They were the same level of power. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. What's more, the infinity gems are not local snakes, but powerful dragons entrenched in the local area. The 4-color light quickly gained the upper hand and completely suppressed the power of the Titans. Lao Wang shook his head gently. In this universe, the infinity gems have the entire universe as a backing, and naturally far exceed the power of the Titans. And if they go to the world of Warcraft, with the help of the cosmic laws of the world of Warcraft, the Titans' abilities will also exceed the infinity gems. If they are not in the Marvel world or the world of Warcraft, The infinity gems and the Titan's power will be weakened, no longer at the cosmic level, and will be reduced to a special level lower than the universe and higher than the Father. If all functions are activated at the same time, even if you encounter a real single universe level existence, you may not be unable to fight. Of course, there is no such existence in this universe. But it may not be the case in the future. With so much blood of Azeroth, there is one thing that can finally be done. Lao Wang lowered his head and took down the Heart of Azeroth. There are 6 grooves on it, inlaid with 4 gems. As one of the most powerful objects in the Marvel universe, the Infinity Stones contain part of the laws of the single universe, representing the power of logic, cause and effect, and godlike power. The formation of the Infinity Stones is largely accidental. It is not impossible for mortals to have similar powers, at least for now. Captain Marvel's ability is not up to the level of the Infinity Stones, but Scarlet Witch may not. Part of her power comes from the Mind Stone, and the source of the other part is difficult to explain. The power of chaos magic is even superior to that of the Infinity Stones. From a certain perspective, Wanda's potential is even greater than Lao Wang's. She is the real proud daughter of heaven. This is not the point. The point is that, since mortals can have the potential to surpass the Infinity Stones, it is naturally possible to create substances similar to the Infinity Stones. In many fantasy novels and movie comics, there are many things that are more powerful than the Infinity Stones, and some of them really make sense. This is hope. It is difficult for Lao Wang to make this hope come true, but now that the full power of the Heart of Azeroth has been activated, coupled with a large amount of Azeroth's blood, everything is possible. Miss Lao Wang said softly, I want to analyze the Space Stone. Time, space, power, reality, mind, soul. The 6 Infinity Stones represent 6 different laws, and there is actually no difference between them. Everyone has their own ideas. In Lao Wang's opinion, time, reality, and soul are more important, and space, power and mind are slightly less important. At least in the eyes of most people, time is more mysterious than space, changing reality is more magical than pure power, and the soul is the root of the mind. Where does the mind come from without the soul? The power stone is still on Xander, and the soul stone has not been obtained. The time stone has been in my hands for a long time, and it is time to return it to the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. The old man who is about to leave this world has finally found her long-awaited successor, and is trying to trick Doctor Strange into the house. Although Dormammu's threat has been temporarily lifted, the time stone cannot be refused. Lao Wang is not that kind of person. The most suitable one for analysis at present is, of course, the Space Stone. It can be analyzed. As the young lady's voice sounded, the blood of Azeroth, which was surging like a lake, was consumed by more than half, leaving only a small amount as big as a pond. The corners of Lao Wang's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had long thought that analyzing the Infinity Stone would consume a lot of Azeroth's blood, he still didn't expect it to be so much, so incredible. The Space Stone disappeared and appeared inside the Heart of Azeroth. The Azure Rays connected the gem to the Heart of Azeroth itself, using the 2 Titan abilities that the Heart of Azeroth had just activated. Norgannon's infinite knowledge. Norgannon, the guardian of cosmic magic and knowledge, strengthens the Heart of Azeroth with the power of magic. Activate this ability, you will become a Titan of magic, gain the infinite knowledge of the entire universe, and have the ability to manipulate cosmic magic. Amanthal's power of space and time. Amanthal, the supreme father of the Pantheon, strengthens the Heart of Azeroth with the power of space and time. Activate this ability, you will become a Titan of space and time, and have the ability to manipulate space and time. Each Titan has different abilities. Magic and time and space. Amanthal is the controller of time and space in World of Warcraft, and his status is equivalent to the Time Stone and Space Stone in the Marvel Universe. If you want to analyze the Space Stone, you naturally need to use his ability. Norgannon is the controller of knowledge, and the magic he controls originally includes time magic and space magic. In addition, the power of Titan Guardian Mimiran originally came from Norgannon. Naturally, no one is better than him in making and deconstructing artifacts. How long will it take? Lao Wang asked. The young lady replied, 30 days. 30 days. A month. Lao Wang nodded slightly. Even the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter require a day. Although the abilities of Norgannon and Aman'Thul are superior to Mimiran, the Space Stone is not comparable to the Cosmic Cube. The gap between the two is almost immeasurable. 30 days is already much faster than expected. The communicator suddenly lit up. After it was connected, the projection of Captain Marvel appeared. Director Wang, everything is ready, we can start. Chapter 520 to target, Kree Empire, Part 2. A flash of azure light, Lao Wang came to a planet 2.51 million light years away. This is a technological planet. Looking up, you can see a huge Dyson sphere that wraps the entire star, collecting light and heat continuously. Through some special technologies, the energy of the star is collected to create a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Even more advanced technology than nuclear fusion, energy technology. Energy batteries that can keep a spacecraft running for a year, or other things. Obviously, this is a civilization that has reached the star level, which is many times more powerful than the Earth. Looking around, it is prosperous. A large number of humanoid creatures live on this planet. This is a creature with a grey-green complexion, which looks stronger than humans. Just a glance, Lao Wang recognized the other party, Skrulls, the masters of the Skrull Empire, one of the 3 major empires in the universe. Unexpectedly, they came to another galaxy more than 2 million light years away from the Milky Way, rebuilt a new home, and lived a good life. I remember you said that you were worried that after the Skrulls destroyed the Kree Empire, they would become the new Kree Empire, and even be more powerful than the Kree Empire and pose a greater threat to the Earth. Captain Marvel flew from a distance and landed next to Lao Wang. She looked at the Skrulls below and asked, Director Wang, after seeing their lives, do you still think so now? The Skrulls live a very comfortable life. Unlike the Kree Empire, the Skrulls have never practiced dictatorship and are not very aggressive. Perhaps it is because of years of escape that the Skrulls have learned to live a comfortable life and are more willing to live their own lives. However, is it really like this? You can't decide now, Ms. Danvers. The old king said, as far as I know, the history of Skrull civilization is not very good. The development of any civilization is accompanied by large-scale wars. The rise of a high-level civilization in the universe must be accompanied by the destruction of countless low-level civilizations. You won't deny this, right? No. Captain Marvel said, but the current Skrulls have not yet restored the glory of the Skrull Empire. I heard that the Earth and the Nova Corps have established an alliance and joined the Galactic Senate. More than that. The old king smiled and said, I said that the Skrulls may establish a second Kree Empire. This is true, but there is nothing to be afraid of. The current Earth is not afraid of any civilization in this universe. If you have time, you can go back and take a look. The Earth is different from before. I will. Captain Marvel nodded. This should not be the capital planet of the Skrulls, right? The old king asked. Although this planet has a high level of civilization, it is obviously not comparable to the high-level civilizations in the universe. Although the Skrull Empire has been destroyed by the Kree Empire, many Skrulls escaped and still retained some of the achievements of civilization. As one of the 3 great empires in the universe, no matter how decadent it is not comparable to other civilizations. After more than 20 years of development, it should have restored the comprehensive national strength of a high-level civilization, and it is not a problem to control a starfield, hundreds or thousands of planets. The capital planet is on another planet many light years away. Captain Marvel said, Director Wang, Queen Verank hopes to establish an alliance with the Earth. Do you want to talk to her? What the Nova Corps can give to the Earth, the Skrull Empire can also give. I think this is an opportunity to help the rapid development of Earth civilization. In fact, I have talked to Fury, and he agreed. Fury? Old Wang chuckled. Don't worry about me. The Earth is not mine, it belongs to all mankind. The SHIELD and I will represent the Earth in an alliance with the Nova Corps. Nick Fury and SHIELD can of course also represent the Earth in an alliance with the Skrull Empire. This is normal. Captain Marvel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The alliance was agreed long ago. Fury is willing to form an alliance, and he must also want to use the Skrulls to compete with the SHIELD. This cannot be said that Fury has selfish motives and wants to control the overall situation of the Earth. After all, the Earth cannot be controlled by one person. Just like Director Wang said, the Earth belongs to all mankind. But she didn't expect that Queen Verankan Fury had not talked for a long time, and Director Wang eliminated Ronan and Thanos by himself. Even she was a little afraid of such a great power. She was really worried that Director Wang would turn against her. If that really happened, it would definitely not be a good thing. Fortunately, it didn't happen. Not greedy for power, Director Wang seemed to have a very special charm, which made her a little attracted. As a representative of women's rights, she never thought that women were worse than men. How many people in the entire universe can defeat her? She is not afraid of Thanos, and it's not like she hasn't fought before, so no one can do anything to anyone. But now standing next to Director Wang, she has no interest in fighting to her heart's content. It seems that the two are no longer on the same level, and there is no need to fight at all. The capital of the Kree Empire is the planet Hala, which is located in a very special artificial dimension. Of course, you can also call it hyperspace. Captain Marvel said, the hyperspace technology of the Kree Empire is stronger than that of any other civilization. Without the permission of the Supreme Intelligence, no one can enter Hala, or even find Hala. However, the Skrulls have an insider on Hala. I figured it out. Lao Wang said. The Skrulls are born with a very powerful ability to transform. They can transform into any creature and even obtain the other's memory. Their disguise and infiltration abilities are the best in the universe. The Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire have been mortal enemies for tens of thousands of years, so it is normal for them to infiltrate each other. If there is anyone else in the entire universe who can infiltrate Hala, it must be the Skrulls. This is also the reason why Lao Wang contacted Captain Marvel and wanted to get the help of the Skrulls. The insider will send out a special hyperspace signal to help us determine the location of Hala. Captain Marvel said, the problem is that, if we do that, the Supreme Intelligence will immediately discover it, quickly block it, and then move Hala. We don't have much time left, no more than 1 minute. Can you let us enter Hala within 1 minute? Sure. Lao Wang replied. That's good. Captain Marvel said, as long as we eliminate the Supreme Intelligence, the Kree Empire will lose its Supreme Leader. The Kree Empire's model is quite special. Once the Supreme Intelligence dies, the entire Kree Empire will fall into chaos. At that time, the Skrull Empire will launch an attack on the Kree Empire's colonized planets. The Galactic Senate will also, including the Nova Corps and the Sage Bureau fleet. Lao Wang said. When do we set off? Captain Marvel asked. Lao Wang smiled slightly. In a month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 523, Haristar, Part 1. A month passed in a flash, and the analysis of the space gem was finally completed. A series of voices sounded. Analysis of the space gem completed. This gem is the embodiment of the laws of the universe, reaching the perfect level, and cannot be further optimized in this universe. If it is reconstructed according to the laws of World of Warcraft, it will inevitably conflict with the laws of the universe, and weaken its ability, should the space gem be integrated into Azeroth, optimized and reconstructed. Lao Wang did not hesitate, and shook his head gently. No need. People who practice cultivation keep their words, and must do what they promised. He promised the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One that he would not take the space gem away, and naturally he would not integrate the space gem into the Heart of Azeroth. Although in that case, the Heart of Azeroth would gain the corresponding law power, and become more powerful, but there is no need for that. After all, there are not many people in this universe who can threaten Lao Wang, and even if they are not integrated, they can use the power of the space gem before leaving this universe. When he leaves this universe, the power of the Infinity Gem will be greatly weakened, and it may not be stronger than his current self, so there is naturally no need to integrate it. Moreover, the Space Stone is the embodiment of the laws of the universe. It is natural, but it does not mean that it cannot be made, and its power cannot be copied. since it can be analyzed and all the relevant knowledge is obtained. As long as there is enough energy and materials, the second and third stones can be made, but not in this universe. In the same universe, at the same time, it is impossible for two identical infinity stones to exist at the same time. This is also the law of the universe. But if the laws of the space stone are only reproduced in the Heart of Azeroth, there will naturally be no problem. How much blood of Azeroth is needed, and what kind of materials are needed? Asked Lao Wang. The voice of the young lady sounded, Wang, the space stone is the embodiment of the law. Technology cannot restore it for the time being. Only magic can be used. No materials are needed. Only 10 times more blood of Azeroth than before can copy that ability. But you have to think about it. Even if you copy it, it can only take effect in this universe. If you leave this universe, the effect will be reduced. Lao Wang smiled. Let's talk about it later. The main reason is that there is no blood. If there is enough blood of Azeroth, Lao Wang will definitely copy this ability. The Heart of Azeroth is a supreme artifact. There are few opportunities to further enhance it, so don't miss them. Although the laws of different universes are somewhat different, they are essentially the same. The ability to copy, although once you leave this universe, you will not be blessed by the universe itself, but it is not bad. Time's up. The space gem returned to the groove, flashing a blue light. Lao Wang disappeared. Somewhere in the void, Lao Wang and Captain Marvel stood side by side, looking at the space they were heading to. Nothing. This is a desolate starfield, very large, with a radius of tens of thousands of light years, and according to reliable information, the capital of the Kree Empire, Halistar, is in it. Hyperspace technology cannot create an extra dimension independent of the universe, but relies on the dimension that exists in the universe itself. There must be an anchor point in the real world and an accurate spatial coordinate. This coordinate can be changed by hyperspace technology and gravitational field technology, but there will not be much change. It must be in this area. As for where exactly it is, the place is too big. Even Lao Wang can't sense it. No matter how powerful the space gem is, it is limited, and its power is different in different people's hands. The stronger the holder, the greater the power of the space stone. But even Lao Wang cannot exert the full power of the space stone. It is impossible to find a planet hidden in hyperspace from a starfield with a radius of tens of thousands of light years. This difficulty is probably more difficult than finding a designated cell on Earth. How long will it take? Lao Wang asked. The communication between Heristar and the outside world is firmly in the hands of the Supreme Wisdom. The Supreme Wisdom is the crystallization of the highest wisdom of the Kree Empire. It is a very special life computer, much more advanced than the quantum brain on Earth, and not inferior to vision. It not only has extremely high wisdom, but also has very powerful computing power, far exceeding the life computer of the Nova Core. Every move on Heristar cannot escape the eyes of the Supreme Wisdom. As long as the insider contacts the outside world, it is very likely to be discovered by the Supreme Wisdom. So for safety, the Skrull Empire has long contacted the insider to send a specific signal at a specific time. In this way, as long as the detectors throughout the starfield are used at that time to monitor the signal, the location of Heristar can be determined at the first time. This way it will not be missed. This is the best opportunity. Almost. Captain Marvel replied. The two waited quietly. After 2 minutes, a three-dimensional projection suddenly appeared in front of Captain Marvel. It was a map. A detailed map of the entire starfield. A red dot appeared. There was the exact coordinate equals the anchor point of the Halistar hyperspace in this universe. Director Wang. Captain Marvel had just spoken when she felt the surrounding space change. The complex gravitational field changed rapidly. A blue light locked onto a position that was unknown how many light years away. It was the location of the red dot. The next moment, the position of the two also changed and came to that place. Yes, it's here. Captain Marvel, who was born with a part of the power of the space gem, also has a part of the power to control space. She can even accelerate to the extreme and perform space jumps, instantly coming to hundreds or thousands of light years away. At a close distance, she also sensed the abnormality of this space. The three-dimensional space converges under the influence of the gravitational field and hides in the artificial dimension. To enter it, one must break the gravitational fence constructed by countless gravitational fields. Such a powerful gravitational fence is rare in the entire universe, and it may even be unique, and cannot be broken by ordinary people. The Kree Empire has existed for many tens of thousands of years, and during this period it has encountered wars at the level of civilization destruction. The planet Hala has been discovered more than once, but has never been breached. It is because of the existence of the gravitational fence. Don't you try? Lao Wang asked with his head tilted. I have tried. Captain Marvel replied. She has been against the Kree Empire. She also lived on the planet Hala for a period of time, and has some understanding of everything on that planet. From 1995 to now, for almost 20 years, she has found the planet Hala more than once through different methods, but has never successfully entered. The gravitational fence is too terrible. The defense and attack system of the planet Hala itself is even more terrible. Her ability is limited to this. If she wants to enter it, and wants to destroy the Supreme Wisdom, she can only rely on Lao Wang. Then I will do it. Lao Wang clenched his fist. Then he punched. A phase of energy vortex appeared, destroying all gravitational fields along the way, forming a colorful space channel. Let's go. Lao Wang took a step forward, and came to another dimension. Chapter 524, Controlling Space, Part 2. In front of me is an extremely developed planet. After countless tens of thousands of years of development, the Kree people have already developed Hera to the extreme. The entire planet is full of traces of technology. Every piece of land, and every stone is not naturally generated. This is no longer an ordinary planet, but a complete high-tech item. It is divided into countless layers. From the core of the planet to the surface of the planet, layer after layer of cities represent one class after another. The rich live on the surface of the planet, while the bottom of society can only live inside the planet, without feeling the sun and warmth. No matter how high the civilization develops, the class has always been there, and the higher the level of civilization, the greater and more solidified the class gap. If you want to go from one class to another, you can't just rely on hard work. It may take several generations or even dozens or hundreds of generations of hard work. Such a highly developed planet gives people a much more shocking feeling than Zinda, but Lao Wang doesn't like it very much. The overly strong sense of technology is not as comfortable as Zinda, where technology and natural environment coexist. It's probably because Lao Wang is a practitioner and close to nature. A highly developed planet must have highly developed defense and attack measures. Lao Wang doesn't understand these, but he could sense the danger. The first moment he arrived on this planet, Lao Wang sensed the changes in energy, gravity, and space. He was locked. One gravitational field after another instantly blocked the space where Lao Wang was, and through hyperspace technology, Lao Wang was fixed, and then began to forcibly cut. What was cut was the space itself. The powerful force field tore the space apart, forming a space rift similar to an artificial wormhole from a higher dimension. Once the space is cut, everything in this space will not survive, and will be destroyed along with the space. In some fantasy novels, this type of attack is called space magic, and even has many interesting names, such as dimensional slash, space cutting technique, and great collapse technique. In fairy tales, it is called space avenue. As long as you can think of it, technology can do it. The wizard's quickly closed portal can cut a powerful individual in half, and the hyperspace technology of the advanced civilization of the universe can do the same, and it is even stronger. But there is more to it. Along with the space cutting, comes dimensional strikes and antimatter cannons. High-dimensional strikes are a higher level technology, more advanced and classy than gravitational field technology, artificial wormhole technology, and hyperspace technology. Even a powerful empire like the Kree Empire has only dabbled in it, and has not studied it deeply, but if used in war, it is still a terrifying means comparable to space cutting. There are few in the entire universe who can resist such means head-on. Even Thanos can't do it. Antimatter is not a particularly high-end thing. Even many stellar civilizations and even planetary civilizations are studying it, but the degree of research determines the degree of application. At this time, the antimatter cannon aimed at Lao Wang can destroy a planet with just one shot. A planet as large as the Earth or the Hera star. Who in the universe can resist such an attack? Wang Captain Marvel also sensed the danger, because she was also bound by the gravitational field, and even with the powerful energy she controlled, she couldn't compete. This is the gap between personal power and advanced civilization. Once targeted, personal power can never compete with the power of civilization. This is the first time she came to Heristar as an enemy, and she encountered a fatal crisis and even felt palpitations. The threat of death followed her everywhere, making her want to leave immediately, but even this was difficult to do. The Marvel Universe is a universe dominated by superheroes, but the power of advanced civilization should not be underestimated. Since she gained this superhuman power, this was the first time she felt death. And in this situation, she heard Lao Wang's voice. Space confinement and space cutting, cross-dimensional attacks and antimatter attacks? Interesting. A sufficiently strong individual can withstand space collapse, neutron star gravitational tearing, and black hole annihilation. Thanos can't do it, and Lao Wang can't do it either. That's another level. Power is dead, but people are alive. If you want to fight against such power, there are naturally other ways, and reckless actions are the most undesirable. Manipulating space in front of the space gem is probably more ridiculous than showing off one's skills before an expert. In a flash, Lao Wang moved his fingers. Then space twisted. All gravitational fields collapsed, and the power from another dimension was torn apart and completely disappeared in less than a second. Except for the location of Lao Wang and Captain Marvel, the surrounding space was like broken glass, turning into countless tiny fragments. Lao Wang clenched his fist. These space fragments condensed, and in between was a gravitational field that was invisible to the naked eye. The completely distorted gravitational field was formed in a special way and turned into a huge ball of light. Countless smooth planes reflected countless faces and landscapes, as if hiding countless worlds. A piece of debris is a dimension, an independent hyperspace, and a world. Lao Wang waved his fist. The ball of light formed by the space debris flew towards the most important place on the Heristar. That is where the Supreme Intelligence is. Artificial intelligence exists in the form of data, but the higher the artificial intelligence, the more data it needs. At the level of Supreme Intelligence, it needs massive data support. If these data are stored in the most advanced hard disk on Earth, they can probably fill the entire solar system. The best way to destroy artificial intelligence is to destroy the corresponding database. It is difficult for a second database to carry too much data. Even if there is, it takes time to transmit, a long time. Supreme Intelligence is a life computer. Its core is a brain. The brain of flesh and blood life has infinite possibilities. Any DNA has countless possibilities, which is far beyond the reach of artificial intelligence. Having a real brain is the basis for the Supreme Intelligence, to surpass all other computers, but it is also its fatal weakness. As long as the brain is destroyed, it is equivalent to destroying the Supreme Intelligence. The place where the Supreme Intelligence is located is naturally the safest place in the entire Heristar. Physical methods, energy shields, layer upon layer of force field walls, and even some rule power are used. Under normal circumstances, even if Odin and Thanos come, they can't do anything to the Supreme Intelligence. It is impossible to be destroyed, unless you can control space. With the space gem, Lao Wang is the controller of space. The light ball seems to be slow, but the next moment it has arrived at the location of the Supreme Intelligence. Countless gravitational fields collapsed, and then caused the space to collapse. When the collapse reached the extremely condensed energy suddenly erupted. Boom. The whole area exploded. The huge building was directly turned into powder, and then disappeared completely in another space collapse. A huge hole appeared in the original place, surrounded by eternal ruins. It's all over now. Lao Wang retracted his fist. Chapter 525, The Destruction of the Empire, Part 1. The Supreme Intelligence has disappeared. Hyperspace communication technology allows the Kree Empire to communicate in real time within the universe. Of course, there is still a delay, but it is not as large as imagined, and it is mainly generated during the conversion process between the real world and hyperspace, which is equivalent to the takeoff and landing of an airplane, and it will not be too long. So when the Supreme Intelligence was destroyed, all the high-level officials and all the colonized planets of the entire Kree Empire knew the news. So all the advanced civilizations in the entire universe also knew the news. At this moment, the hearts of the Kree people collapsed. The supreme intelligence has existed for many years and has been evolving. It was originally just the brain of a top scientist, which was kept active in a special way and connected to an external computer to become the first generation of life computer. The computing speed at that time was limited, probably at the level of an ordinary quantum computer. But with the passage of time and the advancement of technology, the supreme intelligence has been transformed again and again. Although it is still the same, it has actually transformed for countless generations. It is not comparable to the original, and it is no longer a scientist, but a real artificial intelligence that has no selfishness and considers everything for the Kree Empire. Later, every Kree who died will be integrated into the Supreme Intelligence and become a part of the Supreme Intelligence. That is to say, all the knowledge, wisdom, thoughts, and personalities of all the dead Kree people will be integrated into the Supreme Wisdom, allowing the Supreme Wisdom to continue to grow. How powerful and terrifying would such a Supreme Wisdom be? Although the lifespan of the Kree people is far higher than the average of the advanced civilizations in the universe, it is not much longer. Normal people can only live about 200 years. Even those dignitaries with long lifespans have a lifespan of far less than 1/10 of the Supreme Wisdom. So, everyone in the entire Kree Empire grew up under the eyes of the Supreme Wisdom. In the eyes of the Kree people, the Supreme Wisdom is not only the supreme head of the Empire, but also the only god. It is their belief, their pillar, and their final destination. This belief has surpassed science and reached the level of religion. Except for people like Ron and the Accuser, most Kree people worship the Supreme Wisdom in their hearts. No one thought that one day the Supreme Wisdom would die and disappear. How is this possible? How could a great god die? Some people were furious, some were desperate, some cheered, and some cried. The entire Kree Empire fell into chaos at the first moment. Unlike the Nova Corps or the Skrull Empire, the Kree Empire never had a plan for the death of the Supreme Intelligence. No one thought that this would happen, because everything in the Kree Empire was based on the Supreme Intelligence. All power was in the hands of the Supreme Intelligence, which had absolute power over life and death. The decision of the Supreme Intelligence was unquestionable and no one could violate it. Those who violated it would die. No one knew how to deal with the current situation. It was a mess, each doing its own thing. The same news reached the ears of the leaders of other civilizations, bringing surprise, shock, and disbelief. For those civilization leaders who had already contacted them, this was undoubtedly a long-awaited good news. Almost at the same time, the fleets of the Skrull Empire and the Nova Corps were dispatched. Tens of thousands of artificial wormholes were opened, 10 times the number of jump points were activated, and one fleet after another that had been prepared long ago began the expedition to destroy the Empire. The Kree Empire, which pursued *****, had never stopped expanding, and war was inevitable on the road to expansion. The rise of the Kree Empire was accompanied by the destruction of countless civilizations. Those civilizations that had not been destroyed basically had a grudge against the Kree Empire. Everyone was very skilled in beating the downtrodden dog. There were not many civilizations that had been contacted before, and they had to prevent the news from leaking out. Therefore, there were not many civilizations that took action against the Kree Empire at the first time, mainly the Skrull Empire and the Galactic Senate. However, when the news spread, tens of thousands of civilizations came out one after another, wanting to get a piece of the pie. This kind of thing could not be avoided. The Kree Empire occupied more than 10 star systems and had a vast territory. Even the Nova Corps could not eat such a behemoth, and it had to be shared with other civilizations. The quick hand gets the advantage, the slow hand gets the advantage. The entire universe set off a wave of siege against the Kree Empire. Especially those administrative stars that gathered a lot of wealth and technology, and resource stars with a lot of resources were the most popular. Of course, the capital of the Kree Empire must be the capital of the Kree Empire, Hera. The old king's attack exposed the location of Hera. But when the nearby civilizations arrived, they found that Hera had disappeared. It was not even in hyperspace. It was as if it had never existed. The solar system, somewhere 8 million kilometers from the Earth. As if being squeezed apart by something, all the cosmic dust escaped in all directions in a wave of space fluctuations. A few seconds later, a huge planet appeared. Then a few seconds later, dense asteroids were transmitted from nowhere, spread around the planet, and tightly blocked the entire planet. The invisible gravitational field was layered, wrapping the planet layer by layer, making sure that even a bit of signal could not be transmitted. The entire space was imprisoned. The entire planet was blocked. Everything became a lamb to be slaughtered. The planet with the highest technological content in the universe became a prison. Tens of billions of Kree people became prisoners who lost their freedom. Two people appeared outside the planet, a man and a woman. You will cause all advanced civilizations to be afraid of you. Captain Marvel looked at the man next to him and said, you brought the planet Hala here, and it can't escape the eyes of advanced civilizations. So what? Lao Wang asked. Nothing. Captain Marvel was helpless. Yes, so what? Who dares to come to Earth to ask for it? It won't be long before the whole universe knows who destroyed the Supreme Intelligence and moved away the planet Hala. Such a great power is beyond the reach of any civilization. As long as this man is still there, who dares to make trouble? Even if I'm not here, no one dares. Lao Wang looked towards the direction of the Earth. The current Earth is no longer the original Earth. The 9 realms are one, and the Earth's defense is stronger than that of the planet Hala. Even if the most powerful fleet of the Skrull Empire comes, there is no other result except destruction. Captain Marvel heard Lao Wang's subtext and said, I will convey your words to Queen Vilank. She was a little worried. Vilank grew up under her watch. The little girl back then is now the supreme leader of the Skrulls. Whether it is skill or wisdom, it is not comparable to ordinary people, and there is also ambition. Although she has been hiding it, she can't hide it at all. Her ambition is too big, and her eyes are always on the entire universe. She has always wanted to restore the glory of the Skrull Empire, or even go further. There is no action now, because the Skrull Empire is not strong enough, and is far from recovering its peak strength. The Kree Empire will soon be destroyed. The Skrull Empire will definitely get the greatest benefit. In this way, it may not take long before the Skrull Empire will become the second Kree Empire. She doesn't really care about these things. She is even happy that a woman has become the leader of the strongest empire in the universe. But if that woman wants to harm the Earth, that won't work. Fortunately, the current Earth is no longer the original Earth, and there are guardians who are more powerful than herself. I'm not the guardian of the Earth. Lao Wang suddenly said, it won't be long before I leave this universe, and then the Earth will still depend on you to protect it. Chapter 526 You Are the Guardians, Part 2. Leave this universe? Captain Marvel was suddenly shocked. How is this possible? How can someone be so powerful? Wait. This person has obtained several infinity stones, so it is not impossible. It's not what you think. Lao Wang did not explain too much. His trump card is not the infinity stones, but the Heart of Azeroth. The Heart of Azeroth can bring him to this universe, and of course it can also take him away, as long as there is enough blood of Azeroth. But that is not what he wants. He wants to rely on his own strength to break through the limitations of a single universe, and that day will not be too far away. As for the Earth, he is not worried. The entire Heristar belongs to the Earth, and the fleet of the Godstick Bureau will arrive soon, and take it over. The most important civilization achievements of the entire Kree Empire will fall into the hands of humans, and relying on these achievements, human civilization will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and reach the level of advanced civilization. It will probably not take too long to truly sit firmly in the position of members of the Galactic Senate. The superheroes on the Earth will also grow up slowly, and become the guardians of the Earth. With the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams system as a support, there is no fear of any enemy. Moreover, after a while, he will further strengthen the system of the 9 worlds, and strengthen the Earth. This will lay a solid foundation for the human beings on Earth, to become the masters of this universe. The power gem should be taken back. Lao Wang said goodbye to Captain Marvel, and came to Xandar. Although he was a little reluctant, the leader of the new star still returned the power gem to Lao Wang as agreed. The news of the disappearance of Halistar reached her ears at the first time. Lao Wang's strength made her dare not make any small moves, otherwise it would be a big deal. 5. Looking at the 5 infinite gems on the groove, Lao Wang thought of the 6th one. The soul gem has not appeared yet. Lao Wang is not in a hurry. The 6 gems have their own characteristics. The function of the power gem is to manipulate any form of energy, and naturally it can also draw energy from the universe itself, such as stars. Each star is a huge nuclear fusion reactor, enough to burn for tens of billions of years. If all this huge energy is mobilized, it will be enough for the Earth to join the ranks of the more powerful star civilizations. If the matter of the entire star is collected and converted into more advanced energy blocks to power the Heart of Azeroth, perhaps analyzing the Infinity Stones will not be a problem. Looking at the sun not far away, Lao Wang showed a strange smile. The siege of the Kree Empire is a war of the entire universe. This war is destined to last for a long time and affect half of the universe's civilizations. And in this process, something is happening. Deep in the universe, the Milano is flying in space. Gamora is worried. Since the battle with the Nova Corps, her worries have never stopped. That director Wang actually got so many Infinity Stones. He will definitely have the idea of the Soul Stone, so he must not let him know the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. Nor can anyone else know. What Thanos wants to do is already terrible, but others may be even more terrible. Although Thanos is called the Mad Titan, in fact, Thanos has a set of principles for doing things. He will always do only one thing, and he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal, but that's all. There are many people in the universe who are more ambitious than him. If the Soul Stone falls into the hands of an ambitious person, how much trouble it will cause, and how much damage it will cause to the universe itself, no one can predict. Gamora, come on, smile. Star-Lord came over and put a hand on Gamora's shoulder. Whoosh, bang, boom. Gamora subconsciously made a series of movements. A second later, Star-Lord fell to the ground, rubbing his butt, his whole body aching. HMPH, don't touch me. Gamora had a very complicated feeling for this man who dared to go after any race, and was afraid that she would accidentally kill him, literally. Rocket, where is our next stop? Gamora asked. Well, the Void. Rocket Raccoon said, we are going to the Void for supplies. But we have no money, so we need to find some business first. No money? Gamora was stunned. Didn't we just finish a business? I think everyone got 10,000. Yeah, 10,000. Rocket said. Quill's 10,000 went to pick up a girl, and she was a Chitauri. Groot's 10,000 was used to buy fertilizer and game consoles. Who taught him to play games? Drax's 10,000 was used for compensation. He broke 3 legs of a sovereign he didn't like. Where's your 10,000? Don't worry about it. Gamora asked back. Where's your 10,000? I bought some parts and tape. Rocket Raccoon shouted. Anyway, we have no money, and we have no money to charge the spacecraft. Gamora was about to say something, but suddenly felt something was wrong. The spacecraft stopped. Looking out again, a tractor beam covered the Milano, and was pulling it upwards. There was a spaceship there, a black spaceship. Gamora's face turned ugly. Temple second. A star system 34 light years away from the Earth. A star suddenly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the entire galaxy became dark. The Heart of Azeroth shone with a deep blue light, and the time stone embedded on the surface disappeared, reappeared inside the Heart of Azeroth, and began to deconstruct. The 7th. The energy required to deconstruct the Infinity Stone is more than I thought. The energy of each star is huge and incredible, but it is far from enough to deconstruct the Infinity Stone. It takes almost all the energy of stars as big as 5 suns to deconstruct an Infinity Stone. But it doesn't matter. There are nothing else in the universe, but there are many stars. There are hundreds of billions of them in the entire Milky Way, which must be enough. First deconstruct, and then copy the power of the Infinity Stone to the Heart of Azeroth, which is equivalent to creating a second Infinity Stone. The energy required is naturally not ordinary. The old king deliberately chose a star in the desolate galaxy. The entire star system does not even have the most primitive traces of life, only inorganic matter. Even if the star disappears, it will not have much impact. Hey, Gamora's position has changed again. After doing all this, Lao Wang once again sensed the change in Gamora's position. She actually jumped through space instantly, and not just once, at least 100 times. Isn't it dizzy? Strange, there are several very powerful energy bodies near Gamora, one of which seems to be death energy. Death energy at the level of the father. Lao Wang's eyes lit up. Hela? Gamora was captured by Hela, and the entire Guardians of the Galaxy were captured by Hela. Then with Hela's ability, she will definitely be able to force Gamora to tell her the whereabouts of the Soul Stone, and she will definitely get the Soul Stone. This is great. It has to be faster. We can't let the Guardians of the Galaxy be wiped out. That little raccoon is still very cute. Lao Wang looked down at the Heart of Azeroth. After countless thousands of years, the 6 Infinity Stones finally have the hope of reuniting again. A family must be complete. Chapter 527, Vormir, Part 1. Vormir. This is a desolate planet that was destroyed many years ago. There are still traces of civilization on the planet. Everything is intact, not like it has experienced war. To destroy a civilization, war is not necessary. A gem is enough. It is said that the soul gem has the ability to steal, manipulate, or modify souls, and can wipe out all the souls of an entire planet in an instant. It turns out to be true. The temple second floated over Vormir, the hatch opened, and the Milano flew out. It soon stopped somewhere. This is it, Gamora said. The entire Guardians of the Galaxy, everyone had their weapons taken away and were pointed at by the Chitauri and walked forward. The Obsidian 5 followed behind them. Next to them was the goddess of death Hela in black. She captured the Guardians of the Galaxy and then used the feelings between the members and threatened the lives of others to force Gamora to take her to the planet where the soul gem was and found the exact location. It was here. And now, all of them are facing the threat of death. Now that the place has been found, they have lost the value of existence and may be wiped out at any time. But not so fast. The Soul Stone is not so easy to get. Gamora said, you need me. Only I know how to get the Soul Stone. Without me, it's useless even if you get there. This was a lie. She only knew that the Soul Stone was here, but she had no idea how to get it or what kind of traps there were. But she could only say this. Only in this way can they survive, although only temporarily. Now her only hope is that someone can come to save them, otherwise it would be a bit difficult for them to deal with the Black Order with their own strength, not to mention that there is a goddess of death who seems to be more powerful and terrifying than Thanos. But who can come to save them? Don't lie to me, otherwise your end will be more miserable than death. Hela doesn't care about the lives of all the Guardians of the Galaxy. The survival or destruction of these people is not important to her at all. She is not afraid of Gamora's tricks. The absolute power is enough to control everything. Anyone who wants to have any other thoughts will be killed by her instantly, without any effort. Take me there. A group of people soon came to an ancient building. At the end, there is a cliff. There seemed to be seawater below the black cliff, but it was too far to see clearly. Could the soul gem be here? Suddenly, a creature wrapped in a black cloak floated in front of them. Welcome, Hela, daughter of Odin. The man lifted his hood, revealing a red skull, and you, 4 of the Black Order, the sons of Thanos. Peter Quill, Star-Lord, son of Ego, Rocket Raccoon, an experiment of extraordinary genetic engineering on lower organisms. Groot, the last life on Planet X, a member of the Galactic Rodent family, a member of the Floral Colossus clan. Drax, the Destroyer, a man who vowed to kill Ronan and Thanos. Do you know us? Hela looked at the other person carefully. She was known as the Goddess of Death, who controlled death and souls, and had a deep understanding of souls, so she wanted to see through the other person's soul. But she couldn't do it at all. The other person seemed to have no soul, and what appeared in front of her seemed to be an empty shell, but he could speak and had intelligence, and was clearly a living person. Was his soul hidden? Who hid it, and where? Hela didn't know. The other party's mystery made her feel uneasy. This feeling was rare for her. The last time was when she faced the spirit of flowing water. My curse allows me to know the information of everyone who came here. I know you. The man said, I was once like you, chasing the Infinity Stones. I found one, but it abandoned me and threw me here, becoming the keeper of the Soul Stone. This is my curse, my punishment. Where is the Soul Stone? Hela only cared about this. You should know, Goddess of Death Hela. If you want to get the Soul Stone, you must pay a sufficient price, and this price may not be something you can afford or pay. I'm ready. I can bear any price. Hela said. We all thought so at the beginning, but we were all wrong. No one can be ready before facing the soul stone. The man took them to the edge of the cliff, pointed below and said, the soul stone is below. But if you want to get it, you must sacrifice. Sacrifice? Sacrifice what? Sacrifice your soul. The man said, the soul gem has a very special status among the infinity gems. You can call it a kind of wisdom. In order to ensure that anyone who possesses it can understand its power, the gem requires the most sincere sacrifice. If you want to take the gem, you must lose your beloved. One soul for one soul gem is a good deal. How to sacrifice? Hela breathed a sigh of relief. As the goddess of death, she has many souls. Not to mention one, even if it is 100 million, she can take it out, and is willing to do it. No matter how many souls she loses, as long as she can get the soul gem, it is a good deal. Even if she is asked to destroy a planet or a civilization, and imprison all the souls, she will do it. The soul of your beloved. The man said, kill your beloved with your own hands, and you can get the soul gem. Hela was stunned. Beloved? How can I have a beloved? Maybe I had one before, that is Odin. But now I don't have one, because Odin has been dead for a long time. Even if he is alive, it won't work. I only have hatred for him, not love. Absolutely not. In other words, I can't get the soul gem. How do I know you're not lying? You don't give me a trustworthy feeling. Hela snorted and walked to the side of the cliff. She wanted to use her own power to get the soul stone. There were not many people in the entire universe who were stronger than her, and there were almost no people who understood the soul better than her. As long as a soul stone was here, she had the confidence to get it. The power of death continued to vent. Hela felt the existence of a strange object. That's right, it was the soul stone. She reached out to grab it, but no matter how much death energy and soul energy she used, she couldn't get it up. The soul stone was there, but it wasn't there. It was in a very strange state, and no one could take it away without paying any price. An enlightenment appeared in Hela's heart. That person was right. If you want to get the soul stone, you must sacrifice a soul. This is the law of the universe. This is the rule of the game, and it must be followed. Even if you have the other 5 infinity stones, you can't change this, unless your power is above the 6 infinity stones, and above this universe. It's your turn. Hela turned and looked at the Guardians of the Galaxy. Whoever gets the soul stone will live. Chapter 528 Soul Gem, Part 2. Several people were stunned. Hela actually wants to force us to get the soul stone. Gamora was the first to want to laugh, laughing so hard that her body shook and her body was green. Do I have to sacrifice my loved ones? Thanos is dead, and my closest person is Nebula, my sister. Gamora's expression was somewhat provocative. Hela, I want to find her too. Can you? If you can help me find her, I'll thank you. Nebula disappeared. Ebony Maw standing next to him said, she is more cunning than other children of Thanos, and we have never been able to track her. She is a semi-mechanical transformation, a master of mechanics, and one of the most powerful killers in the universe. Few people can track her, and most technological means are ineffective. So, Hela looked at Star-Lord. Haha, don't be funny. Star-Lord was so happy that he wanted to sing and dance. Beloved, my mother is dead, my father is dead, and Yondu, who raised me, is also dead. How can there be a loved one? There is no one at all. As miserable as me. Hela looked at the others. My wife and daughter are dead. Drax said. I have no relatives. Rocket Raccoon said. I'm Groot. Groot said. Really? Hela sneered. But why do I feel your soul fluctuations? Are you nervous? You are lying. You care about each other. You care about each other. I give you a choice. No matter who sacrifices the people around him and gets the soul stone, the others can survive. But if no one does that, you will all die. One person or 5. Drax was about to speak. Anyway, his wife and daughter are dead, and the revenge has been taken. It doesn't matter if he dies. In any case, it's good to be able to save his friends, and they are not only his friends, but also his only relatives. Gamora held him down. Don't believe her. Gamora said, as long as she gets the soul stone, she will kill all of us. Such a simple conspiracy. Only Drax will be fooled. Star-Lord snorted. I'm Groot. Groot waved his branches. Groot is right. Rocket Raccoon hugged his shoulders. 5 people stood side by side. You look at me, I look at you. Live and die together. Hela felt a headache. This group of people is not easy to deal with. They are just annoyed by those who are not afraid of death. Isn't it good to live? It seems that we have to find another way. She turned around and looked at the 4 obsidian generals. She just glanced at Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, and then she moved over. Ebony Maw doesn't care about anyone. This kind of person has no feelings at all. As long as there is benefit, he can rebel at any time. Although Black Dwarf always listens to Ebony Maw, it is impossible for him to kill Ebony Maw. I hate stubborn people the most. In this case General Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight. Hela looked at the 2 of them. 2 die together, or 1 dies, you decide. To die together, or to live 1. This is a very cruel choice. General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are husband and wife. But so what? Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Some couples are willing to die for each other, but they are not such people. They are ruthless people. A desperate fight began in the blink of an eye, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. A sharp blade pierced General Corvus Glaive's heart. Don't blame me, I want to live. Proxima Midnight said to General Corvus Glaive, when we got married, you said you were willing to die for me, and now you have done it. Pull out the sharp blade and hit it again. 10 more times. Then she picked up General Corvus Glaive's weapon, and used all her strength to destroy it. General Corvus Glaive's screams came from mid-air. Few people know General Corvus Glaive's weakness. His soul is not in his body, but in his weapon, the Warblade. Destroying General Corvus Glaive's body will not really kill him, and he will soon be resurrected. Only by destroying the Warblade can he be completely eliminated. A few minutes later, an orange gem appeared in his hand. Hela, my master. Proxima Midnight knelt on one knee and respectfully handed the soul gem to Hela. It's yours. Well done. My promise is valid. You can live. Hela reached out to take it. A slightly fat hand reached out from the void and picked up the soul gem. Then, an equally fat figure appeared. Sorry, it's mine. It's you. Hela was furious and recognized the man. It was the immortal Iron Fist. He actually found this place, or has he been staring at her, just to get the soul stone? Hela wanted to escape at the first moment. However, an orange light flashed. She fell softly and turned into a pool of black dust. Her soul was directly wiped out. Another orange light flashed, and Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf also disappeared. Then all the Chitauri. Everyone on Temple Second. Everything should end. Lao Wang let go, and the soul stone flew to the Heart of Azeroth, and was perfectly embedded. The 6 gems finally returned to 1. The extremely powerful power flowed through Lao Wang's body, and he felt that he was no longer an ordinary god, but a real god. He is an existence above all gods, the ruler of this universe, the owner of infinite cosmic energy, and the master of all things and sentient beings in the universe. This power is really intoxicating. Lao Wang shook his head gently, and all 6 lights converged. Unfortunately, it's just external force. External force is certainly useful, but not as reliable as one's own strength. Moreover, once they leave this universe, the power of the 6 gems will be weakened, and cannot reach the level of gods and immortals. In the end, they still have to rely on themselves. For Lao Wang, the soul gem is more important than other gems. Refining essence into ki, refining ki into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into the Tao. He is now in the realm of refining ki into spirit, reaching the peak. What he cultivates is the primordial spirit, and the essence of the primordial spirit is the soul. At his level, it is too difficult to go further, as difficult as ascending to heaven. His primordial spirit can already cover the entire Earth-Moon system, but it is far from enough. There is still a lot of room for growth. Compared with Titan Azeroth, it is far behind. From immortals to celestial immortals, it is a leap in the essence of life. It requires a body and a primordial spirit to break through the limits at the same time. It is a complete sublimation of essence, ki and spirit, and none of them can be missing. Lao Wang has not achieved any of them. But with the soul gem, one of them is possible. The primordial spirit is the sublimation of the soul. With the help of the soul gem, Lao Wang can fully comprehend the deepest secrets of the soul, thereby strengthening his own Yuan Shen, and allowing his Yuan Shen to undergo the most fundamental transformation. This should have been a long process, but with a soul gem, it will be greatly shortened. It won't take long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 529, Holy Land of the Universe, Part 1. After leaving Vormir, Lao Wang returned to Earth. He began a long retreat. The leap of the soul is very difficult, which requires a long time of effort. Having absorbed all the energy of so many stars, it is not a problem to analyze all 6 gems, and even their abilities can be copied to the Heart of Azeroth, so that this supreme artifact can continue to improve, and eventually reach a level beyond the universe. In this process, Lao Wang can also increase his understanding of the essence of the soul, thereby achieving the leap of the soul. This is the way to acquire knowledge. The ancient knowledge obtained from the Elders of the Universe is actually just the Elders of the Universe's understanding of the Infinity Gems, which is far from enough, and the Heart of Azeroth's deconstruction of the Infinity Gems is far more than that. All of this knowledge entered Lao Wang's mind through special methods. This does not allow Lao Wang to directly obtain the abilities of the 6 Infinity Gems, but it can deepen his understanding of the 6 abilities, and it is also good for him. Time slowly passed. His soul became stronger and stronger, and soon exceeded the Earth-Moon system, and began to spread to other planets around. First, Venus and Mars were the closest, and then Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. With the help of the soul gem and the mind gem, Lao Wang's soul grew stronger day by day, and his spirit became stronger day by day, soon surpassing the 8 planets, and extending to the sun. He felt the incomparable heat, and felt that his soul was sublimating. Under the extremely high temperature of the sun, the last feminine in his soul slowly disappeared, and was replaced by pure yang. Pure yang soul. This is the soul that only celestial beings have. From now on, one of his feet has stepped into the realm of celestial beings, becoming a half-step celestial being. In just a moment, his spirit stretched beyond all the planets, completely enveloping the entire solar system, and this is far from his limit. The Infinity Stones are meaningless to me. The powers of the 6 stones have all been copied to the Heart of Azeroth. I can mobilize the power of this universe at any time, so there is no need for them to exist. After I leave, the Infinity Stones will stir up new storms, and cause new disasters. Their power is too strong, and it is easy for others to covet them. Once they fall into the hands of the enemy, they can use them to attack the Earth, and the Earth can't stand it. Lao Wang decided to destroy the Infinity Stones. Others don't care. The Time Stone belongs to the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, and this matter needs to be discussed with her. Kamatage. Ancient One is teaching students. Suddenly, there is a space fluctuation, and Lao Wang appears. Director Wang. Ancient One greeted with a smile. His eyes stopped at the Heart of Azeroth on Lao Wang's chest. You got all 6 Infinity Stones? One of them is yours, Supreme Sorcerer. Lao Wang smiled and looked at one of the arcane apprentices who was practicing hard to open the door. Is he your student? He is very talented, and has a strong understanding. His future achievements will definitely be better than mine. Ancient One also looked over, but not yet. His accumulation is not enough. I don't know if I can still watch him grow up, and I don't have much time. Lao Wang smiled. I can help you return to your peak condition. The Time Stone is also fine. Ancient One shook his head. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it long ago, and would not have waited until today. That's right, you have always wanted to die. Lao Wang said. Supreme Sorcerer, I'm here to discuss something with you. Ancient One looked at Lao Wang. You want to destroy all the Infinity Stones? So you have already guessed it. Lao Wang nodded. Yes, they will be destroyed, but not returned to the universe itself. I plan to integrate the 6 infinite gems into the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams, to build a more powerful system, turning the Earth into the true center of the universe, the only holy place in the universe. And your students will also become the guardians of the Earth and even the entire universe. Gu Yi was silent for a moment. Lao Wang's idea was even crazier than she had guessed. The lineage of the Supreme Sorcerer has always relied on the Time Stone to gain a foothold, but in the future trajectory she occasionally saw, the Time Stone did not seem to be necessary, not to mention that her students had the potential to transcend the universe, and the Time Stone was not his limit. Losing it may not be a bad thing. Maybe it will make her students grow up as soon as possible. And if Director Wang integrates the power of the 6 gems into the 9 realms and into the earth, then her students, and even all the mages of Kamataj, will not only be able to call on the power of the Time Stone to a certain extent, but also mobilize the power of other gems. It is beneficial, and will become stronger and stronger. Even on the entire earth, more and more people suitable for learning magic will be born. In this way, the lineage of the Supreme Sorcerer can also be carried forward. Then do it. Ancient One said, do it according to your ideas. It is difficult to destroy the 6 Infinity Stones, and it will inevitably cause an unimaginable trauma to the owner. Even the Father of the Sky can't bear it. Lao Wang can do it. But it is more difficult to change the appearance of the Infinity Stones, and integrate them into the earth and the 9 realms. It cannot be accomplished by making a wish alone. It also requires Lao Wang's own efforts, a lot of energy supply, and a period of time. What Lao Wang lacks the least now is time. He has a long time to do this. After all, the universe is now very safe. Very safe. Nothing big will happen. As time goes by, the power of the Infinity Stones is extracted little by little, and then integrated into the earth and the 9 realms. It is difficult for ordinary people to perceive these changes, but for mages and other powerful people, the whole world is constantly changing. Some mages who are proficient in time spells can even sense the traces of time. Kamataj used to be just an important mage training base, not as important as the 3 major temples. But now, it has really become a holy place. There are many such holy places, such as Kunlun and the afterlife. The power of the 6 gems gathered in certain places. This was a gift from Lao Wang to his acquaintances. The space of the earth and the 9 realms became more and more stable, and time became more and more difficult to interfere with. Everything in reality was difficult to change. The energy density continued to increase, and the ability to withstand power continued to increase. The creatures living here, their souls and spirits were also nourished and became stronger. Finally one day, the 6 infinite gems disappeared completely. The earth and the 9 realms have become the only sacred places in the universe, a supreme holy place that is difficult to shake, even if the gods take action. It's time to do my own thing. Lao Wang's spirit extended to other worlds in the 9 realms along a special connection. The Yuanshan has reached the level of a celestial being. What's missing is the physical body. Chapter 530, Ice and Fire Become Gods, Part 2. Muspelheim. In a sea of fire, a huge body was walking slowly. Really slowly. It took several seconds to take one step, but each step was several hundred meters long. This was a giant as huge as a mountain. It was the Ember Spirit. Its body was made of lava and magma, and endless flames were surging inside and on its surface. And it was not an ordinary flame, but an elemental flame. An elemental flame that was condensed to the extreme. There was a fire element core in its body. It was not solid, but liquid. It was a special liquid flame, composed of the eternal fire and the primordial fire of Azeroth. The levels of these 2 flames were similar, both of which were the extremes of the fire element at the level of a single universe. They had similar origins, but different forms of expression, and therefore had different characteristics. So from the beginning, these 2 flames were clearly distinguished, and water and fire could not coexist. It was really difficult to merge them into one. In the hands of the Ember Spirit was the high-level artifact Embermark, which represented part of the fire element authority of Azeroth. It contained a huge primordial fire, and the eternal fire was integrated into its body. If you want to merge these 2 flames, you must first master them thoroughly. The best way to master the eternal flame is to constantly communicate with Muspelheim. After all, there is a mysterious connection between the eternal flame and this planet. As long as you master one, you can master the other. And the best way to master the primordial flame is to master the embers. Neither is easy, but both can be accomplished in the same way, killing. Using the embers containing the primordial flame, To slaughter the fire elemental creatures from Muspelheim can not only help the Ember Spirit master these two flames, but also promote the fusion of the two in the process. The Ember Spirit has been doing this. In the past few years, he has been killing non-stop, and I don't know how many fire elemental creatures he has killed, or even all of them. Every time he kills a fire elemental creature, he will take away the other's fire elemental core, destroy it, and integrate it into his own body. In other words, his body is actually made up of countless fire elemental cores. The more fire elemental creatures he kills, the bigger his body becomes, until it is as big as a mountain. The more he killed, the deeper his control over the two flames became, and the faster they would merge. And now, it was finally the most critical moment. The ash mark, which had grown larger as his body grew, suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared. It existed because of the primordial fire. Now that all the primordial fire had entered the body of the Ember Spirit, it naturally lost its meaning of existence and became worthless. The two flames that had merged into one suddenly burned all over the body of the Ember Spirit. Those extremely valuable fire element cores also shattered piece by piece, and turned into ashes all over the ground. When the smoke and dust dissipated, an Ember Spirit who was only 1.8 meters tall appeared. "It's finally over," he sighed. Looking down at his body, there was no trace of rock or ashes, but a pure energy body composed of the primordial fire and the eternal fire that merged into one. This was a body that was far more powerful than Surtur's, and it had almost reached its limit. Even if he was thrown into the sun now, he would not only survive, but also be able to mobilize the energy of the entire sun to a certain extent. Whether it is reshaping or destruction, it is easy. This is the power of the peak level of a single universe. Just a light blow can destroy an entire planet. I wonder how the other three are doing. The Spirit of Ember looked up and looked towards Jotunheim. Jotunheim. In contrast to Muspelheim, this is a land of frost. There are ice elemental creatures everywhere. After many years, all the frost giants were slaughtered. It was a war of genocide. The Spirit of Water walked on the glacier, and wherever he went, there was a piece of broken ice. He did not let go of any fire elemental creature, destroyed them all, and took away their souls. He is not only the Spirit of Water, but also the owner of Frostmourne, the Lich King, the master of eternal ice and endless undead, so his war is not limited to Jotunheim. There is also the underworld of Helm with many dead souls. During this time, he has been wandering between the two worlds, destroying a large number of creatures, and plundering their souls. I don't know how many souls have been absorbed by Frostmourne, which has also pushed this artifact to a higher level. The world source force constantly reshapes Frostmourne. It has replaced the icebox, and obtained part of the authority of Jotunheim and part of the authority of the underworld of Helheim. This makes him stronger and stronger, to an unimaginable degree. And now, this artifact that condenses frost and death has finally broken. Endless dead souls are liberated, but liberation is not freedom, but complete disappearance. All souls are annihilated, all memories and emotions are erased, and turned into pure death energy, and absorbed by the Spirit of Flowing Water along with the endless cold of Jotunheim. It has also been upgraded to a new level. That is the limit of this universe. Frost, death, cold, loneliness. All of this should disappear. The Spirit of Flowing Water knelt on one knee, and inserted his hands into the glacier. The frost power of the entire planet continued to surge into his body. The ice in the distance quickly melted, and turned into flowing water. There are only glaciers in Jotunheim, no rivers, no lakes, and no rivers. And now, all of this keeps appearing. The ice melted into water and gathered together, revealing the land that had been covered for who knows how many billions of years, and then the land was covered again. Maybe a year, maybe 2 years, or even longer. Finally one day, the ice on the entire planet melted. Jotunheim was no longer a frost planet, but a water world and the composition of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams. This is the real water world. The whole world is wrapped in water, and there is not even a little land to be seen. There is another one. The Spirit of Flowing Water left Jotunheim, and came to the Helmer underworld. He opened his arms, and stretched out to the sky. The undead of the entire world were mobilized, destroyed by a more terrible force, and turned into pure soul energy. Part of it, along with the death energy, poured into the body of the spirit of flowing water, while the other part returned to the planet itself, and followed the passage between the 9 realms into other worlds. With soul energy, there is a foundation for nurturing life. The Helmer underworld is no longer the underworld, but the thunder world of Zen. A spring thunder sounded, startling swallows and snakes. Thunder represents life. The first life was born in thunder. The disappearance of death energy and the integration of soul energy gave this planet the foundation for the birth of life, but it still lacked the most important thunder. It's your turn. The spirit of flowing water turned around and looked at the third companion. Chapter 531, Lei Zehuasheng, Part 1. The spirit of storm is the master of this planet. With the help of Prince Sunderland, it has become stronger over the years. Not only has it comprehended the power of storms with Prince Sunderland, but it has also often gone to Asgard to exchange friendly ideas with Thor. In the process, its strength has also been growing, but it is still a line away from the peak. And this line is about to break through. Thunder breeds life, then create life. The spirit of storm floated into the air. Then it began to fly at a very fast speed. It is itself a storm, and wherever it goes, wind and clouds surge and thunder roars. 1, 10, 100, or 1000, 10,000. More and more thunder and lightning appeared in the sky and soon spread throughout the entire Helheim underworld, illuminating the dark world. This is light. When light appears, all darkness will dissipate. And when thunder appears, new life will be born in the dead silence. This certainly takes a long process, but the efforts of the spirit of storm laid the initial foundation, making everything from impossible to possible. The current Helheim underworld is the real thunder world. Enlightenment appeared in the heart of the spirit of storm. The thunder realm was originally nurtured by the original lightning. He had been communicating with the original source of the thunder realm, but he had always failed. It was not that he could not communicate, but that he could not integrate, and could not truly understand that kind of power. Now he finally understood that he had not done enough. Only when you give, will you get a reward. He brought life to the thunder realm, and naturally he would get a reward from the thunder realm. Everything was a natural outcome. Of course, this was just the beginning. The creation of the thunder tribulation was the beginning of everything. If you want to go further and become the true god of the thunder realm and the god of thunder of the universe, you must completely control the original energy of the thunder realm. The 9 realms are one. The true god of the thunder realm must be able to call the wind and rain and create thunder within the scope of the 9 realms, bringing life to the entire 9 realms. Only at that time will he get feedback from the entire 9 realms and truly reach the peak of this universe. Alfheim. In the system of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams, it corresponds to the Duizer realm. Zen is the perversion of water. This world was not originally suitable for the spirit of the earth, but because there was a lack of a suitable ruler, it could only be temporarily replaced by the spirit of the earth. But Lao Wang soon found out that he was wrong. In fact, this world is very suitable for the spirit of the earth. Alfheim is the kingdom of the light elves, and it is very beautiful. There are mountains and water, and the scenery is pleasant. But it does not match the name Swamp World. From the moment the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation was born, Alfheim began to give birth to the origin of the Swamp World, and a large amount of water element energy continued to pour in, which was also a disaster for the world itself. Large-scale rainfall and frequent floods threatened the lives of the residents here. The spirit of the earth appeared. He did not have the ability to control the water element and could not stop it, but he could manipulate the earth to reclaim rivers and change the terrain of Alfheim. In this way, no matter how heavy the rainfall is, there will be no floods. As time went on, more and more water accumulated in Alfheim. Most places turned into lakes, rivers, and oceans, and the entire Alfheim became a swamp country. In the process, the spirit of the earth was also recognized by the origin of the swamp world. This is just the beginning. He soon left Alfheim and went to other planets. Every world has floods and droughts. Some rivers are prone to bursting their banks, and some places have been dry for thousands of years. But he can solve all of this. Day after day, year after year. The terrain of the entire 9 realms is constantly changing. Finally one day, the body of the earth spirit is no longer hard rock, but becomes soft and delicate. He has become a pure earth element creature, an energy body standing at the top of the universe. Am I the last one? Then it's time to return. The earth spirit turned into a ball of earth element and disappeared. Earth. Under the 36 heavens, above Kunlun. In the center of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation. Lao Wang sat cross-legged in meditation, and has maintained this posture for 3 years. He has been using cosmic energy to wash his body, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, trying to complete the transformation of the immortal body into the body of a celestial immortal. This is of course difficult, so it has not been completed until now, because there are still some things missing. And those things will soon gather. 4 groups of different element came from 4 different directions, and merged into Lao Wang's body. Earth, fire, water, wind. The 4 element and the 5th element soul constitute the physical world. So when they return to the body, it is the complete Lao Wang. The power of the element flows in the body. Lao Wang's body is further strengthened, and he goes one step further. But he frowned soon. I still can't break through. What is missing? Lao Wang thought seriously and soon realized the problem. Earth, fire, water and wind are not only the 4 element, but also the 4 symbols in Kunlun and Chinese philosophical systems. The 4 symbols constitute the world, but it is just a cold and dead world. There is still one thing missing, life. And what represents life is not the soul, but the trees, which is nature. The 4 symbols plus natural trees are the 5 element. 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head is not enough, and 5 ki are also needed. So that's it. Lao Wang is a monk in Azeroth and a practitioner in Kunlun. Practitioners cultivate the 3 talents and 5 element. Monks can mobilize not only the 4 element of earth, fire, water and wind, but also natural energy. No matter which profession you look at, if you want to go further, you must integrate into nature. Become one with nature. And unknowingly, Lao Wang has actually completed the preparations. The world tree. 1000 world trees, not only planted all over the earth, but also planted all over my spiritual world. If you want to go further, you really need the feedback of the earth. Lao Wang calmed down, and merged with the earth. From each world tree, natural life energy gushed out, gathered towards Lao Wang's body, and merged into his body. Further strengthened. Every inch of skin, every drop of blood, every cell, every meridian and acupoint, is full of life energy. Slowly reaching saturation, then replenishing the yuan upwards, and replenishing the essence and blood downwards. The essence, energy, and spirit all reached their limits. Just like the wind blowing on the water, it naturally forms a text. Just like the sun and the moon moving in the sky, and the rivers moving on the earth. Everything is so natural. There is no thunder tribulation, nor any other kinds of tribulations. There is no difficulty from the universe, no suppression from the world. Lao Wang's body has undergone a qualitative change after quantitative change. It is no longer a body of a god, but a body of a celestial being. He has finally completed the crucial transformation. The yuan is pure yang, and the body is pure yang. The combination of the two is a celestial being. The current Lao Wang is already a true celestial being, a celestial being that transcends the universe. Chapter 532, Traveling in the Human World, Part 2. The immortal is a very peculiar state, which is the leap of ordinary life to higher dimensional life. It is the transformation of life form. Once you reach this state, everything will change, and be different from before. At this time, Lao Wang had this feeling. The world in his eyes is no longer the original world, and he even has a sense of world weariness. Everything in this world is not fresh and attractive to him. The mundane world is too turbid for higher life forms. Although it is not a kind of pollution, it is indeed not very comfortable, just like being stuck in a small dark room typing for a whole day. So the legendary immortals eventually left the human world and went to the fairyland. Only illusory legends are left. It's probably true. Once you transcend the world, you can leave this world at any time. This is not a difficult thing for Lao Wang. He doesn't know whether he can ascend to the fairyland. He doesn't even know whether the fairyland really exists, or whether it goes outside a single universe, or exists in other forms. He can only know it after he goes out. Everything outside has a fatal attraction to Lao Wang, and this attraction is not transferred by human will. But he didn't do it immediately because there were still some things to deal with. Breakthrough is just a breakthrough. The next thing to do is to comprehend and stabilize the realm. Having just broken through, Lao Wang still has many puzzles about the realm of celestial beings and needs to slowly explore. This takes time. More importantly, he still has many things to do in this universe. The legendary celestial beings also say that they stay in the human world before ascending to the sky to sever their earthly ties. Lao Wang does not believe this. But since he is leaving this universe, of course he must finish the things in this universe first. After all, once he leaves, he does not know if he can come back. Leaving Kunlun and the earth, Lao Wang began to head to the depths of the universe. He has been in this world for less than 10 years, and he does not know much about the secrets of the universe. Since he has come here, he cannot just leave like this. Of course, he must take a good look and make the trip worthwhile. But he is very clear, he will not be able to stay in this world for too long. The universe itself does not reject it, and the attraction outside the universe can also be resisted, but the desire and curiosity in his heart for the outside world is absolutely unstoppable. As time goes by, it becomes stronger and stronger. It will not be long before he must obey his heart and leave this universe. Using the last time, of course, he must take a good look at this wonderful and beautiful single universe. The universe is very large and complex. Although it is not really boundless, it is at least difficult to reach the boundary. The power of an individual cannot compete with the entire universe, nor can it travel throughout the universe, and Lao Wang cannot do that. Although his spiritual power can instantly cover the entire solar system, the universe is too large, and it is equivalent to how many solar systems, and there is no way to calculate it. Not only humans, even the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Nova Corps, the exploration of the universe is limited to nearby galaxies. No one can tell whether there are more powerful civilizations in the universe, and whether there is really a power that is superior to the universe. And now what Lao Wang has to do is to tour the known universe and explore the unknown universe. From the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps, Lao Wang got the map of the known universe. The complex cosmic civilizations are of different forms, and each has its own civilization characteristics and development process, which is also helpful for Lao Wang's practice. Travel thousands of miles and read thousands of books. Practitioners must not only work hard to practice, but also increase their knowledge and keep the universe in mind to truly transcend the universe. Otherwise, even if you are sent to another world, you will still be an ignorant person. One day, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years. Few people have seen Lao Wang himself, and only the legend of Lao Wang remains in the universe. Even the closest people don't know where he has gone. In the beginning, some people occasionally saw Lao Wang because he was still wandering within the known universe. But after a few years, no one saw him anymore because he had left the known universe and was exploring the depths of the universe. As time went on, Lao Wang discovered many wonderful civilizations and wonderful individuals. He saw civilizations that were many times more powerful than the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps. Some civilizations are built on 3 irregularly rotating stars, and the life on the planet has the property of dehydration, which can be preserved in the form of paper people for many years. Some civilizations are similar to ants or bees, with group supremacy and very special group wisdom, which is very powerful and aggressive. He has seen the Zerg civilization, the Star Beast civilization, the Real Mechanical civilization, the Replicator civilization and the Ascension civilization, as well as those special civilizations that do not have tangible entities at all and exist purely in the form of energy. Time passed slowly, and Lao Wang saw existences that were no less powerful than Thanos and Odin, and even saw individuals as powerful as himself, and they talked happily. He even saw truly mature planetary life. An ancient giant tree, with all its branches hugging together, formed a planet, floating in the universe, more wonderful than the world tree. Countless lives parasitized on it, looking like the legendary elves. He saw an organization that used lightsabers, and each member could mobilize the power of the universe itself. The most powerful existence could even destroy fleets, and change the trajectory of planets. Just keep traveling like this. The universe is endless, and is still getting bigger. But Lao Wang also gets tired sometimes. He is tired. The kind of boredom with this universe is getting stronger and stronger. He knows very well that he is really leaving, and it is time to go back and say goodbye to those he knows. Goodbye. Lao Wang first came to Asgard. It's not that he has a good relationship with Thor and Sif, but he just comes to see it when he remembers it. Are you leaving? Thor looked at Lao Wang and was stunned. You want to leave this universe? Transcend the universe? Is there really anyone who can do it? Huh. This is what happened when I didn't listen in class when I was a kid. Sif glared at Thor, then looked at Lao Wang. Outside the single universe is a huge number of pocket universes. These pocket universes and all the parallel universes, plus extra dimensions and special areas, together make up the multiverse. Many multiverses form a super universe, and countless super universes form the omniverse. These are just legends. No one believes them. Are they true? Don't ask me, because I don't know either. Lao Wang shook his head. I haven't gone out to see it, so I don't know. I think the Sorcerer Supreme should know better. The multiverse is real, and I don't know about the super universe and the omniverse. It's beyond my understanding. Before he finished speaking, Ancient One had appeared. Chapter 533, Leaving Footprint in This Universe, Part 1. She looked at Lao Wang and nodded. I can't see through you anymore, Director Wang. You give me the same feeling as the Eternal God. You are now a higher level life form, which even I can't understand. Is this the realm of the celestial being? She has seen real celestial beings. Wu Fengji, the strongest Iron Fist 500 years ago, merged with the Phoenix fragments, and eventually transcended the universe. But she has nothing to do with Wu Fengji and doesn't understand. She has no idea what kind of existence the celestial being and the god are. Your wisdom is still above mine, Supreme Sorcerer. Lao Wang smiled. As long as you don't give up, there is a possibility of improvement. Aren't you going to follow the Eternal God to travel the multiverse? That great god's ability is far superior to mine. Following him, you will definitely learn a lot of knowledge and have unlimited possibilities. Maybe. Ancient One raised his hand and drew a mirror, and in the mirror was the New York Temple. The picture suddenly changed and became a middle-aged wizard wearing a floating cloak. Doctor Strange. He is now the guardian of the New York Temple and the next successor to the Supreme Sorcerer. He has begun to try to master the power of time and space. Ancient One said, he is very talented. I think it won't take long before he can master the power of the 6 Infinity Stones. Of course, it will only be a tiny part of it, but it will be enough for him to transcend this universe. The Master already has the ability to travel through the multiverse, but I think he may one day be on par with the Trinity of Vishanti. He is our hope. Maybe. There are too many possibilities in the future. Unless it really happens, no one can say for sure. The old king does not want to draw a conclusion, and there is no need. Everything in the future of this universe has nothing to do with him. You also have the potential to transcend. Thor. The old king looked at the current king of Asgard. You are the child of Odin, the father of the gods, and Gaia, the mother of the earth. Your potential is even greater than that of your father and mother. Asgard limits Odin's ability, but not yours, because you are not the Thor of Asgard, but the Thor of the universe. I will wait for you outside the universe. Ah. Thor was immersed in the depression of his good brother's departure, and he didn't expect to hear such a sentence suddenly. His eyes lit up. Really? Can I really see you again? Maybe. Lao Wang didn't know where he would go once he left this universe. Maybe he would still be in the multiverse. Maybe he would leave the multiverse, or even leave the super universe. Who knows? I'm leaving. Ancient One's body began to turn into a rainbow, and then disappeared, leaving only a strange spirit, similar to the Yuanshan, probably at the peak of the immortal realm, and there was still a long way to go before he became a celestial immortal. This was the Holy Spirit form. I'm going back to give an explanation. Ancient One turned into a ball of light and disappeared. It's time to say goodbye, everyone. Lao Wang left Asgard and came to Shield. He saw Ludan. There was another person next to Ludan, a woman. Captain Marvel. The two looked very close. I'm here to find Rhodes. Captain Marvel explained, her face slightly red. Lao Wang smiled. Rhodes, War Machine, Tony's good friend. His life trajectory has changed, but he didn't expect to become War Machine in the end, and joined the Avengers, becoming a comrade in arms with Captain Marvel, and also a lover. I don't know if the two of them can blossom and bear fruit, and there will be an awesome superhero left. Poor Fury, I heard that he is still single, and I don't know what he thinks. I'm leaving. Lao Wang said. What do you mean? Luden didn't understand. Didn't you just come back? Are you leaving? Where are you going? Going to the depths of the universe again. You have been wandering for so many years, and you haven't wandered enough. You want to leave this universe? Captain Marvel looked at Lao Wang with a complicated expression. You did it after all. You also have hope of transcendence. I'll wait for you outside the universe. Lao Wang smiled and looked at Ludan. Protect the earth well. Before Ludan could reply, he disappeared. When he appeared again, he came to the Azeroth laboratory. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Hank Pym and others were doing experiments. Princess Shuri was also there. The little girl back then has grown up and seems to have a very high status. She was originally one of the most amazing geniuses of mankind, and now she can probably be ranked on par with Tony. Fitz, Simmons and others were also there. There was also a little spider. Spider-Man. Seeing through Peter Parker's body, Lao Wang once again felt the wonder of fate. So many things have changed and affected so many things, but some people and some things have returned to their original tracks. This is the conclusion of time, the inertia of history, the inevitable result caused by countless causes, and the final calculation result of the probability cloud. Boss. Little spider blinked. Strange. You seem to be different from before. He couldn't tell exactly where it was different, but it was different. This is spider sense. It's probably still in its early stages. A truly powerful Spider-Man can even sense things related to him in the entire universe. Not only can he collect information through air vibrations, but he can also collect information through changes in cosmic energy. On some levels, Lao Wang is even more powerful than when he was a god. This is talent. This is the power of Spider-Man. Come on, little spider. Lao Wang greeted everyone one by one, and finally looked at Sky, who had been silent. I'm leaving. He whispered. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Are you willing to take me with you? Sky asked. After many years, she is no longer the original Shockwave girl. She is the acting director of SHIELD, and one of the most powerful superheroes on Earth. She is on par with Black Bolt, Scarlet Witch and others, and is incredibly powerful. In the past years, she used her Shockwave ability to extract all the gravity from the depths of the earth, and then absorbed it through scientific means. Now she is not only Shockwave Girl, but also the Universal Power King. She has mastered the universal gravitation among the four fundamental forces. Her potential is on par with Black Bolt and Magneto, who does not exist in this universe. If she is really developed to the limit, she can also reach the level of God. As long as you are willing, Lao Wang said with a smile. Sky hesitated. Do you really want to leave this universe? Leave the world you have been living in? Leave everything familiar and go to an unfamiliar environment? Leave your father, leave your mother, leave your friends, leave your colleagues, leave the most important people in your life, just to accompany another person? Is it worth it? No, I won't leave. Sky said softly. I can't bear to leave. Then don't leave. Lao Wang smiled and said, I don't know if I can come back. If I can, I will come back to see you. You have great potential. Maybe one day you can transcend this universe, and we will have a chance to meet again. Yeah. Sky said softly. Before you leave, leave a child behind. Chapter 534 Traveling with You. Finale. New book Marvel's Rocket Raccoon. Lao Wang did not leave immediately. He also wanted to leave a little trace in this world. One child is certainly not enough, and he will be lonely. So let's have more. At his level, he can have as many twins as he wants. It's very simple. After all, his mastery of life itself has reached a whole new level. In addition, there is no reproductive isolation, although in fact he is already another kind of creature, completely different from ordinary humans. Just like Ego. As long as he wants, he can spread seeds throughout the universe and create thousands, tens of thousands, or even more races. Even if he just throws a drop of blood into space, his DNA will slowly spread. Every DNA absorbed by other creatures will create a new race. This is the power of the celestial realm, which is unimaginably powerful. But there can't be too many, otherwise it will be difficult to give birth. Two is good, and it can be considered a companion. Of course, one boy and one girl, twins. He stayed there for 10 months, until the child was born. Then he stayed for a while longer, and it was a full moon. These two children inherited the blood of the celestial beings. They were born as terrestrial celestial beings. Their potential in the future is probably far greater than 99.9999% of people in the universe. At the very least, they are at the level of heavenly fathers. It is not impossible for them to transcend the universe. Lao Wang really didn't want to leave, but there was really no way. His inner resistance reached the extreme. He could only download and save his understanding of cultivation and all his knowledge, so that when the children grow up, they can watch and learn, which will be useful to them. Their existence is a companionship for Sky, and also the evidence that Lao Wang existed in this world. Let's go. Lao Wang said goodbye for the last time, and left this universe. Kamataj, a female sorceress in red, was reading a book. Suddenly, she trembled all over, and looked up at the sky. Scarlet Witch Wanda is the most powerful sorceress in the entire universe, no one else. After the death of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, the real owner of Kamataj is also the most powerful guardian of the earth, no one else. After so many years, she is no longer the girl who easily lost control of her emotions. She has become mature and steady, and her control over chaos magic has reached an extremely high level. Senior sister. Doctor Strange appeared and asked softly, "Are you leaving too?" Although he is much older than the witch, he got into the profession too late. Although he is diligent, smart, and wise, and has mastered many kinds of magic, far surpassing Scarlet Witch in this aspect, he cannot beat her, so of course he can only be her junior. Years of hard work have allowed him to master a certain amount of power of the laws of the universe. With the help of the 3 strengthened temples, he can easily monitor the entire earth and sense the changes in energy. Someone is leaving. Leaving this universe. There is only one possibility. If I can sense it, then my senior sister must be able to sense it too. At least in terms of the mind, my senior sister is much stronger than me. My senior sister's telepathic ability has far exceeded the limit of ordinary magicians. She can even directly establish a mental connection with people far away on other planets. Such an ability is incredible. And all this is related to the Mind Stone. My senior sister's telepathic ability comes from the Mind Stone. After Director Wang integrated the 6 Infinity Stones into the 9 realms, senior sister's psychic abilities were greatly enhanced, and she has been absorbing this power, becoming a part of the psychic law. Nothing can be hidden from her, not even that person. Once that person leaves, will senior sister stay? I'm leaving. Scarlet Witch said. But how can you chase him? He said he wants to leave this universe. Doctor Strange said. Chaos magic can modify the probability of things happening. My magic has long been integrated with reality, and can influence and modify reality. He originally has a certain probability of taking me with him. I just need to increase this probability to 100%. As long as reality is modified, so that I follow him out of this universe, there will be no problem. Scarlet Witch said. Where's Pietro? Doctor Strange asked. You don't care about the whole world. But you should care about your brother, right? Me. Of course I'll go with you. Quicksilver suddenly appeared with a cynical smile on his face. My father and mother died a long time ago. I haven't married and had children yet, and my sister is also leaving, so of course I have to follow. And the one in the entire universe who is most likely to catch up with him is me. Doctor Strange was stunned. This really makes sense. Quicksilver's power comes from the Space Stone, and it has also been enhanced over the years. He originally had the ability to jump between spaces and achieve cosmic speed. After being enhanced again, no one knows what level he has reached. Maybe it is enough to travel between dimensions and between universes. Goodbye, Doctor Strange. From now on, you are the Sorcerer Supreme. Scarlet Witch cast a spell and disappeared with Quicksilver. Leaving the universe is a very easy thing for Lao Wang. He easily broke through the space-time barrier of the single universe and came to the outside of the universe. He saw a wonderful scene. Each multiverse is like a vortex. countless vortices, like countless multiverses. The vortex has a complex timeline, representing countless parallel universes, and those bubbles wandering outside the timeline are extra dimensions and pocket universes. He came to the outside of the multiverse. A strange force was constantly tearing, as if to pull him to another world farther away. There seemed to be his destination. Maybe it was another strange universe, maybe the world of Warcraft before coming here, or maybe the universe that was more distant. Of course, it could also be the legendary fairyland. Lao Wang didn't know. He had a hunch. Once he left, he would never come back. Then I won't come back. Lao Wang took another look at the universe he left, and then saw a dark vortex next to it. That was the dark dimension. It was constantly expanding, constantly eroding the surrounding universes, absorbing the matter and energy of those universes, just like a cancer cell. It was a great threat to any universe. Before you leave, do one more thing. Lao Wang punched. An indescribable force condensed on his fist, and then hit the dark dimension. Punch it through, and then disintegrate. The dark energy was dispersed by the vortex, like a drop of ink dripping into a pond, and blending into it. The dark dimension just disappeared, along with Dormammu. Although it is unique, and transcends time and space, it is too small after all. The total energy is far from comparable to a single universe, not even comparable to the Milky Way, not even 1/10,000th of it. For Lao Wang, who has surpassed a single universe, it is not even comparable. It's really time to go. Lao Wang turned around, and a red light and a silver light fell beside him. If you want to go, take me with you. Quicksilver came over, and put his arm around his shoulder. Lao Wang pushed him away, and looked at the Scarlet Witch next to him. The four looked at each other and smiled. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.